Hello and welcome to Cleave to Antiquity. Oh, let me fix my mic actually. There you go. Hello and welcome to Cleave to Antiquity. My name is Ben and I'm joined today by a very special guest, Father Sebastian. Welcome back to the show.
Christ is risen.
Truly, he is risen. Welcome to the show. I'm excited for this one.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
So this is kind of a timely discussion. There's been a lot of buzz in the media lately. Some statements by Pope Leo aren't too popular right now, especially regarding Islam and other topics and things like this. So I know in my parish specifically, almost every other week, it seems like we're getting Catholic families become like journeying into the Orthodox Church. They're coming in with questions. They're wanting to speak with a priest, and they're wanting to jump into the Orthodox Church. So I mean, I guess tell the people a little bit about your background, and then why you might have some special insight on this, and then we could just jump right into the discussion, I think.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, I was born and raised modern liberal Novus Ordo Catholic in Southern California, and and like most, when I became of age, I left the church briefly and actually explored Protestantism for a bit. And it didn't take me very long to see the issues with that. It was pretty readily apparent very quickly how off the mark that was. And so then I started trying to figure out, what I was missing. And at the time, I had access. I was, in near Ojai, California, which for anybody who knows that area, that's where Thomas Aquinas College is. And I actually went to services with some of the tutors, as they call them there, the professors. And they were able to tell me, they told me about the school and everything that sounded interesting. So that was kind of my first taste of more traditional style Catholicism. And they're not technically traditional. They're more like, I think what you'd call conservative, at least that's what we used to call it. I don't know if it's got a different deal now, but in any case, yeah, it was a very good experience. I really enjoyed my time there and I learned some great things. And it was really kind of like a springboard for so much more though. And so anyway, so I did that for a time, and really just there's a whole big story there, but just to keep it brief, I then explored. I went to Franciscan University of Steubenville in Ohio, and was there that I encountered the Eastern Rite for the first time, and that was interesting, and I was just blown away by the beauty of the services. But I was already kind of on the traditionalist mindset path, and I realized even then that the Byzantine Rite Catholic Church still has all the problems, at least theologically, that the Catholic Church itself is going to have. You're still part of that same body. And so it was from there that I just, dug deeper. I was actually, ironically enough, I was in a Byzantine monastery there in California, Ukiah, California. I think it was called Holy Transfiguration. And I was visiting there, and basically one of the monks, when I went there, as I was getting ready to leave, he took me down to the bookstore, and I was seeing some really weird books there. And I asked him, hey, what's all this stuff about? It was this weird apparition stuff. And he said, he closes the door and tells me, hey, I'm getting ready to leave. And he was SSPX and everything. So he gave me a bunch of information, and I explored that. And I spent a long time there, and eventually became as I learned that position more, I came to realize the problems with it, which then ultimately led me to Sedevacantism. So I pretty much ran the full spectrum of the Catholic Church. It wasn't any spot that I missed. And ultimately, my primary conversion was not based honestly on doctrinal reasons initially. After the fact, of course, I explored that more, but the main catalyst for me leaving Catholicism was more spiritual. It was a recognition that that the Catholic Church is just reduced down to its externals, even in the tradition. It wasn't even just all of the horrible things that are going on there, was sort of, because honestly, for, I don't know, 8-10 years or whatever, I had nothing to do with that. In the Sede world, they kind of consider themselves as insulated from all that, and it doesn't have any real relevance. Now that's not true. It's not true, but that's sort of the attitude there. And especially now, doctrinally, they have lots of issues. The more I've learned the position from the other side now as an Orthodox priest, I mean, I see how problematic that position is too. So anyway, yeah, I had an experience. I was just basically to explain how I came into Orthodoxy. I had an amazing experience in the Holy Land during Orthodox Holy Week, and it wasn't related to the Holy Fire, but it was related to the difficulties of getting in, to the tomb of the sepulcher, and just kind of a miraculous event of how I got in there. I was trying for 10 days. I was in the old city, and it just at the very last day, it was actually on Pascha. So the day after Holy Saturday when they have the Holy Fire. And I walked in, the church is always packed, and I walked in, I didn't see anybody, and it was just open. I walked straight into the sepulcher, and I was in there for like 10 minutes, which if anybody who's been there knows how long a time that is, because normally it's just, they run you people in and out of there. And something just changed in me. I was just transformed in that moment. That my heart was softened. And I, for the first time in my life, was able to kind of understand that I needed to evaluate orthodoxy on its own merits, as opposed to trying to conform it to the standards, the Catholic standards of understanding things. And it's kind of why I have the position that I do now regarding debates and all that, is I think we have to be careful that we're not submitting ourselves to the terms, the rules, right, of a debate that we don't really work within, right? We don't hold intellectual, the rational intellect is the highest component of man, as the West does. We hold the noetic intellect, the nous, right? That part of our heart, part of us in the heart that directly interfaces with the energies of God. So I didn't understand any of that then. I had an intuition about it, but I couldn't articulate it. And so that's what set my journey, which took another year and a half or so for me to work through the doctrinal issues to become Orthodox. And then about 10 years, I was Orthodox for about 10 years before the opportunity to go to seminary arose for me. And that's what we did, and then got ordained. So anyway, yeah, it's been a pretty wild ride.
Yeah, that seems to be the story of a lot of people who start off maybe going to like your regular Novus Ordo Catholic parish. They go maybe either the trad or Eastern Catholic route, and then Sede, and then eventually to Orthodoxy. That's actually the same pathway that Jay took, I think, except for he didn't go the Eastern Catholic route. I don't believe he was Novus Ordo to trad to Sede to Orthodox, as far as I remember. I don't want to butcher his own testimony,
That's
but
fine.
he was talking about it on Ubi Petrus's show. Who I'm gonna go see him in person tomorrow. We're gonna shoot a show together.
Oh, nice.
So that'll be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to mention real quick before we move any further. We've got a stacked chat today. We've got Alex Soren in the chat. Good to see you. We've got Father Deacon Ananias in the chat. And we've also got Father Ron in the chat. So good to see you all. Best chat on YouTube right now is right here with we've got all the clergy in the chat. We've got all the other apologists here. So this will be kind of a cool show. So yeah, I think you have a pretty unique background to be able to address some of the reasons we're seeing so many Catholics flood into the Orthodox Church today. And I've noticed this as an uptick very recently, maybe over the last, especially over the last couple of months or so. There's been a lot more Catholic inquirers reaching out, a lot more Catholic inquirers or people swapping from at least announcing their intention. We've seen some major Catholic YouTubers. I don't know if you were familiar with this, but there was a very large Catholic channel, Lungs of Faith. He had almost 100,000 subscribers or something like this, like 75,000 or something. And he was recently came out and said, "Hey, I became convinced of Orthodoxy. This is the route that I'm going." Why do you think there are so many people making that step now?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's really kind of a couple of dimensions that we can look at it. I mean, the first one, we'll take maybe the more obvious one, is that for anybody who's serious-minded, I mean, the truth claims that Orthodoxy has are just ironclad. I mean, for anybody that has, I think the only, and I do want to delve into this a little bit more. Actually, I'd like to spend some time talking today, kind of the other side as well. But just on the surface, I think anybody that has a heart that's open to the truth, who's a genuine seeker of truth, there's just no denying. You just can't ignore this. You can't ignore that Orthodoxy, if you want to put it in simple terms, checks all the boxes, right? And it's very, very clear with Protestantism. It's a little bit more, you have to sort out between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, because of course we share a common origin, and some of the arguments they make are the same arguments that we make. But so you have to delve a little deeper, I think, to see the difference there. But for the people that put in the time and the effort, and they genuinely want the truth, I mean, there's just no other conclusion that one can reach. But I think the bigger question really in terms of why now, because right, Orthodoxy has always been the true faith. Why are we seeing this uptick now? And I think for that, we need to look at, sort of like the the movement within the culture as a whole, right? If you think about what's going on now in the world as a whole, and the cultural shift that's occurring.
Oh, you're muted. Yeah, you're muted.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I'm not, I wasn't messing with it, so I'm not sure what happened there, but okay. Anyway, I'm back.
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Anyway, so in terms of the cultural underpinnings, the movement there, there's people are starving for truth. I think that's the real thing that underlies all of this, is that we're at a point in history where the mass of humanity realizes that they've been lied to for at least the last 4 or 5 decades. And really it goes back further than that. But the truth is, I think there's a great awakening that's happening. And I mean that in the true sense, not the woke sense, right? But like a true awakening of things that we just sort of held to be as stable and certain, that people didn't really question, that in the age of the internet now has just sort of burst that bubble. I think this has been going on for probably 10, 15 years, where you have an alternative news, right? You're not relying on the legacy media now, the mainstream media for information. People are able to dig below the surface. And while the information probably was always out there, it was sort of obscure, right? You'd have to read all these obscure books and all of that, right? Now it's available for everybody.
That's such a big point, because even 20 years ago, half of the documents, even if you wanted to read like the ecumenical councils, you would have to go to either some kind of university, or you'd have to go to a monastery to pick up the texts. It's not like you could just look it up online and be able to see every canon of the ecumenical councils and be able to dive through them. We're in a very unique point in history where we just have access to so much maybe even too much information.
Too much. Yeah, that's true.
We've got the entire world internet at our fingertips, where we can go and look. And if I want to, I can show. And I was just doing this at jiu-jitsu the other day. That's how I got this little shiner here. But not while I was doing this, but there was a evangelical guy I was talking to, and he was like, "Oh, I'm super interested in theology." I'm like, "Oh, well, you know what?" He's like, I'm kind of discerning like what path I want to go. I'm like, "Well, have you considered Orthodoxy?" And I just pull up the canons and I see a 1. I'm like, "Well, this presupposes bishops. This presupposes penance. This presupposes." I'm just walking him through. He's like, his mind's blown. Like, that would be impossible 20 years ago.
That's exactly right. And that's why, I think they say, Orthodoxy, they used to always say it's the best kept secret. And that's why it remained a secret, because that information was not widely available. You had to really, really dig for it. And let's face it, most people, they either didn't know, like they didn't know what they didn't know. They didn't know they needed to search for that. And then the other part of it, even if they did have some idea, some inkling, they just, it requires an incredible amount of dedication to go through and put in that work. And so I think that's, kind of what was going on. Or you had a friend maybe you went to worked with or something. I mean, that's how conversions happened in the past. But so there's this explosion of information, and good information, right? I mean, like access to the sources, not just commentary, somebody's interpretation, right? You can read all these things for yourself now, which is astounding. But I think, in terms of what this is creating as a whole, is a sense of just tremendous betrayal and a real thirst and desire for what is real, And I think once again, Gen Z probably most encapsulates this, because they're the ones, they grew up, their whole life was a lie. There was almost no truth interspersed with it. And the people of my generation, I'm Gen X, the lies were there, but it was sort of like intermingled with a lot of things that were still good, right? I mean, the country at least was functioning pretty well, and you didn't have any of the insane things that are going on now with all these different movements, we'll say. I don't know what the thing with YouTube here is, but I don't want to get things banned for you. But anyway, you get what I'm getting at here. So the bottom line is that there's this huge shift, and people really want the truth. And I would say in Catholicism, so what I think leads people to Catholicism initially is that Catholicism, of course, presents itself as containing that truth, right? We're the ancient church, right? We're the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. See, it's even in our name, Catholic, right? So,
right.
So they have this sense. And of course, to be fair, to be honest and objective here, Catholicism is always emphasized, at least up until recent times, the post-Vatican II church, up until then, there was a great emphasis on consistency. There was. And I'm not saying they maintain in every case. I mean, obviously, there are elements. Vatican I can be disproven by church history for sure. But if you lived in the Catholic ecosystem, right, or if you were just outside of it, you wouldn't really know that. Once again, unless you've thoroughly studied church history, their arguments, the Vatican I arguments, on the surface could be compelling to people that, once again, didn't have more context. And don't get me wrong, the other part of it too is that it's also appealing mentally.
Mhm.
It's the same reason that I think people are drawn to Islam, right? There is a large class of people of humanity that just wants simple and certain, right, without any kind of nuance or complexity. And Orthodoxy, to be fair, of course, we do have these hard truths. We have these dogmas, we have these things that are clear, but we also have a lot that is nuanced, right? And this is difficult for people of the West, I think, to accept sometimes. The simple, raw truth, is a truth, right, is easier for them to digest. And I think this is one of the things that actually maybe holds some of them in the Catholic world that don't come over. Yeah.
I do want to address something that you just said, because I think it's a very good point. A lot of them, especially, as you said earlier, they get convinced with like the Vatican I Roman Catholic Church. It seems like they become convinced of a church that almost today, it seems like, no longer exists. I saw this in there was an interview, or a video, not an interview, a video that a trad cat put out, and he took it down because he had so much pressure. It was too honest. So he was way too honest about his feelings about what was going on. But basically what he said was, he was like, look, I've been a trad cat for 7 years. And I empathize for the guy. I'm not saying anything negative about him. I think he's a decent dude, and he was very honest. He was pressured to take the video down. But basically what he said was, look, I was a trad cat. I'm a trad cat for 7 years. Me and all my buddies, we converted from evangelicalism. We went to the TLM, and we originally it was at a cathedral. Then they moved us to a parish, and then they started persecuting us further. We were moved to a fellowship hall. We've been in this fellowship hall for 3 years. It's like the church doesn't even want us here. And when I look around, it's just scandal after scandal after scandal. And the church that I was sold doesn't seem to exist anywhere. I've looked high and low. This church from 400 years ago, or even 200 years ago, doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. It's just completely different. It's almost like if you were to go to maybe like an Anglican church, but even then, some of the Anglican church still keeps the aesthetics up. Like from my own experience, I remember years ago when I was a Protestant, I walked into St. Thomas Cathedral in New York City, and it was probably one of the most beautiful, reverent services I've been to. But you wouldn't know they were super woke unless you spoke to them after, because they're all chanting in Latin and stuff. But then, I'm sure after, if you stayed for a coffee hour, they'd be like, some things you wouldn't like. But I didn't know that back then. I just heard Latin. I was like, oh, I'm like walking by, in the streets, like, oh, okay, this is interesting. So, but anyway, yeah, I feel like that's the testimony of a lot of people that have been coming to my parish lately as well. Some of my good friends, I'll talk to them at coffee hour at my church, and they'll say, look, this is one thing that I was sold, and it doesn't exist. I've searched high and low. It's, I'll drive 2 hours away to go to a TLM, and they've shoved it into like a shed or something. This is just it seems like the state of the Roman Catholic Church today is just not the same as it was maybe 100, 200 years ago.
Well, and it's interesting because as when I was a trad cat myself, that was one of the things that actually really bothered me. Not just the fact that it was happening, but the mentality is almost like an idolatry for the Latin Mass that comes up, right there. It's like, oh, you can sell me, you can give me all kinds of horrible theology, you can give me this, you can give me that, but as long as I have the Latin Mass, we're good. And it's not to take away, of course, from, obviously the liturgy is the basis of our worship. So I'm not making that argument. But what I am saying is that exists kind of like when you talk about scripture and tradition, right? It's kind of the same concept that we don't, it's not like these things are separate, right? The scripture is a part of tradition, right? It's what constitutes the basis of our belief, but we don't separate these things out. And I think ultimately, when I try to understand, like from my perspective as a priest, what I am more focused on right now is honestly, why are there not more people coming into Orthodoxy, right? Because it's so obvious that it's wrong, that Catholicism is off the rails. If we were having this conversation 150 years ago, I mean, once again, there were still problems, but on the surface, if you didn't scratch below the surface, you could understand how people might be drawn to that. The Vatican I Church, the church that, I mean, as an institution, the Catholic Church, is no denying, was a very, very powerful institution. I mean, it still is on some level, but back then, I mean, it commanded real respect and authority in the world. That doesn't make it correct, okay? I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that made it the true church, but just as an institution, you could sort of respect its operational efficiency. You could respect elements like that. And for people, once again, they just grow up Catholic. They don't really ever think about these things. There wouldn't have been a lot to compel them to seek out orthodoxy, for example, because the externals, this is where I'm going with all this, the externals were good. And this is the problem. This is what ultimately led me out of Catholicism, was this realization that the externals don't save you. The externals, without the internal, right, without the truths that they're connected to, it's once again like these Anglicans, right? It's not going to help them in the realm of salvation if they don't have a heart. Nowhere, if you think about what Christ himself condemned, right? He condemned those who maintained all the externals, right? His greatest ire was reserved for the Pharisees, who maintained the externals but did not have that genuine love of God, right? That true spirit. And so I'm not saying that the externals don't matter, to be clear.
Right.
Of course, they're very important, but they exist as an expression, or should exist as an expression, of an interior disposition towards God. And that's what gets forgotten in the especially amongst people in the West, because we're so good at this categorical thinking. We're so good. Our whole society is oriented. It forms us in this idea of separation, right? This versus that. I have my work life, I have my church life, I have my business life, I have my whatever hobbies. And people are very good at presenting themselves as one thing when they go to church, and then something else when they're at work, and something else here. Yeah. And a big part of my, my personal ministry, with my website, what I try to work on, and of course in my parish itself, is really trying to get people past that mentality. The externals are very important. They're beautiful, and we have to embrace them fully, but with the proper spirit and the proper heart in the expression of these things. And if you don't have both, unfortunately, you don't really have much. You need to have both. And so, as far as this goes, I mean, I think when people get in, they move towards the Catholic world because it sells something. And then, once they get there, they realize it's, once again, they've gotten sold a bill of goods as well, right? Yeah. This is what people are so frustrated by, and you can't blame them. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm amazed. I'll be honest with you. I am amazed. I mean, truly, the amount of grace that is present right now in the world to lead these young men and women out of the incredible darkness that they've been raised with. Yeah. My generation and everyone before that, the boomers, mine, and maybe to a lesser degree the millennials, but we had an opportunity to see things when they worked. Like I haven't in memory of those things, and that's what has I guess driven me to try to continue those things or to preserve them in my own life. But we're talking the Gen Z. That's a generation that literally never saw. They were never given the truth anywhere. Yeah. Everything they were taught was a lie, and yet despite that, God's grace works in every generation, and they are finding the truth in droves. And we have to. Yes, we should celebrate this. For sure. And so I think those who remain honest-minded, those who don't say, okay, cool, I made it, I got something, and even though it doesn't really match up what I thought it was going to be, kind of like I'm not willing to put in the work to go further with it. Mm-hmm. I think that's the only way you stay there. For those who maybe grew up Catholic their whole life, I think there's that element. There's a little bit of maybe just the cultural connection. I know some people, it's difficult for them to leave Catholicism if they were born and raised Novus Ordo and then they want to become traditional. I think that's harder for them because they feel like they're betraying their family, their life, their culture. I mean, everything. But I would just say to that is that, Christ is pretty clear about that, right? When he says, essentially he won't forsake his mother and his brother and all, lists all the people is not worthy of me, right? We have to pursue Christ over every other thing. There is no other option. And so for those who are on the fence, I would just say that all of that stuff is not going to matter when you die, right? Like keep things in perspective, right? A big focus for us in Holy Orthodoxy is remembrance of death. This is one of our spiritual weapons, is looking at our life, the things we're doing now in relation to the afterlife and the consequences that we'll face at that moment. And so all these things that people get concerned about right now, oh, is this person going to like me, or am I going to, I mean, it's so irrelevant. It's so small in relation to the eternal consequences of that it's very foolish to not do the right thing out of concern for those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think, I mean, yeah, it does take quite a bit of sacrifice once you get to the point where you're ready to make that change. And I think that's where a lot of people are at right now. People will message me in private, people who are still in this, in the institution, and they see the truth of Orthodoxy, but they're like, it's just going to be so hard to make this swap.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to leave behind this, the church that I love, and the people that I love. A lot of it's the social aspect could be pretty big. Maybe they were raised, maybe they're cradle Catholic, and they're like, hey, my whole family's, Roman Catholic, attending, Novus Ordo parish or whatever the case may be. And for me to leave this and to go to, Orthodoxy, even though I'm convinced it's the truth, is a huge social cost. Or you'll have another perspective. Maybe it's somebody who was a Protestant that's, well, I'm convinced, right, there has to be one true church. So where do I go? And then they're like, okay, let me look on Google Maps. Wait a minute. The closest Orthodox church, I'm going to have to drive an hour every Sunday. Or I could just go to my local Novus Ordo, and it's like 15 minutes down the road, even though I don't completely agree with them. And things are a little crazy right now. But you know what? It's like good enough. I've heard that as a legitimate excuse from people before. So, I mean, I guess what that ties into what you were saying there as well. The truth has to matter above all else, and the faith has to matter above all else. Serving, serving Christ and pursuing His truth. Because, I mean, this is the point that I harped on in, I don't remember the last live stream or the one before it, but if the Scripture says that the church is a ground and pillar of truth, is the truth objective or subjective? Well, it's objective, so that means there's one.
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
one. It's not like it's kind of sort of like there's one that's kind of, oh, this is like kind of sort of close. This is good enough. I can go here. No, it's the church is the ground and pillar of truth. So there's one. So if you're convinced Orthodoxy is the true church, let nothing prevent you from entering into the church that Christ established. That would be my advice to people. I did want to bring up one thing, which
real quick, I'd like to respond to that real quick, because I think this is a huge point that you make, and one I like to emphasize a lot, and that is, I think when people look at this problem, in terms, and I see it in my own ministry, people that come, everything you're talking about I've experienced. What I've concluded is, in one simple statement, is the problem is not in the mind, it's in the will. The real problem is in the will, because the mind, there's no issues there. If you put in the effort, if your will is right, you will find the truth. The truth is out there, right? As you used to say, the X-Files or whatever. The truth is out there. It is out there for anybody who wishes to search for it. The truth is out there, but it's the willingness to put in that effort and, to use your point, to make the sacrifices necessary. And that connects to a second point, actually, that we talked about with when Father Deacon Ananias and I had our live stream. It was a point that we discussed, is the fact that nobody cares about truth anymore. Like, this is kind of the underlier to the underlier, right? Unless you understand the profound significance of truth, it's not going to resonate, or you're not going to be compelled to do the hard thing for that truth. I think this is really even the deeper problem. And I see it even in my own ministry, like on my own channel. I originally named it Truth and Practice. I've now, since I'm changing the branding of it now to Orthodoxy in the Trenches. But my original intent with that was to establish these truths and then live in accordance with them, right? Which is essentially virtue, right? And that's my focus now. It's why my website now is Technology of Virtue. I'm really leaning into this. It's kind of a bad decision marketing wise, because what I find is there's almost no interest in this, but it's what's needed, because the truth is that without truth, nothing else matters, right? If there's not a reality that we have to conform ourselves to, then everything else within that is essentially insignificant. And if we look at the formation of people for many generations now, this isn't just a Gen Z, this goes back, probably 70 years or more. You have a situation where we're a post-truth society. People don't believe in an objective reality. They don't believe in consequences that go along with the morality, right? Morality is objective in a sense, right? There's a moral law, and we can live in accordance with that law, or we can live outside of that law. We have the free will to do that, but we don't have the ability to live outside the consequences, right? So if we violate that law, we are going to suffer the consequences of violating it. And Christ himself says, if you love me, keep my commandments. He literally ties love to living the commandments. But, this is an unpopular message. People don't really want to hear that. They're more interested in hearing, things that are appealing to them. But the truth and the sad truth is, the sad reality here is that this is the real issue. Until people can come to understand that there is a reality and we have to live in accordance with that reality, then they're not going to be compelled to put forth the effort and make the sacrifices necessary to live this holy Orthodox faith the way that it's been given to us by Christ and then expressed by the fathers, the apostles and the fathers.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. If you don't mind, I'll take a second just to address some people have sent in some super chats. I just want to thank them real quick. Wade Rivera says, Christ is risen. Excited for the conversation today. Thank you, Cleve, and thank you, Father Sebastian. Truly,
thank you, Wade. Truly is risen.
On that note, Pasco was amazing. I wish it was I was thinking all this week. I'm like, man, I wish it was still Pasco. I wish I was still there. I was sitting there at the end when we're doing the feast and everything, and my buddy's there with his 2-year-old kid, and he's sitting there munching on chocolate, half asleep. So it's a good time. I mean, it was very profound, very impactful. I mean, everybody that was present, I feel like you can really feel, the presence of God because everybody's getting we've been fasting for, a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We get there and everybody's kind of in the same state of mind. And then it's just it's a big crescendo. It's the pinnacle.
Mm-hmm.
It was beautiful. I really don't have the words to describe it.
As it should be.
Right. Contemporary compendium. What are the theological ramifications, entailments of the filioque? Family was asking what I mean by it imbalances the Trinity and subordinates the Holy Spirit. Well, do you have something with that?
Go ahead. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly what he wants. You want me to talk about the filioque? I guess I'm not.
Any Trinitarian model that doesn't have the monarchy of the Father is going to be imbalanced, right? Jay actually has a very good I miss when Jay would do these lectures because they're actually super informative. If you want to know this issue forward and backwards, he has a 2-hour lecture series. If you go to his page, go to the playlist where it says Theology, and then he has a 2-hour discussion on monarchy of the Father. And it goes through all of these types of entailments. So if you want to learn the argument forward and backwards, I would recommend checking out that playlist, because that's what I used to do because I would drive a lot for work, is I would literally put on lectures like that in the background. It's an hour or 2-hour lecture or whatever. And I'm sure I'm going to be doing similar when I'm driving over to I'll be having a long drive tomorrow so I can go see Ubi. But anyway, that's what I would recommend. Check out that playlist there because he lays it out very, very well. But thank you for the super chat, Contemporary Compendium. Did Father try to debate any trad cats? Did he debate Marilyn? I unbanned Marilyn, by the way, so she might be in the chat.
I don't. I'm not absolutely opposed to it. It's just what I think the problem is. I kind of alluded to in the beginning is I'm hesitant. I have done a couple of videos discussing the problems with traditional Catholicism on some other channels, and but the issue with the debates are that they just tend to take on a life and a spirit that is, from my perspective, kind of problematic. Because, and I'm not saying that nobody should do it, okay, to be clear. I'm just not sure I should do it, okay? And the reason being is because to my mind, the things that matter to me, I think this is the reason why, the things that matter to me are not the same things that matter to them. This is the problem. We're really, a lot of these debates, they kind of talk past each other because we're coming at it from completely different worldviews, right? If your worldview is that academic or intellectual knowledge is the highest part, the highest part of man, right? Our rational intellect is the highest part of man, as they believe, then what's going to be satisfying to that is different than what's going to be satisfying to an Orthodox Christian who believes that, the highest, like, theology is prayer. I mean, this is the thing. It's our experience of God that is the highest theology for us, right? Because the highest part of us is that noetic intellect where we encounter God directly, right? His energies directly. And so this is the problem with all of these debates. So the second thing, I think that the other issue that I have with them is, to me, the issue is just so straightforward in general. Like, the Catholics pin themselves into this corner. Essentially, Vatican I says essentially that that the church has always believed this, this version of papal supremacy, right? At all times, in every place, the church has always believed this, and therefore they found their whole argument on that. And so, for example, when any of these guys, they go and they'll pick out, okay, yeah, this father said this, or this father said that, and see, it seems to support our position. Well, that's all fine and good. But in Orthodoxy, we don't take individual statements from the father and base our whole theology on it any more than we do that with scriptures, like the Protestants do, right? We're not going to base our whole theology on one statement of a father. It's the consensus. It's the overall consensus of the fathers that guide our theology. And so from my perspective, all I really need to do to defeat all of those arguments is to point out one example that counters, that shows where that wasn't the case. That wasn't the case, where the Pope did make a ruling, and then, for example, then the Eastern Fathers said, okay, we're going to take up this matter and have our own council on it. Well, if Rome has spoken, the matter is settled. What does this mean, right? And we have, of course, popes are heretics. So if you know the history and you look at these things, all the other arguments become sort of elementary, become kind of academic. They don't matter anymore. And so to me, it's just a waste of time. I'll be honest. It's kind of, for me, it's kind of a waste of time because, that's a 5-minute discussion. Like, this is your position that's founded on these foundational stones. All I have to do is remove that foundational stone and the rest of it collapses. But instead, what they turn into is, this person, all these obscure, it's I'll tell you what it's like. It's like where Christ talks about that you strain a gnat and swallow a camel. That's what these discussions seem like to me, is that you ignore the really big issues, the issues that essentially, when I say you, I mean the people in these debates, the Catholic side, they'll ignore the really, really big things, and they do all these crazy mental gymnastics trying to pull these really obscure things in and try to tweak it. And it's just, honestly, it's an annoying waste of time to me. Like, they're worth doing because somebody needs to do it. And, there needs to be somebody out there, I guess, on the vanguard of that for those who are caught in the middle. So, I'm not saying I would never do one. It's just kind of hard for me. It's my own personal ministry. I really am trying to orient more towards different things.
Not everybody has to be a debater.
No.
Not everyone has to engage in debates. Yeah, I agree. Some people have to do it, right? Like, because there's always going to be people who have objections, even if they've been addressed before. Sometimes, those objections become kind of lost in the sands of time, or the answers get lost in the sands of time. For instance, there was a really good debate on the subject that you were talking about just a second ago. This was actually Ubi Petrus versus Eric Ibarra. I don't know if you caught that one. That was a very good high level debate. I think Ubi cleaned house. I mean, this was super high level. They're going through the ecumenical councils. They're going through exactly, well, what was the Bishop of Rome's authority in this situation? How did that actually play out? Was he moving unilaterally? Was he doing this ABC 1, 2, 3 in the first 1,000 years? Super in depth. I really haven't seen a papacy debate that in depth since that time. So I almost feel like, well, it's been, I think that was maybe 2 years ago. So about 2 years ago, we're about due for a new one. So if there's any other, well, the problem is I don't think there's any Roman Catholics out there making arguments the same level Ibarra was making on that particular subject. Now, I think Ibarra's that was his strongest subject, was the papacy, and he still was bested by Ubi. I think on some other subjects he might be a little weaker. So, but I want to be fair to him. He was relatively high level on that subject particularly, but I really can't think of anybody making argumentation that was at the same level as him. So, if you guys are in the chat and you have not seen that debate, go check that out. That was on Matt Frad's channel, I think 2 years ago. So that was on Pikes with Aquinas. That was probably the highest level papacy debate I've ever seen in my life. It was mind blowing.
And people get frustrated. I know, like with when Jay did his debate with Abar and all that. I mean, the fact is that I understand that frustration, and obviously we have to maintain always in these things. I think part of the problem too, I would say, is that people have lost the sense of how to debate. A lot of them, I'm not saying everybody, but it's, at Thomas Aquinas College, one of the great things there is that they taught us how to remain objective. Like these arguments were not done out of passion, right? They were just very simple. There was a lot of respect involved. And I'm not speaking to anyone in specific, but like, I just know in general, sometimes these debates can kind of also spread not good sentiment among people, right? And that's also, there's always a risk of that. And I think just the last thing I would say here is that I think they're important for people coming into the church, but I think once somebody's in the church, they cease to be so important. I think that's my own personal struggle. Like, I worked these things out for myself decades ago. And I'll be honest with you, if I was 20 or 30 years younger than I am now, 20 years younger than I am now, I would probably be like Ubi Petrus. Like, I was very much into debating when I was a lot younger man. On the trad side, I would have been, debating the trad side. But just now, as I've gotten older, my priorities have changed. I think there's something to be said for that. Maybe in Orthodoxy in general, like, as somebody grows in the faith, the things that they focus on will probably shift. And I think that's appropriate. I think it's appropriate for our interests to grow as we mature in the faith as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good, what you said at the beginning was a good point to remember, that if you are going to, obviously I'm not doing debates right now, but that's on hold for the foreseeable future. Okay. But me and Eric Ibarra, we have our disagreements. But I remember when he was having some sort of car issue, and he's like semi-local. I'm like, hey, I can get my brother-in-law go over and take a look. It's like I'm going to help.
That's
you
cool. Yeah, that's really good.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, that's great.
I think
that's how it should be.
Having disagreements with somebody theologically definitely doesn't mean you can't be a good person to them when you have the opportunity to do so.
Absolutely.
Let's try to blow through some of these super chats, because I have a couple in here, and then we'll get back to the subject. White Lightning says the leftist bias of the current and previous pope are partially why I'm Antiochian Orthodox. That's a big trending subject right now, which we'll dive into. I've got some articles of some of the more egregious statements that were made recently that I do want to we can just address the headline. I'm not going to sit there and read through them all. If you guys want to see more on that, I do have it was weekly, but I've been getting busier. Catholic news segment where I'll go through breaking news on these subjects, and sometimes those things could be like 3 hours long for just a week's worth of news. I'm backed up by like a half a month, so I've got like a 7-hour show worth of articles I'm not ever going to be able to get through, but we'll go through some of the key ones. Alex Soren says Orthodoxy's emphasis on experiential knowledge of the Holy Fathers over scholastic emphasis of the West was huge for me. Christ is risen.
Yes. Truly is risen. Yes, truly exactly, risen. Alex. Yeah, I appreciate your work. I know I haven't had the opportunity. Unfortunately, have the time to really spend a lot of time on YouTube. Obviously, I've got a lot going on, but I really do. The stuff that I've seen of yours is outstanding. So I do really appreciate the work that you're doing.
Yeah, Alex is the man. He's awesome. Yes. Love it. Oh, you know what? Just for that, chat, go ahead and give me a W Alex in the chat. Spam W Alex. There you go. Nathaniel Lowe, we love Father Sebastian. Christ is risen.
Truly is risen. Thank God. Thank God.
Alex says, I agree with Father Sebastian. Vatican I Roman Catholicism was more appealing. True. Vatican II was a total ecclesial restructuring, like the Gregorian reforms and the Tridentine reforms, complete overhaul.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly.
That's a good point. I was just talking about this with Jonathan Pageau in the video I uploaded not this morning, but I guess earlier today. We were talking about how when you usurp hierarchy, you end up in changes within the structure of your church, that trickles down, that could trickle down into the liturgy, and then that trickles down into theology. So when they put all of this emphasis into a single figure, it unbalanced their entire structure. And then you start to see liturgical reforms, right? You have the Gregorian reforms, you have the calendar reforms, you have the Tridentine reforms, then you have the Vatican II reforms. So now you've got the Novus Ordo, now you've got clown masses, now you've got all this other kind of stuff that we see on the Catholic news segment with the giant dead whale in the middle of the mass and all this other stuff. So yeah, I mean, one piece being removed or emphasis being placed in a specific spot in which it shouldn't be certainly has major downstream effects.
Absolutely. Indeed.
And that's one reason why we should definitely fight to preserve, our liturgy. This is I don't know if this question's a bit too deep, but we'll see. Randall Sunderland says, if gnomic will is introduced because of the fall, how did Adam and Eve have to deliberate whether or not to eat the fruit? It seems like a trick question or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not much for speculation, to be honest with you. I mean, I mean, obviously, everybody on a simple level, like I try to keep things related to things that are related to things that people actually deal with. I think there's a potential risk and danger in extending our concerns beyond what we actually should be concerned with. The fact is that what matters for most people is, essentially wresting control of their own will. Like, I think the bigger question is why do we desire sin, like on that level? Why do we want the things that are bad for us? I think that's a better question to try to work with, and because we know, like, this is the fascinating part. Like, there's this idea. I just finished a video on my own channel about this, but there's this idea, for example, that, if you think something, like, there's a direct relationship between the thought and the desire. And I think there can be an influence there, of course. I'm not denying that, but I don't think it's a one-to-one either, because the truth is there are many things that we know that we should do. Many people know if they commit some kind of grave sin, they're going to suffer some significant consequences. And yet, nevertheless, they do the sin. They love, and somehow they desire what they're going to get out of the sin rather than what they're going to lose in pursuing the sin. Right. And these are the questions I think people should be focused more on, is trying to understand how their own will is moved, and praying for guidance, praying for discernment on how to, both recognize what these traps are, but also learning how to desire the right things, right? Because a big part of the Christian life, when you talk about this inside out approach rather than outside in, right? A lot of Christianity across the board. I say Christianity, I just mean kind of the loose term. I don't mean like true, authentic Christianity. I mean just what classifies by the world standards Christianity. A lot of it's just external things. Okay, if I'm a Protestant, that means I'm reading my Bible, perhaps, or and if I'm Catholic and I'm doing these things. The truth is that our will has to be united, and ultimate true Christianity, authentic Christianity, ultimately is inside out. I do these good things because I love God, not because I'm just trying to match an external form that's been set for me somewhere. And so there's a real transformation. We talk about transfiguration. Really, we're talking about is a transfiguration of the will, of our desires, of our outlook, of our perspective. And this is what's happening. Our will is being essentially changing our will. So there's free will, and then there's the will, right? Like, we have the ability to act for different things. And God, once again, gives us the ability to love him or to reject him. But we can't escape the consequences of how we utilize our will. If we choose to reject God, then we're going to suffer the consequences of that, for example. So
Alex Soren has a good addition here. He says, gnomic will does not equal intellectual capacity. And then he clarifies, gnomic will is an injury. So I think where the person is confused is maybe they're mixing the two categories, and they're trying to say, well, since this is like an effect or something, this means that prior to this, they were like intellectually stunted or something. So interesting tidbit there. Vatican should pay Roman Catholic apologists. No one works as much overtime as they do. Well, I have an interesting point on that. They actually do help to promote these apologists, and they had a massive apologetics conference at the Vatican where they invited anybody that was above a certain follower count, and they basically were just saying like, "Hey, keep pumping out the content, but also we want you to push this like climate change bent." So it was like, this is a narrative to push. Please push this, and then also keep pumping up the content because it's working. We want more people to come. You know, it doesn't matter if you're doing like a beauty blog, but you happen to be Catholic. Talk about Catholicism, and then also talk about this climate change thing, and then also this. And I know that from people who were at the Vatican conference there. I have people that I've spoken to that were invited to that went, and they were like, dude, they were just telling me to like push climate change stuff. Like,
wow, that's crazy.
So
crazy.
Yeah, you think there's no like cooperation there? There absolutely is. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate it. Last super chat here, and then we'll get back into the subject. Thank you for the $10 super chat. To support Father's point in a different way, Saint Seraphim converted many more fasting and praying as a hesychast than he could otherwise have by going out trying to confront others with arguments.
Yeah, he's the one that said, acquire a spirit of peace, and thousands around you will be saved. Right. So, yeah, that's great. That's our spirit. That is our spirit. Very good.
All right, let's get back into the subject here. I did want to pull up some of the more recent news articles here that we can maybe discuss, as these are some shocking statements by the Pope. I don't think we would have seen this. Vatican II introduced a lot of changes to Roman Catholic theology, and I think it's dishonest to say that it hasn't. Some people will go out there and they'll say, "Oh, well, they say they didn't introduce any new dogma. They didn't, whatever." Well, of course they're going to make that assertion. But if you were to read the literal title of Lumen Gentium, it's the dogmatic constitutions of the church. And what does it say? It says Muslims and Christians worship the same God. So this is the subject that has been kind of brought back to the forefront of the public conversation now recently because of the Pope's statements like this. It has come back to the forefront. So this is from LifeSite News. Pope Leo calls third largest mosque a space proper to God. So he enters into this mosque, takes his shoes off. He's praying in the mosque. And not only did he do this, by the way, he ends up going and meeting with the imams there, and they sign a Catholic Islam like kind of alliance pact. So now you've got, Jay made a good comment on this on X earlier today. He said, you remember like in Dune, they had the Orange Catholic Church, which was like an Islam Catholic mix. Well, now you've got that in real life because they've signed the Islam Catholic Pact. So we see a lot of different things like this. What are your thoughts on this, Father? Because this is a crazy development.
It is. And it's, to your point, this is just the latest in a long stream of these kinds of actions. I mean, I remember all the way back when JP2 kissed the Quran, and all this stuff getting signed with the sign of Shiva and all these things. I mean, there's a site, I think it's called Tradition in Action or something like that, the Church Revolution in Pictures, that you can just go through. You could spend days going through all of the horrendous things that are going on in the Catholic Church, and have been for a long, long time now. It's just abuse after abuse. But obviously the outside of course, all the people that get sucked into this, are part of those organizations, still consider themselves part of the Catholic Church, and certainly are not for things like this. And for whatever reason, once again, are just not willing or able to move from that. I mean, it does for all of us. We're all affected too on some level, because it shifts the Overton window, right? When this becomes normalized, then that movement, that now this is something that potentially we have to deal with in our churches, because the thinking is, well, if the Pope can do this, then what about me doing this other thing, right? Like, so then we all have on the level of clergy, especially, we have to now manage the fallout. And let's face it too, I mean, if we're going to be, I always it's not always popular, but I think it's necessary. We need to look at the whole picture. I mean, I did a whole live stream on this myself, when when Bartholomew and Leo met, and in the diptychs, I don't know how much, it didn't seem to be there was near enough outcry over that. They placed the Pope above the patriarch in that. I mean, this is absolutely disgusting, and it's unacceptable. And and we have to reject it. One of the beautiful, there's many beautiful things, right, about Orthodoxy, but one of the great parts about our ecclesiology is that, as awful as these things are, they're not catastrophic like they are in the Catholic world, because it's not a single point of failure, right? For them, they have a single point of failure in the Pope. But in Orthodoxy, we don't have any equivalent to that, because there is no man in the church who's not accountable to somebody. Even the patriarchs themselves are accountable to the other patriarchs, and really the church as a whole. And that's how we can excommunicate patriarchs. This has been done many times in church history. Bishops and the like, and some of the the heresiarchs have been patriarchs. So the point is that we are able to manage that situation, because everyone is accountable to somebody else. There is no concept of the first office will be judged by no one. This is why they're painted in this corner. They have no solution to this problem, because when the Pope goes off the rails, they're not allowed to judge him. And this is why the SSPX position is so flawed. Because that the big joke that we had when I was a Sede was, they have this golden sifter, right? Like they'll follow the Pope when he acts like the Pope, and they'll reject him when he doesn't. Well, who puts you as an authority above the Pope? This is what led me out of the SSPX position, right? We talk about the golden sifter, right? Like they're going to essentially determine when the Pope's being Catholic and when he's being anti-Catholic. And so we don't have that problem in Orthodoxy. We have our own issues, obviously. I mean, this is any institution. The man part of it, right? The people part of it. Of course, the faith itself is inviolate, but the people that constitute it are very imperfect. And we have issues sometimes, but we can resolve them because our ecclesiology is robust enough to deal with these kinds of problems. The Catholics don't have any option here. They're just stuck.
That's a good point. I was actually going to bring that up. At one point, there was some post that...
That's true. I mean, it's tragic. And I think this is, this all kind of lays into what, why people are seeking an eternal truth that kind of transcends the vicissitudes of modern life. I mean, that's what we have. That's what Orthodoxy really represents. And like I say, Catholicism tries to represent that, but unfortunately it's caught up in it too. And to the degree that we maybe have some of these little problems, I mean, they don't affect, like what the EP is doing doesn't really affect me. I mean, I don't like that it's occurring.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to go along with it whatsoever, and nor do I need to, right? If you're a Catholic, by the Catholic understanding of the church, you're not allowed to just ignore these things. This is something that Catholics have forgotten. They're like, oh, well, the Pope's doing this thing I don't like, I'm just going to ignore him. Well, you don't get to do that, right? By their theology, if you understand the theology of your own church, that is not an option available to you. Right. That's the thing for us. Once again, we have this more robust structure that allows for, these things to get worked out in the way that they are, but they don't.
Yeah. Well, on this particular issue that's playing on the screen right here with the whole Muslims and Christians have the same God situation. Luckily, there is some clarity within the Orthodox Church, because we recently had that study that was commissioned by the MP that was, I forget what seminary it was. It was like Moscow Theological Seminary came out with a statement that basically concluded that if you were to hold Muslims and Christians have the same God, that's heretical. It's a heretical teaching. So, I mean, we do have some clear voices on our side, kind of sifting through some of the craziness that's going on here. One just logical point. If someone were to hold that position, I mean, I had a conversation a long time ago. This is over a year ago with a Muslim gentleman, and he was trying to say the same thing. He was like, well, we got the same God. I'm like, well, what if I took you back in time and, we were looking up at the cross and I say, hey, is that your God? What would you say? He's like, oh, I guess not. I guess we don't have the same God then. It's like, okay, see how clear it is? Like, it doesn't have to be that complicated.
It's not complicated at all. And what's even more ironic is that, to be fair, Catholics at one time also, they also understood that. I mean, it's crazy. I mentioned this in my video I did on Roots, where I was essentially comparing Vatican I and Vatican II theology. But if you look at the syllabus of errors, for example, and then align it with Vatican II, it's almost like you have all these condemned propositions, and then you have Vatican II teaching pretty much those condemned propositions. It's mind blowing, how even internally there's so much contradiction now, which just gives, once again, a lie to this whole idea that, well, why be Catholic? One of the arguments is that, because this consistency of theology and this, no, dude, it's not there. It's like you guys lost it. If you ever had it, of course, we would even argue, of course, as Orthodox, that it goes back much further than that. But just in the modern experience, is very, very clear cut.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you bring up a great point. There are a lot of different contradictions, even dogmatically, within the Roman Catholic system, even within their own tradition, long held traditions. I mean, the recent Pope has made many statements that contradict. I mean, hundreds, if not thousands of years of just war theory. He said just the other day, maybe this was a couple of weeks ago by now, but he said something along the lines of, God does not answer the prayers of those who engage in war. It's like, so what? Like, what happened to the Crusades?
Wow.
What happened to the Papal States? What happened to you having standing armies? What happened to if you don't submit to the Roman pontiff being able to wield not only the temporal sword, but the spiritual sword? You are cut off from the church. These were all teachings. They said it was a requirement for salvation. This is in papal bulls. But this has become so obvious that even recently, I'll play a short clip because it's relevant. But recently, J.D. Vance actually called this out. I mean, this is apparent to people who aren't even well versed in theology. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? He doesn't answer the prayers of people who engage in war. This is like anybody who's done middle school history knows that the Crusades happen, knows that all these other events happen. So I'll play this. This is less than a minute, this clip here, but I thought it was interesting.
Number one, when the Pope says that God is never on the side of those who will.
And again, I want to say I don't agree with the administration on what we're doing in some things, but this is a good example here. Just so you guys aren't like, oh, cleave to antiquity saying you loves J.D. Vance and he loves, it's like, okay, I don't support Zionism, I don't support this kind of thing, but this was a good point that he made here.
The sword.
Why bring it up?
There is more than a 1,000-year tradition of just war theory. Okay. Now we can of course have disagreements about whether this or conflict is just, but I think that it's important in the same way that it's important for the Vice President of the United States to be careful when I talk about matters of public policy. I think it's very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been, again, hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first. But I think one of the issues here is that if you're going to opine on matters of theology, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure it's anchored in the truth. And that's one of the things.
So anyway, you heard it at the beginning here. He says, what happened to the thousands of years of just war theory? You're talking about, these, God doesn't hear your prayers if you, where are you coming up with this type of stuff? But this is the stuff that's being, it's being spoken
just look at the filioque again, like just to briefly come back to that, I mean, from what I understand, they've recently come out and now said that that doesn't need to be insisted upon anymore. And, and let's face it, I mean, this kind of goes back, all of these problems go back to the original insertion in the creed, right? Because that was the moment in which Catholics said, we have more authority than the church as a whole, right? That's essentially what it is, because the creed was never supposed to be changed.
Yeah.
And then when they went and changed it and made that insertion, that literally broke the whole understanding of how the church is supposed to function. And it just, everything from there built on that.
Well, that's an interesting point. I just had a private conversation with somebody who was asking some very good questions about the filioque and stuff like this in private. But he had said the objection, I'm not going to mention any names, but I'll mention the objection. The objection was something along the lines of, why wasn't the filioque condemned until Blackernay or something? And I was like, no, it was actually condemned at the 8th Council, which everybody was there, by the way.
Yep.
So
Exactly.
maybe you shouldn't go back on. He's like, well, doesn't the Pope have the ability to kind of like do whatever he wants? I'm like, maybe that's the way they view it today, but I don't know about you. If there's an ecumenical council signed and agreed by everybody that says, hey, if you change this creed, you're anathema, maybe that means something. You know what I mean? So
exactly.
Father Deacon Ananias has a good point here. Ask a Roman Catholic what would be a defeater for their religion. That's an excellent point, because really most of the time the answer is like nothing. It's just a constantly shifting goalpost.
Yep.
This reminds me of a discussion just prior to the Jubilee debacle. For those of you that are familiar, they had the big pride parade into the Vatican, and they had the mass said, the rainbow mass, and they had a bishop there that Leo actually specifically selected because he was pro giving basically people who were living that lifestyle unrepentant. He was pro giving them the Eucharist. He wanted to give them communion. So he selected him and he said, go do the mass. Before all of that was announced, because I follow the news in this, regard very closely. I have a whole segment that I do on this. I said to people, I believe this was on X. I made a post and it actually, kind of got some attention. And I was like, what would be a defeater for your position, Roman Catholics, if the Pope came out tomorrow and said that unrepentant people of this nature could receive the Eucharist? No problem, no harm, no foul. Would you become Orthodox at that point? What would you do? And people were just like, oh, that'll never happen. Oh, that's impossible. He can't say that. That would be a contradiction of dogma. That would be, and then it happened. And then it happened literally a week later. So the goalposts shift. And I'm not saying these are bad people. I understand.
No, I know. I understand
the thought process going through people's head. They're like, look, there's a lot riding on this, so maybe I give it a little bit of time or something. I'm not going to admit publicly that, this is a contradiction. I'm going to see how I can rework this into my worldview. But Father Deacon is absolutely correct. It is a constantly shifting goalpost, and the quicker people realize that, the quicker people are going to be able to make that decision and move towards the true church. So,
absolutely.
But yeah, great point, Father Deacon. There was another thing that I wanted to pull up. So we're talking about kind of recent news in the Roman Catholic world. A big thing coming up that a lot of people aren't paying a lot of attention to. I think is really going to be. I mean, you think things are going a little crazy right now. They're about to get even crazier in a couple of different ways in the Roman Catholic world. The German Catholic bishops, some of the things that they're pushing for. I don't know if you guys have followed this. If you watch my show, you probably are up to date. But anyway, they just appointed a new head of the German Catholic Bishops' Conference, and there was already speculation that they're heading to schism anyway. But who knows if that's really the case? They say anytime something crazy happens, there's going to be some kind of schism. But I don't think that's the case. But anyway, they put this guy in charge that wants to ordain women priestesses in the German Catholic Church. He wants to do Skittles weddings, these types of things. He wants to do ABC 1, 2, 3. Not only did they just appoint this guy, but they are pushing for the German synodal way, which basically means that their application of doctrine comes to a majority vote. 80% of them want these types of weddings to take place in the German Catholic Church. So if this passes, if they're able to successfully push through their German synodality process, we're going to see even crazier stuff coming out of the German Catholic Church. We just saw this very recently. This was April 8th here. I'll put this up on the screen. But these are the type of statements you're hearing from German bishops right now. This is from LifeSite News as well. German bishop sparks outrage with scandalous claim that this is a part of God's plan, that God made people this way. This is the type of teaching that we're getting out of the German Catholic Church, and they have put somebody in charge that signs off on this type of theology. I mean, if you've watched the show for long enough, you'll see each of these appointments have been like this. So they're building up to something pretty devastating, at least in Germany. Now, back in the U.S., for those of you that don't know, the Eastern Catholic Church has for a long time been kind of a safe haven for people that are like they're a little freaked out by what's going on in the Novus Ordo. Maybe they're tired of the persecution in the TLM. They want some normalcy, but they're not ready to go Orthodox. They go Eastern Catholic, right? That's going to change. They have just put someone over revising the Code of Canon Law that the Uniates are allowed to use. The reason that they've been a safe haven is because they've had their own Code of Canon Law.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So now they're revising it. And the guy that they put over revising it is probably the most, he's almost just like the German Catholic bishops on each of those topics there, basically. And he was indicated, I'm not going to get too graphic, but he was implicated in some things of that nature as well in the past, and this was, recorded and whatever. But you get the point. This is the person that's in charge of changing the canon law for the uniates. So I think we're going to see a lot more people flooding into the Orthodox Church as they continue to lose their little pockets of normalcy.
Yeah, let's never forget, this is the good that God draws out of the evil, right? Because this is why people are awakening. Part of it. It's part of the process. When things were more subtle, it was easier to miss it. Now they're just so in your face, and people have to make it. They have to make a choice. Now, for those who don't choose the right way, that choose to remain, of course, then their responsibility is going to be that much more pronounced too. So I mean, it's kind of back to the original point of this conversation. The more evident it is, the more you're going to be evaluated, in the day of judgment. So it's tragic, obviously, in and of itself, but God is and will continue to draw good out of it for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like I say all the time. It's like the flood waters are rising. Get aboard the ark. It's becoming more and more clear.
That's right.
The ark of salvation is the Orthodox Church. I mean, you see this in the Anglican communion with their new archbishop, their lady bishop that is pro unaliving babies, Lord of mercy. You see this within the even the conservative Anglicans, the ACNA. We just watched a clip yesterday of a bishop ordaining his own wife, and she's like, "Hee, I have to submit." It's a big joke. You see the LCMS falling apart. Basically, put a pin in the map of every mainline Protestant denomination. They're all splintering. Look at evangelicalism right now. It's all almost completely subverted by Christian Zionists. I mean, it's just, you've seen the 1,000 pastors that Netanyahu flew over to Israel to get their marching orders. And so, I know people who attend the churches, one of the churches in which those pastors pastor over. They send me emails. They say, look, I just had to sit through a sermon. My pastor he was sending me an email when his pastor got back from Israel. He was like, the first sermon that they told me was, we need to give our money to Israel. Those who bless Israel will be blessed. So this is what they're going over there to get their marching orders, and they're coming back. So you're either going to be, if you're an evangelical in a church that is, serving foreign interests, very obviously and theologically tied to this kind of ideology, or you're in a crumbling mainline Protestant denomination that is, I mean, just it's falling apart at the seams. Almost every other week, there's a new crazy scandal. Or you're in the Roman Catholic Church, where, I mean, we just talked about a number of news stories that's going on there. So the waters are rising. It's becoming more and more clear to many people, and we're in the age of information. There's going to be a lot less of an excuse, like you said, Father, for people who decide to, well, it's not a big deal, we'll just ignore the water up to our noses, So.
Well, I think we need to prepare for the next threat too, though, and this is kind of where I wanted to go. This might be a little bit outside the realm where you're expecting, but I think it's an important point. I'd like to unpack it with you and get kind of your sense of it as well.
Let's do it.
My concern. So I'm kind of looking to the next step of things, right? I mean, I'm a former military guy. I'm always trying to look 3 or 4 steps ahead, right? It's how I'm wired. And I have some concerns about, like, if all this is going on around us, to what degree is it going to impact us, right, in Orthodoxy? Because we are rapidly becoming of course, it's the true faith, but really just the last standout for just basic sanity in the world, right? Like, it's not even just now about theology. It's about just decency, right? We are like the last bastion for this. And the fact is that I think it's short-sighted to think that we are not going to be attacked as well. If you look at what happened to the Catholic Church, the breakdown, I mean, I studied this pretty thoroughly when I was one, like how Vatican II happened, right? I mean, that in itself is a pretty fascinating story, how you had this institution that was so rigid and so, like, ordered, and the hierarchy was so strong and authoritative to become what it is now. I mean, it's truly astounding. And of course, you can trace what happened. And of course, when the papacy was taken over and all these other things, but it wasn't just that. There's a lot more to it. I mean, there were a lot of bishops, for example, depending on what conspiracies you believe. I mean, it doesn't seem to me hard to believe, at least, but there's there was speculation that the Freemasons essentially had put their bishops in place 50 years ago, 50 years previous, right? So around when Pius X was coming out hard on modernism, the enemy of the Catholic Church at the time realized that they were unable to destroy the church from outside, so they infiltrated it from within. And so they put their guys into seminaries. They're the ones that became the bishops at Vatican II. And they're the ones that then foisted the modernist agenda on the church in direct opposition, directly contradictory to what the church 100 years ago had been. And as church, really, I just mean, the community, the Catholic community. It's not a true church in the way the Orthodoxy is true. Okay, just to be clear about that. But they call themselves a church. And so like tracing and learning from that experience, I don't want to say that I think any of this is happening, but I do want to say that I think we need to be on guard against it happening, which is with all these converts, which of course, thank God for them, right? We're very thankful that these people are coming in, but we have to realize we shouldn't, pride goeth before the fall, right? We shouldn't be too quick to take our triumphant victory lap in this, because we ourselves stand to come into the crosshairs. Like, part of what has helped Orthodoxy is that we've been a small fish. Well, guess what? We're not such a small fish anymore. We've come into the attention. We've reached the attention of those who would like to destroy us. And there's no denying that they're going to start, doing what they can. And we're seeing some limited signs of that already with certain theologians coming out of a particular university in New York.
I was just going to bring that up.
Yeah.
That's right? What I was going to go to.
Yeah, it's already occurring. And of course, once again, from my own personal place in this, I have nothing to do with it. I can ignore it. But the people that come to me, depending on some of the places that I've been, sometimes people can be influenced by some of that stuff. Oh, this, he's an Orthodox guy, blah, blah, blah. Right. We need to respond to that. So my point here is that we should first and foremost understand that I think two major points, that what makes Orthodoxy and why people want to be here and why they should be here is because of our insistence on remaining true to the truth of Christ, right? The truth that Christ is, right? And has put forth in this holy church that we have. Okay, church in the true sense now. And it's also sort of secondarily the best selling point that we have in addition. So it's both what's going to draw people to our churches, at least the people that are serious, right? The people that actually, are in it to win it, so to speak, that really they're there for the right reasons. And secondly, it's what's going to preserve it for others. And I think if we're going to be honest with ourselves, and this is kind of maybe the controversial point here, but I think it needs to be stated, we have to look and see where we can improve too. Or, and when I say we, I don't mean the church inviolate. I'm talking about those who constitute the church, clergy, myself included. Where can we get better? Where do we need to get better, right? I think for a long time, I've been Orthodox now for almost 20 years. And I've seen, especially when I first came in, because Orthodoxy was so obscure in the world's eyes, in the West's eyes at least, I saw a lot of attempts at accommodation of things, right? And you still see this. There's certain churches, older churches that have pews in them, for example. This is not how we worship, okay? I'm not saying if your church has pews, you should leave it, okay? I mean, to be clear, I'm not trying to, but why was that? We've never done that. Well, it's because they were trying to sort of fit in, if you will, in the world, the new world that they came into. And I think there's been a spirit, somewhat of that spirit of trying to adapt or trying to fit in. And we need to not do this. My opinion is, I have a strong opinion on this, that the church, people conform to the church, not the church conforming to the times, right? We can understand the times that we're in for sure. And when it comes to individual souls, pastorally, sure, we need to meet people where they are, okay, to be clear. But that doesn't mean that we change what we have for their sake. The end objective, right? The goal is always the same. We all are called to the same end. And we might be different distances from that end, okay? And pastorally, I have to figure out where somebody is and then challenge them to move to the higher way. We can't just let people revel where they are. I've said this, to others, and sometimes it's not always popular. Some people don't like this. I've had people in my own parish, for example, people that have come to my church that don't come back over this. I think it's because of this, because they've been going to a church where the priest is just kind of like, their buddy. He's like a guidance counselor. You come to him, he'll offer a little advice here and there, and then there's no challenge. But I don't look at that as my job. I look at my job as, I'm more like a sports coach, right? If you're going to put in those terms, like, our goal, is, as St. Paul says, this, he likens it to athleticism, to running the race.
Yeah, race.
And as an athlete, I'm not doing, like, if I'm a coach of a team, I'm not doing those who are in charge of, right, the people I'm coaching, I'm not doing them any favors if I'm not challenging them to be better, if I'm not forcing them to get outside of their comfort zone, right? Mm-hmm. And I think this is unfortunately, this is something that maybe for one reason or another, we have clergy have forgotten somewhere along the way. And I think we need to bring it back. I think people need to understand, first and foremost, when they come into the church, our first job is to instill in them the proper expectations. Because I think if we don't do that, my fear is that with this great influx of people, that within a few years, we're going to see a great exodus of people. And this would just be the greatest tragedy ever. Because, for somebody that, somebody needs to understand this, that, like, this is the most serious thing you're going to do in your life. Like, there is nothing more important than coming into the church. And if you don't come in in the right spirit for the right reasons, and you don't work through those things, eventually, if it doesn't happen right away, then the likelihood is when the hard time comes, you're going to fail. And now your situation on the day of judgment, the awesome day of judgment, is going to be worse for you potentially than if you would never come in. This is an unpopular message, but like I say, I think people need to know we're not doing them any favors, right? Hey, the road's out up ahead, but the guy's really enjoying driving, and I'm not going to tell him that the bridge is out and he's going to crash off a cliff, right? I mean, it's our job to make sure that people know what they're getting into. And of course, it's absolutely worth it. There's nothing better, there's nothing more glorious, right, than being united to Christ in his holy church. But we have to understand that this is something that is it's truly profound, and we have to treat it that way. And I think right now, one of the problems with all this influx coming in, it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget. And so I just would like to remind everyone, clergy, included, that I think I'm less concerned about the academics. It's very important. I mean, academics are important too. I'm not saying they're not important, but my big thing before I baptize somebody in the church is I want them to understand what they're getting into, right? And the real responsibilities and the real challenges that they are going to face, right? And to be prepared for those before they go into those baptismal waters. Okay. And this is something so important. So it's really, this is something that I think needs to be a bigger discussion out there, because we really, as it was just mentioned in the chat there, these are real risks that we have. And, several years from now, I might be lamenting the opposite if we don't do what we need to do now. Right.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I obviously have some very strong opinions on preserving tradition and things like this. But I will say for those, there was a big argument in the chat about pews. Guys, come on, get a grip. Focus. You hear one controversial thing and your brain is like, it's like you're a snail that was hit with salt. Focus, guys. No, someone was saying I stand out of defiance for the pews or something. I said, come on, I was gonna make a joke. I was like, my church has some chairs or whatever. I stand in the back every service. This is true. I stand in the back every service because I'm so trad. I'm so traditional. I'm there with 4 kids, so there's not enough seats. I leave that for the older people. But yeah, Clips channels, do me a favor. I do want to address, we'll get into the topic in just a second, but Clips channels, do me a favor. There were a couple of clips that have been coming out lately where it's like, I'll like there'll be like some kind of controversial thing that like people have different opinions on in the Orthodox Church, and you'll make a clip and it's like my face and it's like, you are required to do this to be Orthodox. Please don't do that. Please stop doing that if you're doing that. I'm going to ask you to take those videos down if you do. So please stop. You're getting me in trouble. Okay. Anyway, so back to the topic. Absolutely. I think we need to be wise, right? We should be wise about the influx of new converts and things like this. You know, it's not only with the new converts, though, with the institutions that would seek to harm us, because as you said earlier, there are several large institutions that are already working to try to subvert within Orthodoxy. We saw this same thing with the whole OCU debacle. And then now the same thing's about to happen potentially in Montenegro with the Serbian church. So I think we should be very aware of. I mean, the only thing I'll say on that is just be careful where your money's going. But as far as the university aspect, I wanted to share this, and this is something I've spoken about multiple different times on the show, is knowing who's supporting some of these different organizations. So, for instance, the Fordham University, this is something we've talked about quite a bit. I'm not going to go through the entire thread, but this is a good thread I posted on X showing different CIA ties, funding paths, know where the money is going. This is what I'm talking about. Know where the money is going. But different CIA basically funding channels going towards Fordham University, who they have on their payroll. They have previous CIA directors working for them, but there are institutions that they're putting up these publications that are not Orthodox. These are Jesuit publications. Public Orthodoxy is one of them. So you'll see them come out with the most wild takes, like they'll have like a LGBT weekend or something, and it's Public Orthodox, Fordham University LGBT weekend or something. We want to expand acceptance of the, LGBT acceptance or whatever. Like, you be loud and proud, and then come to find out this is funded by a Jesuit university with CIA backing. So there already are people who are trying to subvert within Orthodoxy. We just need to know where the money is coming from so that we can avoid. For instance, here's John Brennan. He's on staff at Fordham. But here's documents showing revenue streams coming through the Luce Foundation, from the CIA to the Luce Foundation to Fordham for these specific things. Here's one example here, 2019 gender conference or whatever from Fordham. Okay, so this is who's trying to subvert. One institution is trying to subvert. And then you hear their own statement about what they want to accomplish. They literally say it. They say, how will conservative Christianity be transformed by women who are leading the way to create a new status quo in the Orthodox Church, one that focuses on inclusivity and intersectionality? This project is going to reveal how Orthodox feminist activists are pushing back against the hegemony of patriarchal Christianity. So yeah, I mean, they're basically coming out and all but saying, we're going to try to subvert your church. So they're not exactly secret about it.
No,
I think that's one aspect. We need to be aware of that kind of stuff. So when we see some kind of article come out, we're not completely psyoped. That got a lot of traction. So I think a lot of people are kind of hip to the public Orthodoxy thing now. But I think more journalism that exposes that kind of stuff, I think, is very helpful. But what is not helpful is catechumens going and harassing their priests because they're not trad enough. What is not helpful is inquirers coming into the church arguing with their priest about canon law. So I want to be very clear about that, because as people who have come from a Protestant background, or even a Catholic or Sedevacantist background, we've had to go through a large intellectual journey to get where we're at, intellectual and spiritual. So we feel like we've had a lot of things figured out. And I think there's a real danger of pride for new people who come into the church and we're like, I've got it all figured out. My parish priest, he's just like a parish priest. I bet I probably know more than him about, oh, that person over there is not wearing a whatever, or like this person over here, they're not doing the, this right. Or maybe they're not, they don't know. There's a real danger to go down that route. So I would caution, while yes, it's super, super important to preserve tradition, if you are an inquirer or catechumen, keep these things in mind as well. please don't be a pest for your priest. They got enough to worry about.
It comes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
I was going to say just to put a little bow on that. I mean, I think that you're and the other issue is that it's just kind of related to this academic, right? That orthodoxy is an academic thing. This is kind of like underlies a lot of this problem is they're coming at orthodoxy with a Western mind, right? And what they don't understand for the people that have been Orthodox for a long time is while that has its place, there's an element of that. It's not what we emphasize in our day-to-day life. That's what I want to try to get across. And sometimes they're kind of horrified by this. Well, you don't da-da-da-da-da. Well, yeah, because it's not something that's important to us in the same way that it is to you right now, because we've moved past that, right? We're focused on love of God rather than the intellectual dissection of God, right? So there's a place, once again, theology is very important, but theology is important for guiding us. Once we've been guided, once we have an understanding of who God is, and once again, this understanding is not just academic, but it is partially, of course, there's an element of this, but it's experiential once again. And these two things have to work together. Even in the saints and the fathers, I mean, they were not just scholars, right? Let's remember that. The fathers were not just scholars. They were scholarly, but they were also saints. This is a huge distinction. Yes. You can have theologians in the West, and I remember this. You had people that were incredibly knowledgeable. This, in fact, was one of the arguments against the Catholic position, is you had people that would teach in universities Catholic theology, like schools, colleges, that were not themselves Catholic. Now think about that for a minute. So they could quote Aquinas, they could quote all these people, they knew them inside and out, but they themselves did not adopt, the Catholic belief. So if it's only intellectual, right? If knowledge of God leads to faith, right? In that sense, if there's this one-to-one, then how do you explain that? Faith in Orthodoxy is not an intellectual assent per se. There can be elements of that, but it's a gift from God. It's a grace that we receive. And so in that context, this is the reason why, for example, that bishops, at least in ROCOR, I don't know about in other jurisdictions, but I know there are bishops in ROCOR that won't even let somebody go to seminary until they've been Orthodox for at least a decade, at least 10 years. And that's how it worked out for me. I mean, it was just the timing. But I thank God for that time, because, there's so much retooling that has to happen both in your mind and in your, just in your soul in general, being Orthodox. And so to your point, man, that this is so critical, to just take that time and just, savor that time, marinate in the faith before feeling like you need to go, teach the faith and educate your priests and all this. So,
come on day one, educate your priest immediately. Why you got all these pews in here? Start ripping them out. They got chairs, knock them over. No.
That's right.
Just be obnoxious and have your priest pull all his hair out. No.
There you go.
No, but that's an interesting point that you make about us it's not merely like an intellectual assent, because that is one of the biggest differences between Roman Catholicism and Orthodoxy. Especially around like Eucharistic theology and things like this, because they won't give communion to infants. This was a huge debacle. Also, the mentally impaired, those that can't distinguish between food and the Eucharist, they won't give them the Eucharist. I know there's some that like disregard the rule, but that is the USCCB guidelines. They cannot receive communion if they cannot distinguish between the Eucharist and food. Now, this is different for Uniates. This is different for Eastern Catholics. They have different codes of canon law. But this was a big debacle recently. But that just displays very up front and center. This was something Father Stephen DeYoung brought up, by the way. I didn't know until he had mentioned it and showed me the receipts. But that really does display the difference in the way that we approach the spiritual life and the sacraments as well. It's not just a scholastic assent or intellectualizing the faith. So let's see. All right, well, maybe this would be a good time to get into some Q&A. What do you think about that?
Sure, that'd be great.
How much time do you have? Do you have a hard stop?
Not really. Probably 2 hour mark. I wouldn't want to go past that.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so we got a couple super chats I'm going to get through. If you have questions, go ahead and send them in. I'll start starring them. If you want to jump to the head of the line, you should know how to do that by now. But I appreciate all the super chats y'all have sent in. Iron Giant Man 007. Did you see Shapiro talking about the Noahide laws?
No, I don't. I don't watch. I don't waste my time watching him.
Well, I think there was a clip going around,
Okay.
not that long, like very recently, where he was saying something along the lines of like, people from like every religion are going to be in paradise or something, like some crazy statement. Him and Bishop Barron have been going back and forth saying the most wild stuff. I don't know if you're following this, Father, but there was a Carrie, you know who Carrie Prejean is?
No.
She's a Catholic convert, was part of the Religious Liberty Commission, Trump's admin Religious Liberty
yeah.
Commission.
Okay.
And she got
the one
ousted.
that got let go. Yeah, I did hear about that.
So she was kicked off for opposing Christian Zionism. Then you have Bishop Barron coming out, and he makes a statement counter to her position and saying, well, actually, the Catholic Church says that we believe Israel has the right to exist, which is not Catholic teaching.
So, you can't make this stuff up.
This is what he comes out and he says. This is insane. But the reason he
Crazy.
said that is because I found this
didn't
out
want the
from
boot.
a buddy of mine, Joe Enders, who was fired for opposing Christian Zionism as well from his parish. He's a Catholic guy. And there was a leaked USCCB docket that was sent to the various priests. It's like an address to the pastors. If you have any media, whatever, and you're going to address this subject, these are your talking points. And they were the most insane talking points. It was all about Carrie Prejean, by the way, who was on my show not that long ago. He said, the Jews did not kill Jesus. It's one argument, which is, what are we even doing here? Israel has a right to exist. And there was a couple of other ones that were just as insane. If you guys want to check those out, go and watch. I think this was the one I just did on Jay's show. We were talking about the crazy USCCB docket that was sent around, but it's nuts. I mean, the United States Catholic bishops are supporting Christian Zionism, and you're getting the opposite from Leo. So it almost seems like there's like factions fighting against each other in public right now.
Yeah.
Which is why there's so much confusion. Colton, I'm coming into the church from a non-background. How should I approach non-religious or non-denominational? How should I approach Protestants, Catholics about Orthodoxy being the true church in a loving way? I struggle not just throwing around heresy. Well, that won't work. That will not work. This is what we're talking about, the spiritual life being important.
Look, I was a young man once. I mean, I get it. I get it completely. I mean, like I said, if I was, 20 or 30 years younger than I am now, I would be that way too. I mean, it's just part of it is just experience. Part of it is just, life wears you down and it gives you perspective, right? So now this thing that seems so incredibly important and has to be responded to in this violent way. Once you have the perspective of a lot more life, you see where it fits into the bigger picture. So, I mean, anyway, I appreciate the zeal as maybe, untethered as sometimes it can be, in some people. I think at least it's starting from a good place. Okay. But it does, like anything, it has to be tempered. But that all being said, as far as actually answering your question, I think, and this is true for everybody, this isn't just for somebody coming from your background or, in anybody who's converting. Once again, remember, just tie back in what we've already talked about, that Orthodoxy isn't about primarily, it's not about its academic theology. It's about living. Orthodoxy is a lived faith. And yes, we have to know what we're living. So it matters. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but it matters for the sake of living in accordance with it, right? We have to know what to do so that we can do the thing, right? But it's the emphasis on doing and living in accordance with this that's important. And so rather than trying to convince people, right, intellectually that you have the right way, kind of once again coming back to Saint Seraphim, this whole idea of acquiring a spirit of peace, what he's saying really is a pure heart, right? If we obtain a pure heart that is in union with Christ, right? If we have achieved theosis, as we call it, that itself is a much greater apologetic than this, argument or that argument. And it's one that's much harder to refute, right? because there's a lot of very intelligent people that are also well-read out there. And, and, when it comes to this versus that, I mean, people are going to kind of decide who they thought was one. What I find funny about debates, real quick on this, because it ties into this, is that when you watch the comments on some of these debates, I won't watch debates, I don't have time, but I'll read the comments sometimes. And it's kind of hilarious to me that you have literally, oh, my guy totally won, my guy totally dominated, right? It's like you read the comments and it's like, a lot of times it's going into it. It's the disposition. Once again, who did you expect to win? Who did you want to win? Right. And unless somebody is truly objective, and they're out there, it's going to be hard for them to sort through the arguments. A lot of times it's going to be the disposition. When somebody, on the other hand, is living a holy life, they exude. The saints, for example, people comment all the time on this when they meet the saints. They have a presence about them. The things they say, if you write them down, a lot of times they're just basic things. There's nothing like special about that, special in the sense of like, super profound. It's just basic teaching, but the manner in which it was delivered is so impactful because of the personal holiness of the person delivering it. Right. So my point here, how this is relevant to converts, is the best apologetic you can make for people is for them to see the transformation happening in you based on your living of this faith. When they see you becoming, like, say you struggle with anger, for example, which is true for most young men, right? We get frustrated and, this is a thing. If they see you being able to live in a state of peace and not get fired up about everything, I don't mean you don't care about it. You do, but you respond to it in a manner that is more thoughtful, right? Is more intentional rather than just, reactionary. That is something that is profound. That is something that is going to move them. So right now, I don't think, personally, in my own conversion, I don't remember really getting into conversations a lot with people. It was more like if they ask me why, I would give them a brief answer. But ultimately, it's the proof is in the pudding, as they say, right? Like, if this is something that's profound, if this is something that's real, it's going to have a real impact on my life. That's how you know when you're living orthodoxy, is when you are being changed, when you're being transformed into somebody better. Then that means that you're doing things better. Now, we'll never get there. We're always sinners. We're always, and anything good that we are able to do, of course, is 100% because of God's grace and our acceptance of that grace. And that's our only part in it, I guess, is that we accept these graces and don't reject them. But we could do nothing without that grace. And I like to use the analogy. I'll just kind of end on this. I like to use the analogy of a boat, right? This is a common analogy. But if we put up the sail, our job is to put up the sail, right? We can't really propel the boat anywhere, but we can put up the sail and kind of move it around and catch the grace, right, of God to move us to where we need to go. So are we moving ourselves, or is God moving us? Of course, God is moving us. God is moving us in that direction, but we are cooperating with this, as opposed to this Protestant idea that essentially, God does everything for us. Well, in a sense, we couldn't save ourselves. That's true, kind of. But it isn't like this gift that's just handed out and then we don't have to do anything to cooperate with it, right? We can just live, we can just continue on the way we are and not make any changes and not follow the commandments. But we're, once saved, always saved. So I can just be this, horrendous wretch of a human being, and I'm still going to be saved because, Christ did it all for me. We don't believe that in Orthodoxy. Like, there's God gives us the gift, but we have to accept that gift. And so I just think about it in this way. It's not about you converting them. Last thing. It's not up to you to convert them. God is going to be the one to convert them. All that we can do is try to live in the most godly way possible, and to be an instrument of that grace to them. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the bulk of what you're discussing there. I will say I've spoken to many different people who've given me their testimony. I do think that debates do play a decent part, but I think that there is a contrast. Especially for people that are coming recently. A lot of people have been, they see that the Roman Catholic system isn't able to stand up to scrutiny, or they'll see that Protestantism really, the various denominations, they can't put forth good answers to some of these questions. And it starts to get them thinking and pulling the thread. Now, I'll agree, if I have a conversation with someone face to face, I'm probably not going to convince that person right there in the moment. But I give a example quite often. I had a conversation, you could maybe consider it a debate, but it's cordial. Most of the discussions I've ever had, even when they're called debates, are pretty cordial. And I try to keep good relationships with people, like we're talking about Eric Ibarra and this kind of thing. But I had a discussion with my my sister's now husband, was then boyfriend. They were atheists at the time, and we're running through tag or whatever, and my sister, overhearing that, became convinced, and then shortly after that she started investigating Christianity, and she was baptized. She went to an evangelical church at the time, but anyway, so she was convinced by listening to the debate because her ego wasn't involved in the actual debate. She had no stake.
That's the key point. And just to clarify, because I want to be clear. I mean, I as I mentioned earlier, I mean, I see the value in them, but the key difference is, I think it's you're hitting on, is the disposition of the people that are engaging in it. If somebody asks me about it, of course I'll tell them. But the problem is, a lot of times people volunteer. It's the joke about CrossFit, all right? How do you know somebody's CrossFit? Because they're going to tell you in the first 5 seconds, or a vegetarian or whatever, right? It's that kind of thing. And don't get me wrong, I've done CrossFit myself and everything, so I mean, I get it. But my point is that we it's that whole idea of a man. There's an old saying: a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. Somebody has to, if they're coming into it because they want to discern the truth, and absolutely discuss it with them. But a lot of times, my experience, a lot of times people get in these debates or these discussions because they're just trying, they have an agenda. They have an axe to grind. They think they know something, and they want to show you how smart they think they are, or whatever. And I think these debates can be a waste of time. Now, if the two parties are coming into it, and once again, if somebody is new and they're trying to work through these things, and the people that are debating are capable, then of course, then that can be good. And I'm not opposed to those. I just think, once again, in the context of a person who's just coming into the faith and they're just learning it themselves, it's better to hold off on trying to take up the mantle of apologist until, once again, that you've marinated in the faith a bit and have the spirit to go along with the mind, if that makes sense. That's all.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was a discussion that happened recently. It wasn't a debate, but somebody had brought up the statement that Father Stephen DeYoung had made on one of the previous live streams, and they clipped it. And it was basically him saying the fact about, in the Roman Catholic Church, they don't give the communion to people who are severely mentally disabled. And they clipped a little section of it, and they were like, "This is a lie. Father Stephen DeYoung's a liar. He needs to come out and apologize," or whatever the case may be. And I did like a short response clip with some clarification, like, "Hey, here's the USCCB guidelines. Maybe you should look into these things before speaking on them publicly, and slandering priests or whatever."
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a message afterwards, and they were very upset because they were saying they really didn't pay attention to what was said, but they were emotional and upset. They messaged me and they said, and I responded to my DMs. I mean, I'm not hard to reach. He said something along the lines of, "My grandmother she had severe Alzheimer's, and she died a Catholic, and they gave her the Eucharist and all this other stuff." Look, that's not the time to debate with people. You know what I responded to that person with? "I'm sorry for your loss. I'm going to say a prayer for your grandma right now."
Yeah, that's right. That's
all you can do in that situation.
Yeah,
like, imagine if I was like, "So what? They gave her the Eucharist. Like, it's she didn't fall under the USCCB guidelines." That's not the right response.
Yeah.
Who am I winning over with
Yeah.
that? But anyway, so I just thought that was an interesting comparison. Great Scott says, "Great stream and guest. Father bless."
May the Lord bless. Thank you.
Gregory Tamales, he's a ex-LDS guy. "RCs have the same problem as LDS. Central authority figures are treated as infallible until they speak heresy. Then people move goalposts to save face."
Interesting.
You do see that with the LDS. That was one of his big talking points. He came on the show. I did like a testimony documentary thing, and I had people from various different backgrounds give the reasons why they became interested in Orthodoxy and left their previous tradition. So with that, one of his talking points was, they said they were like infallible prophets and all these kinds of things, but they constantly change their dogmatics all the time. One example was ordination of African Americans. They didn't allow that at one point, and they said, "Oh, actually, it was bad that we did that." So now we allow it. It just changes. And the theology behind that was supposed to be that this is crazy because it's LDS theology was supposed to be like
Whacked.
I'm not going to read your super chat. That's inappropriate, pufferfish. But anyway, the theology behind the LDS thing was they were angels that did not fight in the war that led to the fall of the angels or something. So they were like the lazy angels. They got cursed to be African American, African. So
there's a great beyond the South Park episode, which actually is pretty accurate from what I understand. There's actually there's a series on not that I'm recommending South Park, people, okay, but that thing they did on Mormonism, I guess, is pretty accurate, I'm told. But there's actually on YouTube, you can find, if you just put in like LDS or like Mormon theology or whatever, Mormon beliefs, there's an old cartoon, it looks like it was made in the 60s, that goes through and it lays out pretty well all of their just crazy beliefs. And I mean, it's truly astounding that anybody could really get on board with that stuff. But yeah, if you ever want to know what they believe in a quick package, I suggest that. I don't know it's easy to find. You just put it in there and it's come up every time I've looked for it. So
Jerome with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Father Sebastian, your interviews about why you left the Roman Catholic Church helped me immensely. I recently joined the Roman Catholic Church through the ICKSP, became sede, and is now working on becoming a catechumen in ROCOR. I just can't deal with it anymore.
Glory to God. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank God. Yeah, it's yeah, that's what makes us worth it. That's what that's the real benefit to this online ministry. So thank you for letting me know that. It helps a lot.
Alex Horn says, got it. South Park is Orthodox.
Nice. Oh, goodness.
Henry says, another problem is RCs want change are either pushing peak medieval heretical Latin church or Skittles modernism, Lady Bishop nonsense, bad and bad.
That's right. Well, there's a reason for that, because let's remember that one extreme breeds its opposite extreme, right? Just by nature of things. That's why Protestantism, for example, can never fully divorce itself from Catholicism, because it's directly and inextricably tied to it. So everything that Protestantism does, it's always done as a reaction, or at least for a long time, it's been done as a reaction to something the Catholics did, which thereby ties them to that. And so, when somebody, as opposed to an Orthodoxy where we're supposed to pursue the royal path, right? And the royal path is, you can kind of think of it as a trail on the top of a mountain, right? It's narrow, and if you kind of venture off one way or the other, you're going to fall off the cliff. But for most people, the way people are in general, they tend to be a bit binary, and so it's part of the fall that we have to really be aware of and try to work against. But our natural tendency is to say, all right, this thing bad, therefore opposite good, right? In sort of caveman speech. So if Skittles thing bad, then I want to take the furthest thing from that in order to separate myself as far as I can to be good. But what you really get, instead of the truth, is you just get the other end of the spectrum, which is bad in its own way, right? So this hard liberalism and this hard rightism, if you will, I mean, both of them have problems because they miss the mark, right? They miss that royal path. The royal path isn't one thing in opposition to another. It rises above both extremes as I could say, a pathway or a trail on top of a mountain. And so we want to always avoid that. When we see something that's evil, don't say, what's the opposite of that so I can do it, right? Try to understand, what this is and what specifically is wrong with it. Because that's another thing too that I notice that people don't do very well anymore, and where there's a lot of confusion that comes about, is that I think something that's getting bred out of the education system is the ability to make what we call distinctions. Right, it's the ability to make distinctions is a very, very valuable tool, right? Yeah. In any kind of intellectual exercise, academic endeavor, you have to be able to do that, because what happens is if you can't make distinctions, and we see this all the time in the public discourse, is you have two things that look the same, but they're not, right? They're the same in these ways, but they're different in these ways. And the ability to make distinctions is to be able to say, all right, these two things are similar in these ways, but they're different in these ways. And when you can do that, then you don't have to condemn the whole thing. You can condemn the elements of the thing that aren't good, or you can also identify maybe the elements of that thing that need to be fixed. So and the other thing you can avoid is you can avoid this I don't remember the name of this fallacy, but where you confuse you confound the individual with the universal. Like you see an instance, kind of like to the point about the Alzheimer's, right? It's like, well, hey, I know one person that they gave communion to, so therefore the Catholic Church, gives communion to people that have Alzheimer's, right? You can't draw from an individual instance of something a universal principle, right? Because there might be many instances where it wasn't done, as an example. So these are important things that I think just help in all of this. And I think if people were more, I would be a lot more of a fan of these debates and these discussions if more people were properly schooled in the principles of correct thinking, so that you didn't go down all these rabbit holes and just like people couldn't connect on ideas. I think they'd be a lot more productive.
Well, people don't understand how to debate. I mean, they don't understand what actual logical fallacies are. They don't understand what rhetoric is. They don't understand what a cross-exam is. People will get upset when somebody's cross-examining somebody else and they interrupt. Like that's built into the rules. Like, what are you talking about? Like, people don't understand what debates are. But I mean, I think they can be helpful. I agree. Sometimes with a lot of the lower tier stuff, it is often just drivel. Like a lot of the smaller channels I see go do debates and things like this that have no idea what they're talking about. It's painful to watch. I was watching one the other day, somebody I'd never heard of before, but they were like, it was just there was no point. It was just arguing in circles with like, you're not even trying to get somebody somewhere or anything like that. No. When I was a Protestant and I did debates, my objective was always to guide them towards one central point. I had my kill shot, and I'm basically trying to guide them towards that rhetorical slam dunk. And that's the entire game, is I'm trying to get them towards this point, this thing. I want them to say something that triggers my reaction. That's boom, mic drop. Here's the thing. This is like in the debate with Dr. Trent Doherty, the linguistics scholar. Y'all know exactly how that debate went. That was the entire thing, guiding him towards a rhetorical slam dunk. Boom, there you go. This disproves your theology. This is the fruit of your theology. This is ABC 1, 2, 3. This is radical ecumenism. This is what happens. So anyway, 2 saints Leo should look up: Saint Olaf and Saint Caleb. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Serious question: how can parishioners get better? That's a good question.
I love that question. Thank you. The thing is that I guess just in general, I'll give it kind of general and then maybe some specifics. In general, at least in terms of what I try to cultivate in my parish, I can only speak, I guess, from my own experience and what I try to do. I really try to cultivate the spirit of a family in my parish. Now, granted, I have a small church, a small parish, and so I can do that. But I think every parish, in fact, there's some priests that I respect that have written, one has written an article on this about the parish basically as a family. And I subscribe to that myself. I really believe that that's the right approach. And so be a good family member. So the point of that is just be a good family member, contribute, ask what you can do to help out. Obviously seek guidance where you can. Also be, as much as it's possible, to try to be patient, because obviously the priest is just one person and we're always super busy and all, and we do the best we can, but we're overwhelmed as well. So especially with all these conversions, even in my little parish, I mean, I've got 25 catechumens now just in my own little church out of like 45 people. So, I mean, it's like, there's a lot of work that's involved, and we want to put the work in. But it helps us when there's kind of a give and take there. I would say that'd be the aspect, but really just try to cultivate the right spirit. Try to understand that you're learning. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to have questions, and you're not allowed to offer, even opinions, but it should be within the context of wanting to learn or wanting to try to work through things, right? If somebody comes in, and this is true of anything, not just church, if somebody comes in once again with an axe to grind, I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's not like we can't handle that. It's just that it sort of changes the dynamic, right? This is something I think it's harder once this is a sort of a generational thing, because the people today come up today have been raised in a very different world than what I was raised in. when I grew up, we didn't have, children didn't have the elevated status of importance, okay, that they have now. Most parents, I grew up with a generation that pretty much our parents kicked us out of the house in the morning, like during the summertime, and they didn't want to see us until the street lights came on. So we were just out doing our own thing all day. Like, I know that it seems kind of like unimaginable to people today, but that's how it was. We were really on our own. We had to sort out our own problems and got in all kinds of trouble, and it wasn't all good. But the point is that by the same token, we also didn't have, like, there was a respect for authority. Let me just put it that way. There was a respect for authority. We didn't tell our parents what we're going to do because we'd get schmacked. It was just the nature of how it was. And I'm not saying all that's good, but I'm just saying that there was an element of that where we wouldn't be inclined to go into a social setting and start telling the person what they're supposed to think. Like, that just would never occur to us. And so maybe a little more of that could be helpful. I don't personally have this issue in my own parish, thankfully, but I have seen it happen. And so the main thing is just, focus on cultivating your prayer life. As far as what you can do specifically beyond the parish setting itself is really, really try to cultivate your prayer life, really come to terms with, the responsibilities that go along with Orthodoxy, and start acquiring those habits, those good habits before you get baptized, you come into the church, because it's going to serve you very well. There will come a point, either before you come in or shortly thereafter, that you're going to be tested. You will be tested. And if you are not prepared for that, if you haven't acquired those expectations, if your expectations are, oh, this is all just great and it's beautiful and, everything is, just kind of straightforward, you're going to really struggle because, St. Paul talks about that, about the, as a child, I had milk, some of that effect. And then now, I'm mature, I have solid food, right? The meat. So this is what's going to happen is we're all expected to step up as we mature in the faith. These consolations, these graces are withdrawn, these initial graces that we have, so that we can step up and mature and embrace this thing for ourselves, right? Because if it's easy, if you love somebody that loves you, what's, Christ says, what is there in that, right? But when there's a struggle there, when it's hard to love, and yet we still put forth that love, now we're building a real relationship with Christ, right? When it's not just he's giving us all this stuff, right? If I give my kid a cookie and he tells me he loves me, right? Is there anything to that, right? But if I have to discipline him and he tells me he loves me, that's something, right? And I think there's an element there in terms of that we can learn from in our own faith. So really just kind of try to listen as much as possible, work on your prayer life, support the parish, contribute to the parish, go to as many services as you can without creating problems for yourself or your family situation. Develop a relationship with the priest to whatever degree he has the time for, so you can get this seek guidance on things. And I think anybody that does that with a pure heart, for they're coming in for the right reasons, they just want to love God, they want to be united to Him, to Christ. Then that's all you need to do. It'll be fine. You'll do well.
Nathaniel says, "Thank you for that answer, Father Sebastian. That was really helpful as a newly baptized Orthodox."
Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah, I would agree with the that was advice I was given before I even made any kind of like announcement or anything like that. It was or this was shortly after, rather. There was a priest from Thessaloniki that sent me an email, and he said, "Look, you're going to feel an overwhelming overflow of grace now, and then it's going to be withdrawn from you. So just know that you're going to go through like a dry period, and understanding that and preparing for that is, has been very helpful. And just being able to push through and persevere through that. But then also, I think life has certainly helped in my walk. Just some of the things have helped to kind of foster a degree of watchfulness that make me not fall into despair when things are dry like that. And I think that's helpful to foster. I'm going over that topic specifically with my wife. We've been reading a book that Bishop Emiliano sent me about nepsis. So that's been kind of like the subject of the month. Is watchfulness.
That's a critical subject. Yeah. I have all my we work on that with all my parishioners. So at some point in their formation, for sure. No, that's great. Well, I think we're at the 2-hour mark. I mean, we can go a little over if we need to.
Okay, I only have 2 more questions here.
Okay, yeah, let's do them. Okay.
This is a very easy question. Hi, Father. How long does the catechumen process take for RC converts to Eastern Orthodoxy?
Yeah, it's for me, I can't speak. I mean, everybody has their own process. So I think Father Josiah, for example, has a pretty set program, and you started at a certain time. It's more like a set course. For myself, and that's great. There's nothing, of course, that's a great way to do it. For me, my own situation, that doesn't work for me specifically because just the nature of the kind of parish that I have and the people that come to me, it's really case by case. And because, I don't have 150 catechumens like he does, right? It's easier for me to individually evaluate. Honestly, I'm looking for certain things. But most importantly, I get a sense. So there's no set. I mean, the traditional way was 3 years back in the day, back in the early church, there was a 3-year process. And for some people, it's considerably longer than others. It really is just based, once again, on the person themselves and the circumstances that they're going through. I want to make sure, and the things I've talked about already, I guess, that those are in place. That's the main thing. I want to make sure they know what they're getting into, that they have the proper expectations, that they have the basis of knowledge that they need to be able to correctly live the faith, and that their heart is right, that they're doing the right thing for the right reason, and in the right spirit. And so, and I think there are other priests that do that. And I really want to know the person. I think the last piece on this is maybe a little unique for me, is that I really want to know them. And because it hasn't happened to me yet, thank God. I hope it never does. But I have been a part of other churches that, especially for the young men and women, they come in and their catechumen is not long enough, and within a year or two they're gone. In some cases even less than that. I mean, I've seen it happen where they'll come for a few months or 6 months or whatever. They get baptized and you see them once or twice and they're just gone. And oh, Lord have mercy. That's the worst thing ever. So I never want to have that. By the same token, I guess just one last piece on this is that I like catechism, for example, it's not a set program for me. I do adult catechism pretty much every Sunday after liturgy, and the whole parish is invited and encouraged to be a part of it, because the truth is we all need to learn. We all need to keep learning, and there's so much it's a lifelong endeavor. And so, there are specific books that we go through. There's specific things that I want people to know. But really beyond that, it's about the person and where they are and how serious and mature they are in this process.
Mm-hmm. All right, last super chat here. It's very inconvenient following streams past midnight. Can y'all move to the UK, please?
No, thank you. Yeah.
No, thank you. I want nothing.
Sorry, mate. I can't do it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Father, for coming on the show.
Right.
I really appreciate it. This has been a good discussion.
Thank God.
Is there anything you want to plug before we wrap up here?
Yeah, yeah, sure. I mean, of course, I have my own channel. It's Fr Sebastian. I don't know. You're going to put in the description, in the description box, my stuff. Yeah. We have a new church too. So we recently lost our building, our place that we're doing services in. So we're actually doing services in my home right now. And so if you would like to donate to the cause, we of course would love to be able to get into a church again, into an actual building again. So if you do want to do that, the link once again should be in the description. Our website is stgregorypalamas.com if you just want to go there. And then I do have a website as well that I do personal counseling, and I'm working on some online courses, and I have a community and stuff there as well. And that's technologyofvirtue.com. So anyway, I appreciate you having me on here, and it's always a blessing. And I really do appreciate everybody that's been on the chat here and spend the time with us. So anyway, may the Lord bless you. Christ is risen. And until next time.
Truly, he is risen. Okay. All right. Good to see you.
Okay. Thank you. Good to see you. All right. Bye.
All right. I'm going to keep going for a little bit. I do want to go through some of these news articles that I have saved up here. So Alex, I know you were in the chat. Father Ron, I know you were in the chat. If you want to come up on the stage, let me know and I'll send you an invite link, and we could just kind of stream for a little bit here, going through some of this info, because I've got a good half month worth of information here to go through, and I haven't done a Catholic news stream in a while. So I figured this would be a good time to go through some of the bigger ones because there's been some pretty big news drops lately that I think would be interesting to cover. Let me see. Did you guys say you wanted to come up or not? Father Ron or Alex? Let me know in the chat if y'all want to come up, and I'll send you an invite, either Father Ron or Alex or Father Deacon Ananias. But I'll be diving through some of these, and if you want to, maybe we can find a video to react to. All right, so some of the news that I wanted to dive into this during Holy Week, there were some pretty shocking events that happened in the German Catholic Church. Surprise, surprise, because we've been covering them quite a lot. Let's see. Father Ron says, busy now, perhaps soon. Okay. Yay, W extended stream. Let's go. So true. Pope Leo fatigue. So true. Warrior of Christ, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Orthodox Bill. Hey, Ben, what's the name of the book you mentioned you and your wife are reading? My bookshelf is all the way over there. Let me see. Hold on. This was, I'll just text my wife to bring it to me. The book we are reading. Anyway. All right, let's keep going. W Father Ron, W Cleve. All right, so let's dive into the news. I'm going to go ahead and share this with y'all now. So this is from LifeSite News. Catholic Charities in Santa Fe promoted Skittles events during Holy Week. So this Holy Week, Catholic Charities was promoting some Skittles events across various churches in the United States. I have some other things about the German Catholic Church, but this was the first one I wanted to pull up here. So this was about Holy Week. Catholic Charities promoted Skittles events during the Holy Week this year. I'm going to read the article here. On Holy Tuesday, the organization promoted a Transformer Day of Visibility. More alarming, the next day on Holy Wednesday, it promoted a Planned Parenthood sponsored program of Teen Empower, a lavender prom event aimed at youth under 18 to intermingle with adults described as teens and allies. So very not good at all information to be popping up here. The event encourages participation across a broad range of young teens, with adults offering free HIV testing during the event. In fact, the 2024 Lavender Prom featured 4 to 5 grown adult males and drag performers that attended Planned Parenthood Teen Empower events. So here are some flyers for the events that they hosted during Holy Week. Lavender Prom, sponsored by Planned Parenthood. So this is a Catholic organization that is pushing for Planned Parenthood sponsored events done in the church. This is crazy. So this is what's going on lately in the Catholic Church. This is how they're spending their Holy Week. It seems fitting that this organization should promote Planned Parenthood on Spy Wednesday, but giving this information, it seems unlikely this would be a one-off incident. So we took a closer look at this Catholic Charities affiliate and discovered a much deeper connection to the promotion of this organization and transformerism. For instance, June 5th, 2025, this organization posted a rainbow-colored heart with the message, "Love lives here," while affirming its acronym neighbors. You get the point. So Catholic Charities Central New Mexico is honored to work alongside and serve such and such and such organization. So this is what they supported this last year. So I guess there is a history of this particular organization supporting pride events, various pride events, Pride on the Pitch, rainbow soccer event. Here's another. They have like drag queens and stuff. So this is a Catholic drag show. Catholic drag shows. I mean, what are we even doing here? It's insane. Let's see what else. Yeah, I don't really want to play this video, Pride on the Pitch. I don't know. Maybe I should. Let's see. Yeah, Dangerous Loaf of Bread. You've been ranting in my chat about mods for like an hour. This is the first live stream I've ever had mods. I just made Alex and Ron mods. So please don't complain about things that haven't happened yet. It's very annoying because I'm trying to, I don't like people getting banned from my chat really ever, unless they're trolls or whatever. So I can't tell if somebody's actually abusing mod if people are complaining about nothing. So just, yeah, just a bit of feedback there. It's very confusing because I'm sitting there trying to figure out if people are getting banned. And nobody's getting banned. You're just ranting into the void. But anyway, get wrecked. Alex, you want to come up on the stage, man? Let me know if you want to swing up here. People said I could live without that, Ben. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't necessarily want to watch Pride on the Pitch Catholic drag show. Lord have mercy. This was shared by the Lepanto Institute. This is a Catholic news agency that sheds light on a lot of this different stuff. This is their stickers from the event. I think we can get the point. They're sharing these stickers or whatever. New Mexico United, Pride is our nature. This is more stuff from their event. They got like kids and stuff holding rainbow stuff. Lord have mercy. Anyway, here's another event here. Fat Frank's hosting hygiene drive to benefit Catholic charities and the Transformer Resource Center of New Mexico. So they're tied into multiple of these organizations. They continue to go into more detail here. They are hosting and supporting organizations like Next Planning, which does like unaliving babies and contraceptives. Anyway, you get the point. This last Holy Week, Catholic Charities was basically sponsoring. This is where your money's going to, by the way. If you're because believe it or not, people say Catholic Charities isn't supported by the Vatican. That's an absolute lie. It has the Pope's explicit approval, and they do receive support and even sometimes funding from some of these organizations and institutions. So yes, they are tied to the Vatican. It's not just a one-off kind of charity NGO thing. But anyway, long story short, Catholic Charities was doing these crazy Pride events during Holy Week. So part and parcel for the news in the Roman Catholic Church lately. Unfortunately, this has been a trend. I did want to do this. This is some breaking news here. So we have some statements by U.S. Rep.
Donald Trump
Nels, who recently came into the spotlight for saying this about the Pope Leo Donald Trump interactions. This is a United States representative here.
Any reaction to Donald Trump's comments on the Pope over the weekend?
I'd probably say the Pope needs to keep his business into leading his flock, so to speak, leading the church, and probably stay out of the political arena. He doesn't need to be getting involved in the political arena. Go lead your church, but stay out of the politics. Right? We didn't elect the Pope to be the president or be the anything else. So just keep his nose in the church's business and stay out of the political arena.
Well, what if he sees his role as sort of leading his flock away?
No, lead his flock. Well, let's focus on just behavior to and everything else. Just focus on your flock. And Donald Trump is our president. It's not the Pope. I didn't elect the Pope to be president.
Thank you, Congressman. Any reaction to?
So he was in the news for making this statement here. Now he made an updated statement. So he basically says, Pope Leo, I didn't vote for Pope Leo to be the president. I voted for Donald Trump to be the president. Pope Leo should stay out of politics. Now let's see this statement that he makes here talking about Donald Trump, where he calls him something very shocking that nobody should support. Pay attention to the very first part of this clip. This is going to be very important. Take a look at this.
I do. I believe that Donald Trump is better than sliced bread. I think he's almost the second coming, in my humble opinion. I think he's done a fantastic.
Whoa! Did everybody catch that? Let me know if you caught that in the chat. What did this guy just say? I'm going to play that one more time.
I do. I believe that Donald Trump is better than sliced bread. I think he's almost the second coming, in my humble opinion. I think he's done a fantastic.
What? And this is shortly coming after that AI picture that Trump posted at himself as Jesus. That is insane. Yeah, exactly. Yes. He says he's almost the second coming. That is nuts. This is why I've been saying, like, in our government today, this Christian Zionist craziness, tying the war that we're in today to some kind of holy war, saying we got to rebuild the third temple, this type of stuff. This has gone way, way, way too far. Now they're looking at Trump as he's some kind of Messiah figure. This is very scandalous and very concerning, if I'm being honest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Sketchy. Yeah, not a good statement, not good timing for this statement, by the way, because Trump just posted that picture of himself as Jesus. And he was saying it was like a doctor outfit or something. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Donald Trump Jesus picture. I'm going to pull that up right quick. Yeah, here you go. I don't want to watch like a video. Anyway, I think you can see it here. You got, this is the picture here that everybody's going crazy about. So you've got Donald Trump in the white robes with the red sash. Obviously, I mean, he says, I thought I was a doctor. I thought I was a doctor in this picture. So you've got Trump healing Epstein. No, that was the joke going around. Yeah, Trump healing Epstein here. You know, with the sash and everything. His hands are glowing. He's laying hands on his head, healing this guy. You've got the person praying over here, and everybody's looking up at him. He's like, I thought I was a doctor. And this is an altered one because it doesn't have the horns on this guy up here, but the one that he posted had horns. Oh, this is the original. This is the one that the guy posted that he re-uploaded with a bit of an AI twist to it. So anyway, yeah. So shortly after this, the guy comes out and he says, he's almost the second coming. Lord have mercy, dude. Not good at all. So we have on two ends of this battle here. You got Donald Trump, who is waging the war in Iran on behalf of Israel. This is my opinion. So you've got Donald Trump, who's waging this war in Iran on behalf of Israel. We have a lot of Christian Zionist rhetoric from our administration going on today. And then you've got Pope Leo, who very rightly called out the war going on here, but for the wrong. He's like, so he was, you know, he was right on that point. But what he's doing is now he's opposing this administration for the wrong reasons. He's basically saying because they're anti-immigration, I oppose this administration, not necessarily because of everything that's going on with Zionism. Thank you so much. Somebody sent in a super chat that said something. Hey, Cleve, what's the name? You mentioned you and your wife were reading. It's this right here, Walking with the Waves by Bishop Emiliano. So if you want to check that out, this is the book on Nepsis. This is part 1. It's very short, so should be easy to read with your loved ones if you want to read that book there. I got another super chat here. The Nomic will question was a genuine theological question I'm having, not a trick question. Yeah, that's fine, but we answered it anyway. So, but I appreciate your super chat. Thank you so much for super chatting in. It seems like I sent Alex, I sent it to you in your DMs. So check your X DMs. Or I'll send it in here again. Let's see. Here you go. I'll post it in the chat again. There you go, Habibi. Oh yeah. Yeah, Conrad is pretty cool. Conrad's a pretty nice fella. But anyway, so you have Leo criticizing the administration for the wrong reasons. So I mean, we don't want to attack him when he's right, but this is the real reason that he is criticizing the admin. What's up, Alex? What's going on, dude?
How are you?
Thanks for coming and hanging out, man.
Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, are you ready for this crazy Catholic news stream? This is going to be nuts, dude.
I'm not ready, but let's do it anyway.
So, all right. So we're going to check this out. So we talked about this with Father just a second ago. Pope in Great Mosque openly forges Vatican Islam super alliance. So he signs this kind of like golden book or whatever. It's like all the people that support the imam or whatever. So let's go ahead and check out some of Pope Leo's statements here. So this seems to be the focus, and we've talked about this. This is the focus of this administration is immigration, or not administration, this pontificate, immigration. He says, we don't want open borders, but we want to flood you with immigrants. Look at the I'm going to talk about this in just a moment, but look at the Spanish government that recently naturalized 500,000 illegal immigrants. They made them citizens. Who was pushing for their naturalization? The Spanish Catholic bishops. And this is called out by nearly everybody. But let's look at Leo's statements on immigration here. This is his priority. This is what he cares about. This is why he's critical of the Trump administration. It really has nothing to do with Zionism. So for those of you that are saying, oh, Pope Leo opposes Trump because he's based and he doesn't like Zionist influence, that's not true at all. He doesn't like that they're anti-immigration.
Stories, testimony, witnesses that we heard even in the past 2 days of people helping each other, Christians with Muslims, both of whom had their villages destroyed, for example, of saying we can come together and work together. I think those are lessons that would be important also that we heard in Europe or North America.
So what are your thoughts there, Alex?
That's just so ridiculous. Maybe you have some like anecdotes in Lebanon of like some civil people that are, not so fanatical, but I don't think you can cite that as a great example of Muslims and Christians getting along. I don't see it. I have people in our immediate Orthodox community in the town that I'm in that are from Lebanon, and there's a constant uneasiness about it. It's no way to live.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just ask the Orthodox what it's like to live alongside Muslims. Father Josiah Trenum recently, well, it wasn't that recent. He was on that one Catholic lady's podcast a little while ago. That one lady that the Catholics don't seem to like too much, but she's pretty popular. And he was on there talking about how living, he's Antiochian. So, a lot of the people in his parish will say, like, look, like we were persecuted hard by the Muslims. We were persecuted hard. So I don't think we want that too much in the United States. Look at France right now. Look at England right now. The UK is nuts. It's absolutely insane. Look at the way Canada is right now. I mean, it might not be overrunning with Muslims right now, but they have a very large Indian population that's taking up all the jobs. People aren't able to work.
Well, they're also subsidized, which is something that I have experienced firsthand. Not like for me, but I know I have family, like college kids, high school kids that are looking for jobs that are like they just want to go work at McDonald's for the summer. But you know what? The government is actually subsidizing jobs for those student visa people that are here from India, from Pakistan, and of course, well, you have to pay some 17-year-old white kid, $15 an hour or whatever the minimum wage is. Why on earth would you do that when you can hire an Indian kid for $7 an hour? It's like on its face, disparate treatment and unfair. I don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, and that's kind of part of the grift. That's why the government is subsidizing these people coming in. But who are they paying to bring these people in? They're paying organizations like Catholic Charities, U.S. aid. A lot of the U.S. aid money was going towards immigration. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but the USCCB website, I've talked about this on the show before. If you go there on their immigration portion there, they say we seek the maximum federal grants to be able to bring as many immigrants and refugees, they call it, as many refugees into the United States as possible. That's their goal. They get paid to do it. Me and Ben Luigi, we did a show not that long ago exposing Lutheran Social Services for the same thing. Catholic Charities is doing it. The USCCB is doing it. The individual bishops are getting paid to bring in migrants and to support these policies. I showed this on Jay's show not that long ago. Let me see if I can actually find that, because I sent that to him in a DM, I think. That might have been in our group thing. Let me see real quick. I'm going to pull this up. Give me just a second. That video was super important. It was
And if I could clarify something real quick, is that none of us are against immigration. All of us are against uncontrolled, unvetted, opening the floodgates for anybody to come in at any time. And that is what it seems to have been, at least in some areas of the border, especially the southern border, that are just totally unmonitored. Like, that's completely unacceptable. That's a major failure. So we are fine with immigrants and immigration, but we need to have processes and rules. We can't just let anybody in carte blanche.
I'd be okay with a pause for a couple of years.
Right, we can do a pause for a couple of years. That's fine.
We gotta pause some things to figure some things out.
And you know what? Maybe some people have to go back home because the way they act here and the way they treat here, they don't treat this like their home, right?
Well,
they leave their trash and their garbage everywhere. Like, that's not how you act when you're at home. You don't abuse your neighbors at home. So send them back home.
Well, if you look at what just happened in Spain, where they just naturalized 500,000. I don't know if you realize that 500,000 illegal immigrants being naturalized and made citizens. That is basically demographic replacement. There, you have that's an invasion. That's almost an entire population. That's no small number. That is massive percentages swapping. Voting blocks completely different. I mean, this is insane. People are like, they just think numbers and they don't think about this kind of stuff. But this is a huge number of people, and they're making like $7,000 a pop on these people, by the way. They're making $7,000 a pop. So anyway, I want to play this because this is a Catholic source exposing the Catholic Church for making money on importing migrants here.
The Catholic Church.
Oh, hold on. Let me get to the super chat. I forgot. Rachel says, have you guys noticed most of the last few popes have started looking alike, just a little creepy? Well, I know the reason for that. It's because they're all the same guy. It's just that test
I was going to
tube.
say, they're clones.
They're cloned. Yeah. It's just the clone deteriorates just a little bit with every pope.
They're just, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, the Palpatine came back.
That's exactly what it is. That's hilarious. All right, let's take a look at this.
Billions off of the migrant crisis. In my opinion, and I've studied this, researched this, each diocese received federal grants. Each diocese in the United States received federal grants for moving migrant children into the United States. So it was not just Catholic Relief Services, Catholic Charities, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. It was all the dioceses. They had invested monetary interest in keeping the migrant flow open and flooding the United States. And I used to work when I was at DCFS with Catholic Charities. They were our nonprofit who found foster parents for us. They know what they're supposed to be doing with these children. Catholic Charities, frankly, when I work with them, they're the best in the business. But in order to place a child with a foster parent, and this foster parent and sponsor about this same job, they had to go through 6 weeks of training, multiple background checks, multiple FBI criminal checks, inspections of their homes, all sorts of referrals and references, and maybe then they'll be approved as foster parents. As I said in the speech, this was a dump and run. They didn't even know who these kids were staying with. They just dropped the kids off at Joe Blow's house in Akron, and good luck, bye. And they never checked back. They never even looked inside the house to see whether there's a bed. So Catholic Charities was making billions. That's why the bishops, in my opinion, are screaming bloody murder about the migration policy, is because their money flow has been cut off and cut off.
Yep. What are your thoughts on that?
It looks like we found the real grifters over here, finally. And it's at the expense of other people's lives, too. It's incredible, honestly. Like, the prelest, the hubris, there's a bunch of adjectives you could throw on that to describe what's going on there. But I think at the end of the day, we are seeing a demonic energy run through that. I mean, to act so cavalier and unthoughtfully about the lives of children just to fill up your own pocket, that's evil.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is something that we've been trying to blow the whistle on for quite some time. Even since the Epstein files dropped, there was a discovery here. So they're talking about just dropping the kids and running and doing whatever. A lot of these kids who were in the same programs, they would get sent to these vacation camps. And some of these operate in the Virgin Islands. And guess what? Jeffrey Epstein was making donations to Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, specifically mentioning youth programs because it's easy to traffic people. So a lot of the trafficking, it's speculated, comes from some of these Catholic Charities who I made an infographic at one point that shows you where Little St. James is and where this Catholic Charities organization that was indicated, where this camp is. His island's here. The island that houses this Catholic Charities organization is literally right next to his island. Like,
Wow.
right
Just a
next to
stone's
it.
throw away.
Yeah, it's a small short boat ride, maybe like 10, 15 minutes. Not that long at all. So yeah, I mean it's this very shocking info, but this was a file that was leaked. It said Jeffrey Epstein financier backs the this was actually a news article that they brought to the forefront that was indicated in the leaks. So this was the news article that they found after the leaks too. Jeffrey Epstein Foundation just donated critical funds to Catholic Charities U.S. Virgin Islands. This Catholic Charities organization has a strong focus on youth education. Kids Learn and Camp Shriver both offer intensive multi-week. So these are vacation camps, by the way. So they're going over to these places. Multi-week learning and sports camps to underprivileged children. So these are these foster kids, by the way. These are unsupervised, vulnerable minors, children, and continuing to stay involved in the children's lives. Jeffrey Epstein's foundation actively supports education and youth initiatives across the U.S. Virgin Islands. Gee, I wonder why. So she's absolutely right. This was how the U.S. Catholic bishops were making money. And this was why when the Epstein file leaks were going on, there was such a big outcry from a lot of the Roman Catholic apologists online trying to hush this info. I don't know if you saw that there was a big disinformation campaign trying to say that this type of stuff was, it's completely fake. And then like all of their posts would get like community noted because they're lying. So,
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. But anyway, we could dive into some less gruesome news here. Well, this is a similar, I wanted to pull this up too, because this was a similar statement on the same topic. We're not the first people to notice this. This is catching on in the mainstream now that Catholic Charities is a human trafficking organization. But anyway, let's play this. We were talking about this on JStream, but we didn't get to play this one file. I'm going to play this media file real quick.
What you see happening is it's a program at first. Yes, there is a deliberate effort to resettle the Somali refugees by groups like Catholic Charities. So Catholic Charities makes a huge amount of money moving people, migrants, around to places in the country that don't necessarily vote to have that happen. You might, by one lens, you might consider Catholic Charities to be a human trafficking organization because that's what they do. They get paid. They make huge amounts of money to take people who've crossed the border illegally and distribute them throughout the United States.
This is great, Steve. I'm Catholic.
Well,
didn't know this.
Well, good for you. Catholic Charities doesn't really have anything to do with being Catholic. It's just...
See, that's the wrong part, though. It does, and it actually is approved by the Vatican. It's approved by the Pope himself.
It's a nonprofit that makes a ton of money and has some kind of affiliation with the Catholic Church. But the Lutherans do this as well. There's tons of organizations that are in this migrant resettlement business, and they cloak it in...
How big is the business?
Billions.
Billions.
I mean, tens of billions of dollars. I mean, during the Biden administration, the amount of money that was dumped into these, it starts to be mind-numbing amounts of money that are dumped on these organizations. And it's to take and process migrants who cross the border and fly them, distribute them to little communities like the Springfield, Ohio. You know, those 15,000 Haitians don't just show up in Springfield, Ohio. That's coordinated by NGOs that have huge amounts of government money. That's what happened in Maine. Beginning in the early 2000s, you have organizations are relocating the Somali refugees from Atlanta to Portland. And eventually from Portland, they figure out that Lewiston has more vacant, large family housing to accommodate the families that are moving there.
Yeah, so more confirmation of the same, basically. So these NGOs, they receive lots of money to resettle refugees. This is actually on the USCCB website. I can pull that up for you in case... I've pulled this up several times on this show, but in case anybody's not familiar with it, I'll go ahead and I'll share it here. Let's see, hold on. Funding, oh, here you go. USCCB funding resettlement refugees. Here you go. All right, here you go. So this is the USCCB website. This is the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. USCCB position USCCB engages with the federal appropriations process to obtain the maximum amount of funding needed to support the U.S. refugee program, which provides both overseas assistance and resettlement services to refugees. Each year, the USCCB advocates for funding levels that maximize the number of refugees assisted overseas and resettled in the United States. This is the United States Council of Catholic Bishops. This is not Catholic Charities. This is not an NGO. These are the Catholic bishops that are receiving this funding. That first clip that I showed you, where she said each of the dioceses, they receive money to engage in this refugee resettlement. This is exactly what it's talking about. They seek the maximum amount of funding to resettle migrants into the United States. The massive refugee crisis that we're having right now, Roman Catholics, your tithes are causing this issue. So if you're a Roman Catholic, you are actively participating in the replacement of our people by Muslims from overseas and the invasion of the United States. So that is what it is. I mean, this might sound like harsh language, but this is what's going on. I mean, what are your thoughts, Alex?
Well, it is gruesome and troubling, but you know what? At the end of the day, it does bring me solace that we know how our Lord feels about, people that are going around and doing this, especially to children, and it's the good old millstone around the neck. At the end of the day, I kind of shudder to think how they're going to answer to Christ when he asks them, "Hey, you are going around telling people that I'm a priest of God, I'm a priest of the Most High God, and you're going around and doing things like this." I shudder to think what judgment awaits them.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a terrifying thought. Paisios of EO, Alex, your spiritual father knows the Patriarch of Romania. When will you interview the Patriarch? You have connections. Make it happen.
I don't know, man. I kind of know the Patriarch, but he doesn't know who I am. So
that would
maybe
be
we can.
Interview.
It would be, yeah, it would be incredible. I don't know if an internet connection would do him justice, though, for his office, and I'm sure the insightful things he has to say. Maybe next time I go to the homeland, maybe I can set something up and do an interview.
Can I get a long selfie with you, please?
Also, can you answer a few questions if you don't mind?
Exactly.
Yeah.
My fear when having hierarchs on is like if people ask like a very controversial question or something because they're trying to stir up drama. So if I have a position, if I have a hierarch on, I'm usually like keep the questions pastoral rather than theological. Like let's get spiritual advice from them, not like try to which side is right in this internal Orthodox conflict. Father Ron, if you want to come up, feel free. You're more than welcome. I'll send the link in the chat. So we were just talking about the refugee crisis being funded by United States government basically paying these NGOs, and also the USCCB, the United States Council of Catholic Bishops, are literally flooding our country with refugees. But this is also the stance of Leos. This is from the top down. This is a recent statement. This was April 15th. When asked about what he would say to Catholics in Europe who believe Islam is a threat to the Christian identity of the West, Pope Leo responded with this statement. In Europe, fears are present, but often generated by people who are against immigration and are trying to keep people out who may be from another country, another religion, another race. I'd say we all need to work together. So he's saying to the European countries that are being overtaken by Muslims, you're just anti-immigration. You need to be quiet, basically. You think any of that has to do with him wanting this money from from the government?
Well, I've heard a few people, some murmurings about this, that the whole point of getting an American pope in there was to recover a lot of the USAID money that they lost with all the cuts. And it seems that he is not being very successful. But at the end of the day, I plugged this book on my last stream. It's Father Peter Here's Ecclesiological Renovation of Vatican II. It's been on my mind lately, too, that really Pope Leo is just being consistent with the teachings of his church. And the framers and the big influencers on that council, like Eve Congar, who as you know, Cleve was huge weirdo and charismatic and really pushing for blanket rules across all these religions. So really, Pope Leo is sadly being consistent, but consistently wrong.
Mm-hmm. How's it going, Father Ron? Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
So we're doing some Catholic news stuff, so I don't know if you're going to find this one fun, but this is what we're going
into.
If I can get an anathema A every few headlines, that would be great. If I could get an anathema A T-shirt, that would be I would rock that every stream.
Yeah,
I was gonna ask if I should get one of those Hawaiian shirts.
Oh yeah, I thought you were going to show us your new anathema A tattoo.
Oh.
Did you see, Cleve? People were tripping you for your Hawaiian shirt. They were saying that you were trying to copy Jay and his Miami Vice aesthetic. And then I was just, first of all, I was thinking that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And then I saw people in the response to that comment that are like, hey, Cleve had the same aesthetic when he was Protestant. Why would a Protestant be copying the top Orthodox guy, right? It makes absolutely no sense. And there's another comment that was like, breaking news, Floridian dresses up as if he lives in Florida.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's funny. I mean, I've always kind of gotten those comments or whatever, but this is literally how we dress in Florida. Like I'll walk outside with this shirt on, and this exact shirt, like a couple of weeks ago, I was going to pump gas, and a guy's at the pump across from me, and he's like, "Hey, great minds think alike." He's got the same exact shirt as like an 80-year-old guy, So I mean, this is just how we dress. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about maybe changing the intro or something, to something else. I'm so lazy, dude. I don't want to do it again. I'm so lazy. I got to find another song to use that's not copyright, and then I got to edit all the animations. I edited all that myself. That's not AI, by the way.
No way. That's pretty good.
I literally edited the entire intro myself. I didn't use AI. I was in editing software, so I just don't feel like doing it again. The outro, though, you know who did the outro?
Who?
Javier Perdomo.
No way. Is he into that stuff?
Yeah, Javier Perdomo did that a long time ago when I first started the channel as a Protestant. So people are telling me, though, I should change the outro because it's got like monastery icons, which are like not good, I guess, from that organization. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they're like not real Orthodox icons or something.
Yeah, they're like not real Orthodox icons, I guess. So, but granted, this was a Lutheran guy that did this for me when I was still a Protestant. So I don't know. I might update that and change my intro outro. I like the music that Pajot used for the little ad that he had there, like the YouTube Commons music or whatever. I thought that sounded good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have a perfect time to go into season 3 of Cleave to Antiquity with the updated intro and outro when you get baptized. I think that'd be a great time to be like, all right, now we are a full-on received into the church Orthodox Cleave.
Has anybody ever responded to Javier Perdomo about what? What did he put out? What does he put out? The last time I heard, he stopped making videos. He said he was done. So I don't know. He kept making anti-Orthodox videos at least for a while. I don't know. I haven't seen any of his recent stuff. The last thing I heard from him was like months ago, and he said, "I'm done making content for the foreseeable future." So I'm not sure.
Anything worth responding to?
I don't know. Let's look. Why not? I mean, we're just kind of chilling right now. I can just pull up whatever he's got. I haven't really looked at his page in a while. Somebody said JP Uncut is live right now talking smack about Alex Soren. Maybe we can live react to that.
I mean, if he wants attention.
Let's see.
You know who he's going to talk about? Me, Cleve, Jay.
Well, JP typically doesn't talk about me because he's actually a buddy of mine. But
oh yeah, you did the debate together with him against Doherty and the gay theist.
Well, like this is the thing, man. There's a lot of Protestant guys out there that do Protestant apologetics that I'm buddies with, and I'm probably not the guy to go and bulldog attack them. But I don't think it's
I can.
Yeah, Alex can, Jay can, everybody else can. I at least would like try to be friendly with them. You know what I mean? Like,
well, every bad cop needs a good cop, dude.
exactly. Different approaches for sure. But I don't mind reacting to that. JP
Or Father Ron, we would know bad cop, bun cop, right?
All right. So what was I looking for? Javier Perdomo.
Isn't that like a French Canadian show? Like
okay.
bad cop, bun
Well,
cop.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Let's see. What's he got going on here? Lutheran Q&A, Eucharistic miracles, evangelism. I don't see any Orthodox stuff. This is all like, what do Lutherans believe? Lutheran. This was 10 months ago.
I can respect that approach because, I mean, not to harp on him too much, but you have Joshua Shuping going out there. He doesn't talk about anything pro-Lutheran. It's only anti-Orthodox. So to see a Lutheran that's like, hey, you should be Lutheran, and here's why, you know, that's kind of a breath of fresh air.
Here's one from 5 months ago. This is, I think people already responded to this, though. This was him going through rock and sand or something, in saying that he said he like claimed stuff about Luther that somebody, you know, he's like, his critique was he's not telling the truth about Luther or something, which was like a very small nitpick or something. Which I don't even think is true. Yeah, I don't see anything that's like super anti-Orthodox except for this one video from like half a year ago. So I don't know what I would even be reacting to here. Do you want to take a look at the JP Uncut thing, or should we go through some more Catholic news stuff? Because there was some more I wanted to cover on that.
Your call, man. I mean, if you want to cover it, we probably should do that. I'm sure JP will still be live by the time we go through those headlines. But
what do you guys think? Chat, you let me know what you want to see. Because we're just chilling right now. Do you want us to go through and react to JP Uncut's stream, or should we do more Catholic news? You guys let me know. And while they're telling us that, I guess I could play this one video here. So this was somebody covering the information that I've already discussed a million times on here, but it's just kind of interesting to have additional voices confirming what I've already been talking about. Spain just approved the regularization of 500,000 immigrants. The institution behind all of this, the Catholic Church. So let's see what she has to say. I haven't watched the video yet. It's a minute. I'm sure she's just going to say the same thing that I've said like a million times though by now. But let's see what she has to say about it.
The Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sánchez, just announced that today the regularization of at least 500,000 immigrants will be approved. And this doesn't just affect my country, Spain. It also affects all of Europe. That's one of the reasons why I'm making this video in English, because Spain is a getaway. But an amount of immigrants will be crossing borders through the Schengen space. So this, unfortunately, is an European problem. And yes, we already know that socialism is bad, and the European Union is sick for allowing this. But did you know that it was the Catholic Church who had this initiative? Yes, it was the Spanish Catholic Church who used all their network to collect almost 1 million signatures to bring to Parliament a popular legislative initiative. And that LIP in question was the regularization of 500,000 immigrants in Spain. And a lot of young people, especially identitarians, feel betrayed by the church, an institution that was supposed to protect us and our heritage. So maybe it's time to start the uncomfortable conversation about what is the position of the church in the replacement of our people.
JP. It seems kind of half and half, though. People are saying Catholic news.
Split.
It's split. Maybe we'll just do both.
Why did the Spanish Catholic Church want that? Like, I must have missed something.
So they make money, Father Ron. They make money.
Money.
They make money on the immigrants. So I did news coverage on this in the U.S. They were making $7,000 per refugee. I don't know how much. I don't know how much they're making. So I mean, 7,000 times 500,000.
Okay, so what's behind the people signing for that?
The money.
But no, I mean, she said they acquired 1 million signatures to go to Parliament.
Yeah,
So
from
what's
the Spanish Catholic bishops were lobbying in 2024. So I covered this on my show before, but
Okay, yeah, sorry.
she didn't mention this in this stream. She just kind of said matter of fact what happened. But basically the background is this. In 2024, there was a big push by the Spanish bishops to naturalize 500,000 migrants into basically make them citizens or whatever. They make money by resettling these refugees, but if they don't get the proper status, they can't make their money. So basically what they did was they lobbied for these signatures so that they could push this into law and have them naturalized. This was a big push. This actually was finalized, I think, earlier this week. So long story short, the Spanish bishops conference lobbied together a bunch of people to sign a bunch of papers to push this through Parliament and get this signed. So they used their political clout to try to push through what would make them money. And as we just talked about on the show, this is the same thing that happens in the United States Catholic Bishops Conference. They say it even on their website. It's not like it's any cloak and dagger stuff. This is how they make their money. This is how the U.S. Catholic bishops make their money. So we're talking about Spanish bishops a second ago, and now we're talking about U.S. Same thing happens here. Each year, they seek the maximum amount of funding needed to support the U.S. refugee program, which provides resettlement services to refugees. Each year, the USCCB advocates for funding levels that maximize number of refugees assisted overseas and resettled into the United States. So the more migrants they can get resettled into the United States, the more money the U.S. Catholic bishops make. So it's a big human trafficking operation, basically. And we were just talking about a second ago how they operate even in the foster care system, where they will place people in homes that they haven't necessarily vetted. The reason that they do that with as little oversight as possible is because the more kids they place in homes, the more money they make off of these grants, right? But also we went over, Father Ron, just a second ago, for those of you that weren't paying attention or just joining now, they were also indicated, the Catholic Charities was indicated in the Epstein files for having kids like vacation camps and stuff like this for the underprivileged kids and like foster care and other programs in the Virgin Islands that Epstein actually funded. And this was only a hop, skip, and a jump away from Little St. James, Epstein Island. So indicated in human trafficking there as well. So it's a big, dark, sad thing that's going on, but it's an unfortunate truth. There was a lady on the screen just a moment ago, this video here, that was talking about how when she was working for Catholic Charities, basically she found out all this stuff as well. And it's the bishops that are making the money, and they're pushing this in almost every diocese. This is the same marching orders that Leo's giving, by the way, pushing the pushing the pro-immigration rhetoric. This is why he's fighting Trump's administration. A lot of people were speculating that it's because he's anti-Zionist. That's not necessarily the case. It's because he's pro-immigration.
Yeah, there was something sad about the video of that Spanish girl where she was talking about, like, hey, she's part of this identitarian group in Spain, and you know, the identitarians in Western Europe tend to be trad cat. Like I think almost all of them are, like, even all the way to Austria and Hungary, even, because they're just historically Roman Catholic countries. Now, I know that there are some identitarian groups in Romania too, and I think it's a little bit easier for them, being an Orthodox country, to be like, hey, shouldn't this land be preserved in a way, or like give priority to the people that are native to the land, right? Isn't that what people complain about in the States, that there were people that were native to the land that were like colonized, right? And then apparently there's a huge double standard, because they say that that's so wrong, and yet when native Romanians or native Spanish people, like Spanish people from Spain, Romanian people from Romania, when they want to protect themselves, somehow this is like something wrong, you know? So
Right.
it really is heartbreaking, and like a form of Stockholm syndrome, I think, for these identitarians in Western Europe, because the church they belong to doesn't like them and doesn't want them there. It's horrible.
I'll do one more story, and then we could jump into the JP thing. How about that? So I thought
Sounds
this one
good.
was kind of interesting. A little bit of a change of pace from the immigration stuff. So this was a recent Synod report. One of the cardinals had actually praised this report on women by signaling call for women priests. So this is a Roman Catholic cardinal that wants women priests in the Roman Catholic Church. This is not anything new. We were just talking about this with Father Sebastian a second ago, that the German Catholic bishops have a massive policy of wanting to include women in the priesthood, and they're pushing for this very hard in Germany if they pass synodality the German synodal path, whatever, if they get that in place in Germany, they're going to be able to vote on doctrine, and this will be what they do anyway. So we're seeing some major changes come down the pike. Now, this is just the opinion of a cardinal here, but he's basically saying, he's signaling his support for a recent synod report saying that, hey, we should be allowing women as priests. So let me read this report here. Heterodox Cardinal Hollerich calls a synod report on women in the church a big step forward towards women's ordination. Anyway, he says, so in April 10 interview with Vatican News, the Jesuit Cardinal Jean-Claude Hollerich, Archbishop of Luxembourg and General Relator of the Synod and Synodality, commented on the publication of a report by Study Group 5 on women's participation in the life and leadership of the church. He described it as a significant development, emphasizing any possible evolution regarding women's access to ordained ministry must proceed gradually and with the agreement of the universal church in order to avoid division. So incremental change, so there's not too much protest. That's the playbook here. So, I mean, they're telling you what they're going to do, by the way. This is them telling you what they're going to do. I mean, how you're a frog being boiled in a pot if you're not paying attention to this stuff, by the way. He says, I cannot imagine in the long term how a church can survive if half the people of God suffer because they have no access to ordained ministry. The cardinal said during a speech at the University of Bonn, a remark that caused a stir and persuaded him to give an interview to the Vatican's media outlet. In this interview, Hollerich clarifies that this remark referred specifically to the discussion of women deacons. So notice this kind of backtracking here. His initial statement is just referring to women in ordained priestly ministry. And he says, but we got to do this step by step. So he rolls it back and he says, I'm just talking about deaconesses. We can have them, right? Like there's some sort of precedent for this. We could do this. So incremental, you're a frog being boiled in a pot. They move this step and then they're going to push for women priestesses. So, and he clarifies, by the way, possible ordination of women as deacons and to a long-term perspective. What do you think that involves? Women priests.
There's one statement. It says, if you just scroll up just a couple lines. Yeah, right there. I cannot imagine in the long term how a church can survive if half of the people of God suffer because they have no access to ordained ministry. I have news. Ordained ministry is suffering.
I was going to say exactly this, Father Ron. I'm so glad that you caught on to that. I wanted to ask you, like, isn't it more suffering being in the ordained ministry?
I mean, I would say yes. I think a form of suffering.
Every single clergy member I've talked to would say yes.
Yeah. Oh no, it is. Basically all eyes are on you. And because it's, practically speaking, a volunteer organization, it makes it, I'm going to say, that much more difficult. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a different form of suffering. But and that's why I'm going to say, but with that goes the honor. So I'm going to give the other side of the coin. It is intense suffering at times, especially the higher up you go. I mean, I think bishops suffer even more, but it's called the honorable priesthood, right? So that's to console us who suffer in the priesthood. But I'm not going to minimize other suffering. I just found it strangely ironic that he said that because, there are people who because there's different kinds of suffering. That's the difference in the Christian walk is suffering versus sin, right? Sin is not good, but suffering is the way to holiness and to life. So there's lots of places to suffer, not just being a layperson that wants to be a priest. Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Did that make sense?
Absolutely.
Absolutely perfect sense.
I take silence as you're going, what did this guy just say?
Father Ron's speaking Chinese on the stream right now.
Here I go again.
Talking about suffering.
Here I go again.
Everybody knows priests have a wonderful, wonderful, stressless life. They don't have to work very hard. They can just lay around and kick their feet up. Sure. No. All right. Well, I think this would be a good time to move away from the Catholic news for a little bit. I think people are getting bummed out because I see people dropping off the stream because it is dark stuff. But
it is important to know, though, and I guess before we transition real quick, very, very quickly, there's a comment of like maybe 10 minutes ago, but I took note of it, from Henry Favela. He said, "Heads up, Alex, Latinizers have you in their crosshairs." Well, I'm not intimidated by these people, and if they want to argue, then they want to fight, let's see how honorable they are in their engagement. I think that'll tell a lot. So that's already more attention than I wanted to give them.
There you go. All right, let's dive into this JP Uncut stream here. I kind of want to start from the beginning and see if they're kind of a little long-winded, so I don't know if I'll watch the entire thing. I'm probably not going to watch the entire thing, but we could skip around a little bit and see what they're saying.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we are live. We're waiting on one more person. We're waiting on one more person.
He's mean mugging,
but
dude.
I do have some breaking news for the Eastern Orthodox community.
You want to wait till people roll in to make this?
Yeah, I mean, if you're EO, you're going to want to hear this because this is regarding Ruslan. And so you guys are going to be very upset at me, and I want you to be, because you can't do nothing about it, right? Can't do nothing about it, fellas. You guys.
Why you want us to be upset, man? I don't want to be upset at you, JP. Come on, buddy.
I thought. Sorry, I thought this was comedy. Sorry.
All right, let's see.
Nope, this is serious.
Your man's untouchable. It's nothing you can do to your boy. You can't refute your boy. I'm untouchable. I'm not afraid of you guys. I want the smoke. Moeller wants the smoke. We want the smoke. So there's nothing you guys can really do that can put fear in our hearts. Now, let me go on the record, because I did see.
No, Eugene, you're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait.
Who's Eugene?
I don't know. He said, "Don't wait."
Oh no, we run this show here. Thank you for that, Moeller. Is your wife around, Moeller? So she.
I don't know.
Should I skip forward a little bit?
I think she was on the phone. All right. I'm gonna say they're asking for the sheriff.
This is gonna be anticlimactic.
Yeah. You let the sheriff know that she has full. So I have.
If I can make a prediction, I'm gonna say they're gonna talk about Jay was mean to Ruslan. What do you think?
Yeah, because Ruslan did something dumb. Like, I mean,
I think this is my opinion,
right? Like,
this is going to be the subject of the stream. This is
we're mean.
So I guess this is going to be about a Ruslan thing. All right, let's see what they have to say. Which again, I don't have any problem with Ruslan. I don't have any problem with JP, right? But I do want to react to this. I think it will be kind of
it's like I'm not mad at Ruslan. Like, I don't hate Ruslan. It's just like, for somebody who is like very aware of like media and art and like how he presents himself, who has an eye for aesthetics. And like, I don't think Josh did anything wrong. I had Josh Nadeau on my show. I think he's a great guy. I think he did everything by the book. I don't think he did anything wrong. I do think Ruslan maybe had a moment, or a flippant moment, where he like lacked discernment on like how this would appear at the very least online to the online community. But yeah, nothing, no hate against him or anything. I just think it was not the best decision at the time.
Yeah, I do think that was a bit of a miscalculation. He probably should have had somebody knowledgeable for some kind of roundtable for that. Hopefully in the future, but we'll see some of that stuff. We'll see some of the, maybe Alex Soren, who could do debates right now, or like somebody like Ubi, or who's another knowledgeable Orthodox, you think?
Ubi is a brainiac, and I think he's also presentable in those settings. We all saw his debate with Ibarra. It was a very surgical kind of thing, and he doesn't really need the theatrics, Ubi, because he has a mastery of the substance. Yes, this is live.
This is live. Yeah, we're reacting to their live stream. They're live right now. We're reacting to their live stream. Yeah, I'm going to go hang out with Ubi tomorrow, by the way. So
I heard that earlier. Yeah, I got to find a time to get out there. Are you flying?
No. He's coming to my part of town. So
okay.
He's doing some shows over here. So I told him we'll meet up. We'll do like I don't know, some kind of video together. We'll figure out something, and then we'll go grab some food and hang out for a bit. So
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Should have got Father Ron on the Blessed God Summit.
Yeah, why not?
I was supposed to go to one of them when I was a Protestant. I don't remember what fell through, but yeah, there's I think in the future, if you're gonna have like a Trent Horn, Gavin Ortland thing, it's a pretty obvious in retrospect. You should probably have a guy that's an apologist doing the dialogue with them. The guy you were talking to last night seemed like a really nice guy, but certainly not an apologist. And as far as
he will say that he will agree to that. Yep, I am not an apologist. I am an artist.
Mm-hmm. I will say I will say this though, as somebody who deals with a lot of different guests, managing personalities kind of sucks. So certain personalities probably don't want to share a stage with other personalities because they're intimidated or they feel like it could hurt their brand. I think there is a lot of that going around.
100%.
Which is why, I mean, a lot of people won't accept debates from the harsher, debate style people. They just won't because they don't want their brand to be hurt. So
I agree. But at the same time, then everybody can kind of see through that they're trying to nerf the Orthodox apologetic, which we saw. I talked to Josh yesterday. He's like, look, I talked to my spiritual father. He's okay. He put certain boundaries on me, though. And he told me to kind of stick to just explaining our side and to not be attacking someone else's side. So just like right off and I think he was obedient to his spiritual father, and rightfully so. But that are like, if you have somebody like myself or Jay, or I imagine in a few months you, Cleve, where we have the liberty to defend and attack, that would be a very different dynamic, because Josh is over here just defending his view. Meanwhile, Trent and Gavin are free to attack. And then you have Joshua over here, Josh Nadeau, who can't attack per, the advice of his spiritual father.
Do you know how he ended up on that stage in the first place?
Yes. So I did a live stream with him yesterday, and we kind of walked through the whole thing. He had a business relationship with Ruslan beforehand, where I think Ruslan contracted some artwork out to him and some branding work, and they became friends through that. And he was like, oh, you're Orthodox, you're my friend. Like, why don't you do like a little module or something at my summit? And he gave a talk on Orthodox virtue, and they agreed about a month out to do that one talk and the panel discussion. At the panel discussion was originally supposed to be Michael Knowles, Gavin Ortland, and Josh Nadeau on a testimonial topic, right? So how did you come to the position that you're at now? And like, what's your personal story? And that would involve some back and forth, I imagine, like maybe some disagreements, but it was primarily testimonial. In the week before the conference, Michael Knowles dropped out for something at the White House, and his spot was filled in by Trent Horn. A few days before the conference, the topic changed from being primarily testimonial to being primarily theological. About justification and the role of that in each tradition. So you can see, like, Cleve already made the analogy earlier, the frog in the pot and the heat slowly being turned up as you get closer to the date of the conference. So
interesting.
Yeah, again, I don't think Josh did anything wrong. It seems like he did
no,
everything.
It's just he just found himself there, and so he kind of rode the wave basically. And from what I never actually watched it, from what I could tell from because I remember my first modding ever was with you, Alex. I was listening, and so I got the impression that it was all was well, that he did a pretty good job considering his being a catechumen and being very new. That's my understanding. And so, but how he got there is just, but I agree. Now, somebody just said a comment here about Ortland that I think is very true. And I mean, it's something about Ortland being a psyop. And honest to God, that guy, I agree that he was kind of brought in and put to the front to stop the bleeding in the evangelical church. And he does subvert catechumens.
I said he's a cope dealer. I know Cleve probably doesn't feel comfortable with that strong of a language, but he deals out cope.
Well, I mean, I don't care about that language. I think a lot of the Protestant apologetics is just to deal with ecclesial anxiety and these types of things. So it's to try to keep as many people Protestant as possible. Somebody said don't fraternize with him, though. I don't think he's winning over any Orthodox catechumens to his side. He's just preventing bleed out for the lower hanging fruit there. I know people who have interacted with him. I don't want to say too much, but I'll say this: pray for Ortland, because there are certain aspects of that are worth praying for. But anyway, let's get into this. I want to see what he has to say. I skipped forward to where I guess he's about to share his screen and show something. So I'm assuming they yap for like however long this is, and they finally get into whatever they were going to talk about here.
Yeah,
So
like here's Cleve and me and Father Ron. We're trying to be efficient in our live streams and not have like dead space or dead air time, and these guys just yap.
Well, I mean, you just kind of like, how's your wife? How's your dog? I don't really care. In the comment. I mean, I care obviously as a person, but not like during the live stream.
Yeah.
Anyway,
going around in some other YouTube streets. I'm trying to stay away from that.
Dang it. Here, let me roll back the stream. I didn't see it. All right, go ahead. Keep going. My fault.
Now look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this idiot over here. I feel you had to make this burner account because you blocked me. You know it's me, JP. You blocked my number, X, and YouTube and ran for your life. Yeah, this guy here, man. He says, I ran for my life. Yup. The panels are always open, my brother. You're free to come on an open panel whenever you wish.
Yeah, that's always crazy when they say that.
Yeah, I mean, bro, it's pretty creepy. If somebody blocks you everywhere, you know, maybe it's get an idea they don't want to associate with you anymore. But all right, let's take a look at this real quick. All right, there was a list that this brother made. All the Protestants that are afraid of the EO community. He wrote it down. About me. There we go. See, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Literally, no Protestant smaller. Let's make this a little bigger, my brother. I know that you wear glasses sometimes and things like that. So let's help you out, my brother. All right?
What did he say? Literally no
Protestants will debate the Orthodox. Okay? The running list. Bible in context.
Yeah, I don't know who these dudes are.
Yeah, Bible in context. That sounds like a heretic that I knew named Kingdom in context, but I don't think that's him. But we could do a little exploration. Bible in context. Let's see who this guy is. Let's do some.
Oh, needs God. I know who that is, bro.
Yep.
That guy won't.
So what does the list say? Bible in context. Need God. Net. Canon and Creed. Gavin Ortland. Matthew Pearson. Isn't he a Catholic guy now?
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh no, I think I'm thinking of somebody else.
I got into it with those last two guys at the bottom on Twitter, and I was like, I mean, you guys, I see you have MDiv in your title or MTS or whatever. This was a few months ago that I tweeted this, and they were talking smack. So I was like, all right, let's set something up, and they were like, no. But Bible in context like dominates Instagram. I don't know how they do not know who he is. Like on YouTube, he might not be so big of a personality, but he dominates Instagram, man.
Does he? Is he big on Instagram? I followed him, but I don't remember looking at his followers. How many does he have?
His views, he's got like a lot of. Dude, all I can get are his stupid things. Maybe because I watch them because they're so bad.
Well, I don't actually use Instagram other than the post, so I don't really follow any of that stuff. Well, I know like who's the other dude? Gosh, who's the guy that does the clips talking to himself? Taco Talks.
Taco Talks does that.
Taco Talks, yes.
Taco Talks. I aped his style, by the way. I do that. I do that in mine now. They actually work. I don't know why that format works. I was like, dang, Taco Talks literally says nothing, and he could get like 100,000 views talking to himself. Yeah. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna try it, and it worked. They started to blow up. It's crazy.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Straight up. Oh, dude, as soon as I open Instagram, the first guy I see is Bible in context.
So, I told you, dog. I told you.
Oh, yeah. He's almost got 200,000 followers. He's got 171K followers. Wow, dude. That guy on X has like 2,000 followers on X and like nobody on YouTube. But Instagram is just crazy.
That's the one thing he dominates. Yeah.
That's nuts, dude. All right. Well,
X, he gets roasted. YouTube is like whatever. But yeah.
Instagram How to Be Christian recently decimated Taco Talks on justification by faith alone. How to Be Christian is a pseudo intellectual. I don't like him at all. Like, How to Be Christian is an insane person. I don't care if he decimated him on the easiest subject known to mankind to debate Protestants on. You could be a toddler and decimate a Protestant on justification. This is why I never did sola fide debates as a Protestant ever. How to Be Christian is a crazy person. He did a video debating me on statements I've never made in my entire life. But this is what a lot of the big name Roman Catholic guys do. This is also what Agan did to me recently. These people are insane. Agan put up a clip of me saying the term Oriental Orthodox wasn't used until 1965 at the whatever. They didn't call themselves the Oriental Orthodox until this time. You know what he did? Because they have no comprehension skills. He made a whole video debunking a claim I never made. They never called themselves Orthodox. No, duh. Every cult, every schismatic cult calls themselves Catholic, calls themselves Orthodox. I can pull up Anglicans that call themselves Catholics. My critique was stop doing interviews and grifting off of the growth of Orthodoxy, using our name and tricking people. And they're like, oh, but he says we never called ourselves Orthodox. So he did a 30-minute show with a subdeacon and some other guy. That was like with the I think he had the Ethiopian dude on that did
Mirat something.
Anyway, they were like I'm gonna go through all of the quote. I don't know, I'm doing a voice of reason. I'm gonna go through all the quotes and show you how you lied. But anyway, no, but they just pulled up a bunch of quotes of Monophysites calling themselves Orthodox. It's like, that's never what I said. You guys are insane. Anyway, so
yeah, I think we could probably do something about that. Actually, like if we just go on all of these channels and ask them how many natures Christ has, because I think even in the evangelical, like even in the independent Bible church community, they're pretty like staunch. Christ has two natures, right? Just be like, ask them how many natures Christ has, and ask them to explain that.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be doing a stream with Craig Truglia later this month, and we're going to be talking about how the Orientals are all schismatic and they set up parallel jurisdictions. And then we're also going to do the same thing for the Roman Catholic schism. So it'll be I can't think of a working title yet, but it's going to be something like how everybody's schismatic but us.
Yeah, I think that ecclesiology approach is pretty solid and it's been a bit overlooked. So I'm really looking forward to that stream.
You've got a very plump quote.
What a plump quote.
Funny. Orthodox Tony says, what about yesterday when I called in? The fact Ruslan knew panel members and topic changes should have been a red flag. If Ruslan's cool with Josh, he would have never set up a catechumen like that.
I also think that Ruslan probably doesn't understand like all the not like ranks, but the stages and phases of being an Orthodox Christian, that when you're a catechumen, like you're in training, and you probably shouldn't be going out there and like, putting yourself out there so much. So there's a little bit I want to chalk up to ignorance on Ruslan's part, but at the same time, like Ruslan knows that this is a catechumen and that, he's very aware of optics.
We got people from the Dyer stream trickling in now. Welcome to the show. We're talking about JP Uncut is doing a video response calling out Alex Soren, so we're live reacting to that right now. But before we get back into that video, I'm going to address some of these super chats here. If you guys that are joining want to support the show, feel free to ask questions, whatever, send in a super chat. We'll be answering them throughout the stream.
Yeah.
To be fair
on
to
that, sorry, but just real quick on that last super chat, I did want to add real quick. I did finally watch that video of Ruslan where he was basically answering the Ortho Bros or whatever on the reaction to that video. And I did not really appreciate the posture that he took in that one, where he was like, kind of like, it's my conference, it's my show, you guys are being annoying, please stop. Which is like, all those things are true, fine. Let's grant it to him for the sake of argument. Let's say, yes, it's his show, it's his conference, he can do whatever he wants, yeah. And let's even say we're annoying, fine, great. Is that the way that you should react though? Like, at the end of the day, you invited someone on who is a catechumen that you knew is a catechumen. He knew that, and like that's never going to change.
But do you think he was trying to take advantage of that in terms? Maybe I missed it, but in terms of his lack of experience in the faith that could have had a one-up on him? Or because what I'm hearing from you guys is that he made a mistake and it didn't look good to him. Am I hearing that correctly?
I think it was a mistake and it didn't look good. And there was probably some managing of personalities going on. Like, I don't think under any circumstances that Gavin Ortland would get on a stage live with Jay. I don't think he would ever, you couldn't pay that guy enough.
No.
I don't think.
Well, Ortland's not doing debates anymore. So there's,
I didn't even know that.
One thing. He's not doing debates anymore. Well, look, when's the last debate he did? Think about it. It's been over
a year ago. Yeah.
It's been over a year. So
was that the slavery one?
He's not doing debates anymore. So if you want to have Ortland on the stage, you can't have somebody who's going to be doing debates. You have to have somebody who's going to, like Josh said in your stream, not hit the kill shots. Because those are the things that people remember. Those are the things that damage your career. So Ortland's not looking to damage his career right now. He's looking to coast. And that's the same thing that Wes Huff's doing. That's the same thing that all the big name prot guys are doing. That's why when Steve Crowder, I think it was Steve Crowder, said, I'd love to see or maybe it was the other guy that does Steve's show.
Oh, his manager. Yeah.
Steve Crowder's manager. He said, I would love to see an Ortland debate. People were like, that's never going to happen. He'd never do it. Ortland is like the last big name Protestant apologist. If he loses another debate or something, there's a tidal wave of people converting.
Do you think he's like very aware of that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, dude, I know he's very aware of that. We've had many conversations. But anyway, to be fair to non-ortho apologists, the YouTube apologetic scene used to be all about evidence for the resurrection, anti-Islam stuff. None of them were ready for the shift towards pro-ortho apologetics. Very true.
Yeah.
Yep. People are saying this comment's the same kind of line of reasoning. Look at how many guys are super chatting you all that used to be super chatting into David Wood, IP, etc. To be fair, apart from there's like recent Zionist bent, because that's a new thing, by the way. I don't know if you realize that David Wood and IP did not used to be super crazy Zionist YouTubers. This is a new thing. I noticed this shift. Go watch their older stuff. I noticed their shift. I was invited to go to a TPUSA event and hang out with AP at his first TPUSA event. Ever since that event that he did in Tampa, this Zionist nonsense has been spread. So I think it's because he got offered something there. That's my thought. That's my thought. Because I was supposed to go meet him there. I was supposed to go meet AP at the TPUSA event. We didn't end up going for whatever reason. So
yeah, and some of them do good work. Like one of my favorite channels is Testify with his work on text criticism and like undesigned coincidences. Just unfortunate that he picked a sect instead of historical Christianity.
What sect?
I think he's just evangelical.
Oh, okay.
Who?
Yeah. Testify.
Oh, Testify. He's a Pentecostal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Testify is Pentecostal. He was when I was a Protestant, he wanted to come on the show and have me defend Pentecostalism. I said I would never do that. So I'll never do that. I'm sorry. There was one time he was supposed to come on. We were going to talk about Islam or something a while back, and I put the wrong time in my calendar, and I completely missed him, and I felt horrible. But he's a nice guy. I like him as a person.
Well, he's got a huge channel too. He's got like 200K subs now or something. But yeah, he does good work, so he's earned that. Honestly,
Ben, I would defend Pentecost, but I wouldn't defend Pentecostals.
Very true. Alley Cat says, Father bless. Thank you, Ben and Alex. Question: are the hymns in our services infallible?
I have a good answer for you. I was just looking for the book. I just found it. Callisto Swear talks about it, and his general attitude. Let's see. I'll give you the general quote, and then if I can't find it, then whatever. But the general attitude, you have to believe them. This category of like fallible, infallible is not like how the Holy Fathers spoke in like the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh centuries, right? This is a category that was added later. The idea is that they are true, they are trustworthy, and you have to believe them. You also have to understand that they are artistic. So there might be some dramatizations sometimes, right, within the hymns and the liturgy. But that's the gist of what Callisto Swear says in this intro right here. But Father Ron?
No, it's exactly correct. Yeah.
There you
It's
go.
hymnography. So we pray what we believe and we believe what we pray, but how we articulate that in our hymnography has some latitude. We use biblical terms and biblical motifs and biblical interpretations. But so in other words, we're not just singing lines of scripture, but sometimes we do, right? I mean, the antiphons are just the psalm. They're just verbatim psalms. But then there's other things like Troparians and Kentuckians, which are scriptural, but they are, like I said, there's more latitude in how that is articulated in terms of conveying the meaning of that scripture. So
Alley Cat says, got it. Thank you. Does that apply to our prayer books too then? I would say with an asterisk. It depends on if you're using a prayer book approved by your church or if you're just using some random thing. Because there are some prayer books like Mother of the Light prayer book and things like this that are like they're written by individuals, or they're written by like monastics, or they're written by, you know, people that it's not like an approved one that they would hand out to like just everybody in their church. So it depends, I would say, on what you're using, right? But obviously, taking the context, not your interpretation is is what the barometer of truth is. It's how the church interprets those prayers.
But thank God for these, you know, really thank God for these prayers. They were preserved since antiquity. And so some of them are very ancient. And that way that the faith was conveyed, again, mostly before there was a disseminating of the scripture, it was through catechetical schools and the liturgical texts.
Yeah, so the page, if you have this book, it's page 198 in the Timothy Ware book, but yeah, we can move on.
Orthodox Tony says, you can't give that to Ruslan. He's familiar with Orthodox ecclesiology. He grew up in the Orthodox Church, even though heretical. He wasn't Orthodox. He was
Armenian. He was the non-Chalcedonian.
Mm-hmm. So he was not Orthodox. Plus, he was a kid too. So I mean, how much are you really going to learn about the structure of the church at like 6?
Yeah, and like, look, I can't read his mind and I don't know his heart. So at the end of the day, all that I can go off of is like the things that I see. Alex, check your email. Yes, all I can go off of is the things that I see. So like, I see that there is oh, this is exciting. Okay, sorry. If I see what's that?
I'll interrupt this to bring you a news flash.
If I see Ruslan has like certain talents, like for art and aesthetics, and is very clearly about how he very clearly understands how people perceive things, right? That's something I can talk about. If I have Josh on and he gives me certain facts about the timeline, like those are things that I can talk about, maybe even draw inferences on them. But the thing is, like, I'm very hesitant to go out there and make a judgment of like what he's thinking or what he's feeling, because I don't know any of those things. Like, I'm not a mind reader.
Is feeling full and gassy right now. He just ate a large meal. I can tell this with my powers, my psionic powers. Psionic warriors, rise up, eliminate the gas from Ruslan's stomach. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, like the only way I'd be able to know if he had some ill, like an actual malice in choosing Josh to go on there would be if he told me. How else am I going to know what he's thinking or what his intentions are? I can't.
Alex says, Sam the bald coward deleted my comments calling him out for being a hypocrite, deflecting from Jay's challenge and hiding behind Yassi like a coward. I saw that, actually. I saw his stream, and he was saying, Jay will never debate Elijah Yassi. Elijah Yassi is the smartest Catholic in the world. Elijah Yassi is so great at debate. Elijah Yassi is probably the worst debater I've ever seen in my life. He just makes his position like a pillow, so he just changes it on the fly. It's crazy. That's why he won't put out. This is why Ubi pushed back the debate for so long with him, because he wouldn't agree to a premise. He would not lay out what his position was. He wanted to keep it flexible. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, that's that seems like a very reasonable ask. Is like, hey, can you tell me what exactly? Maybe somebody brought this up in a comment before in one of my posts or chats, and they said, Alex, you're a lawyer. Do you think these formal debates would benefit from like a 1 month long discovery period beforehand or something to like I send you a list of questions, you answer the list of questions because these are the things I'm curious to know, and you do the same thing back and forth. Like maybe that's a good idea, because I think just I have to know what your position is if I'm going to debate you, man. Like that's it's such a weird thing to hide.
Yeah, that is weird. All right, let's see what they got to say. I want to see if they actually say anything though. So far, it's just been like he made a post. That's where we've gotten so far. So far we've got 10 minutes of stream of he made a post. Let's see if they actually make a comment on it.
Debate me for his life. And
Okay,
by the
so
way,
I know this guy. I know this guy. So this guy.
Oh, did Mahler just say you wouldn't debate him for your life? I think that's what.
Did he say that?
I think that's what he just said. Hold on, let me back up a little bit.
Bible in context.
yeah, I don't know who these dudes are.
Yeah, Bible in context. That sounds like a heretic that I knew named Kingdom in context, but I don't think that's him. But we could do a little exploration. Bible in context. Let's see who this guy is. Let's do some homework.
Oh, needs God? I know who that is, bro.
Yep.
That guy won't debate me for his
Oh,
life.
he's talking about need.
By the way,
I know this guy. I know this guy. So this guy, he makes some okay arguments against.
I've seen this guy on X. I've never seen him.
Yeah,
he's
he
on X.
makes okay arguments. I mean, but he doesn't come outside.
Oh, he's actually got
never
like
come
9K
outside.
on X. Wow.
You see me. I've come outside multiple.
I didn't realize that because all of his posts only get like no reach at all. They're like very.
Yeah, he gets ratioed into oblivion.
There are certain accounts I follow only to ratio. Laura Loomer, I do that. I follow her to like post under hers. Mark Levin. Who else? I'll do that with Need God. I'll do that with Bible in Context, Taco Talks. I don't do it to Indiana Brunner anymore because he's working through some stuff and I don't want to harass him. So, but anyway,
interesting.
Not in that way, like just like spiritual stuff, not necessarily like he's trying to become Orthodox or something. He's just like he's working on not being as angry. So I don't want to bait him into anger and inflame the passions for no reason. But anyway,
Thomas, it's my motto: come outside. But yes, he says this guy's scared, and if Alex says that he's scared, well, then Alex has reason to say he's scared.
Where did I say scared?
NeedGod.net, scaredy cat. Canon and Creed is the biggest scaredy cat I ever met in my life.
I don't know who that is.
Oh,
I don't know who any of these guys are.
Can you pause real quick? Can you pause real quick?
Yeah.
Says that no.
I have Bible in Context, I think, is scared. Need God, I think, is a two variable thing. I think that Need God has a way bigger platform than me, so for him, it's like kind of not worth it to debate me. Also, I do think he is scared though. Canon and Creed, I know he's your friend, Cleve, but I think he's scared. Gavin Ortland, I think, like you said, it's just not like the pros cons list is just there's nothing for him to gain.
Every Protestant apologist is scared, dude. Every single one of them. Well, you know what? I think JP would do a debate. I think this guy would do a debate. The evangelicals, those are the ones that are doing the debates. The like actual like Protestant apologetics guys, they are not doing it. It's the evangelical guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even Need God's not going to debate somebody he knows he's going to lose against or somebody who's like a little too much of a bulldog. He'll debate like the more softer dudes, like Joe Heschmeyer. Like he's a little softer. He'll own you, but he'll own you in like a, oh well, you know, it's just you have to look at the merits of your argument. You have to look and see whether or not did anyone in the first 1,000 years believe the Eucharist was only a symbol. What do you think about this?
Did anyone in the first 1,000 years agree with you? No.
Need God, you should consult the Perry the Platypus Stuffy behind you and ask him this question. Whisper in his ear for me.
No, anyway.
I'm already wearing glasses, so
you got to just put him upside down to be the Protestant guy in depression. Well, this is the Catholic guy, so you'll be like this. There you go.
Right. Nobody understands Calvinism. Doesn't debate anybody or anything. He should have stayed doing stuff on SDA people. Instead, decided to do a thing supporting Protestantism, which is technically Calvinism. and he runs. He doesn't debate anybody. I think he had one discussion with a tomato can Catholic. Nobody knew. And that's really it. And then I asked this guy to debate me myself, and he didn't do it. So there's that. And then we have Gavin Ortland, who is a Calvinist. A lot of these Protestants are Calvinist. They're not really Protestant, they're Calvinist. And as far Gavin Ortland can only take his Protestantism so far until he lands on Calvinism. At some point, you're going to have to defend the tulip, and that's what the deal is. Alex Soren has been attacking the tulip, and I'm sure Gavin Ortland won't defend that. So they're saying that he's running because most Protestants are reformers. That's why I say I'm an evangelical. That's why I say I'm an evangelical. Because yes, Gavin Ortland is a Calvinist. That's why I don't go around saying I'm a Protestant, but I get it. Evangelicals are an offshoot of Protestantism, so I get it. But I'm not a big fan of Gavin Ortland. And then we have Matthew Pearson. I don't know who that guy is. And then we have Joseph Gilbert. I don't know who that guy is. And now this guy is getting challenged. Do I believe that the majority of these guys are running? Yes, I do believe so.
There you go.
But guess what, fellas? I'll tell you a guy who wasn't running. Ruslan. Because
that's what I'm talking about. Ruslan coming outside.
Yeah, Ruslan.
Yeah, bro.
You're going to be very upset. Ruslan was considering debating this guy, Jay Dyer. And I told him, not my advice. He's a grown man. But my advice was, don't do it. So EOs, it ain't going to happen.
So wait a minute. Your announcement was you advised Ruslan not to debate Jay Dyer?
Yep. You heard what I said.
Look at all the EOs. They're like, what?
Yep. If it doesn't happen, you guys can come take it on me. Did you guys hear what I said? If it doesn't happen, it's because I said it shouldn't happen.
All right, but you gotta take me behind all of this thinking. So why? What's up? Are you gonna?
Why is it that people want to debate Ruslan? I think my opinion is because he has such a big platform. What a perfect opportunity. First off, let's go on the record. Let's go on.
You know, a little bit of background info there. Ruslan actually did have a discussion with Jay already on his show. He invited him on to do an interview, and they had like a little. It wasn't really a debate; it was more like a discussion type deal where he pressed him a little bit on his beliefs. But I actually spoke to him prior to that, and I said, "Look, if you're going to have him on there, and you don't want it to turn into like a full out debate, you're going to have to like just press him a little bit and then let it go. You know what I mean? Press him a little bit enough to get him to think on some things, but like you're not gonna be able to. I don't think it's going to be a good look to go into like a slug fest with Jay live on air. That would probably not work out too well. So he did actually have a conversation with him. It wasn't a debate. It was more like I think Jay titled it like heated exchange or something, which it really didn't get too heated. That was a good interview, by the way. I thought they went through some good info. But yeah, I don't think Ruslan would ever do a debate. When has Ruslan ever debated anyone though?
I don't think he's like a debater, man.
Yeah, he's like a podcast host guy.
He'll do
a debater host one.
Yeah, like he'll do those discussions, and he's like not afraid to, say this is what I believe and this is my take on things. But and I think he did that on that George Janko podcast when George was like just casually blaspheming, saying that the body and blood of Christ is like dirt or something. Which, again, I don't think he actually understood the weight of what he was saying. But I think Ruslan was not afraid to jump in and be like, hey, I think there's something more there. And, that's good on Ruslan. But at the end of the day, he's not like formal debate is something totally different than that.
Yeah, he's not a debater. Oh, wait. He debated, what's his face on the race stuff.
Yes, Joel Webbin. That's a good point. And he brought God Logic with him, though. That was a good idea, I thought.
Yep. He debated Joel Webbin. I actually thought they did good rhetorically from an objective standpoint. I thought God Logic really carried the. He was a good hype man. He was doing the whole hype man thing where he was like, "Oh, you guys ain't talking about that for real." So you're gonna go with it for real?
He's so awesome, dude. I love Avery.
He was good. He was good with the hype man stuff. He was like, Joel, you mean to say you wouldn't do that? That's your daughter, Joel.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
The record, my brother. Thank you for asking me that question, Mueller.
Hey, that's what I do, bro.
When these guys debate,
Michael Knowles too on the.
He had that
Michael
episode.
Knowles
Yeah, I forgot.
Was that a debate though? Was that a real debate?
That was performative, man. Come on, that wasn't
that was like a game
adversarial.
show thing.
Yeah.
people, they don't debate solely for the sake of let's have a conversation and build on it. A lot of these guys debate to clip, even if they lost the conversation. And even when they lose, they win. Even when they lose, they win because they push the narrative. Remember what I told you, that these guys go around telling other people to go flood the comments that they won. Fellas, I reached out to over 20 EOs to have a conversation with Mueller and I on this show right here. They've all declined. We got the screenshots. Mueller posted it on the show.
Yeah, but even then, the new narrative, are you going to talk about this? The new narrative is that, you know, you guys are bullies or Ruslan made a mistake because he pulled up a catechumen.
He did.
So I'm just going to say is I'm not going to engage with this. If they're going to accuse me of being a bully, because they already did with the counterdox kid, you know, which by the way, as soon as I can figure out that the dude was like, you know, not equipped or a little off, I'm not interested in doing that. So I would agree with them, but y'all gonna have to bring your permission slips. I'm gonna keep it a bean. You're gonna have to bring your permission slips because now the narrative is that, you know, people are debating catechumens because they want to get their clip farm going. You know, they want to harvest clips and all this. Bro, the only one that's doing that, I mean, doesn't like Jay Dyer literally he goes ahead and like sends off.
God Logic got that clip in the Joel Webbin thing. He's like, I don't remember what he said, but he was like, Joel Webbin, you mean to say you wouldn't let your daughter date a space alien? Like, so you mean to say you wouldn't set your daughter up on a date with a space alien? No, just like random stuff, dude. God Logic cracks me up, bro. Some of his like rhetorical stuff he used in that debate was wild.
It was great. Yeah. I do think Mahler was actually funny, though, when he said these guys got to bring their permission slips. You know, that's literally the move that I pulled on the Latinizers. I was like, unless your mom and dad are there, we're not going to be able to engage on this. But I mean, nobody is going around asking for permission slips. I think like everybody knows who my spiritual father is. Ben, you're not debating right now. Everybody knows who Nikolai's bishop is. Jay has had his spiritual father on his stream multiple times. Like, I don't think it's really a problem for us. I think, again, like we said, our problem is not with Josh. It was probably just a lapse in good judgment from Ruslan that looked really bad.
Hey, we got the counterdocs in the show here.
Hey, Alithos Anesti.
They're talking about you right now, dude. They're talking smack about you right now on the stream.
Oh, great.
Off his clip farm, he's like, all right, clip farmers, get ready. Clip this idiot.
Bro, anytime Jay Dyer has a conversation with any Protestant, bro, I see 50 clips from 50 different YouTubers.
Yeah,
it's a cult, my man. It's weird, bro.
Yeah, they just did a second ago. Shall I rewind it? Or you rewind the stream. You do that.
Weird. It's really weird. And it's like if these guys debate Ruslan, I'm afraid that I'm going to bump into 300 Ruslan clips having a discussion with this guy for all of eternity. For all of eternity.
See, that's what they mean though by they don't want their brand being damaged, because it's not just the one debate. It's that plus all the clips.
Here's the thing: is that if you don't want to get clipped, then don't say something stupid. Like it's pretty simple, right? I mean, like there were some clips going around from my debate with the other Paul where like the clip from my side that helped us was him admitting that he has a double standard for the iconic principle, that he's saying, yes, it passes through for demons, but when it comes to passing through to the saints or for Christ, well, no, it doesn't work that way. You know, textbook special pleading, blatant contradiction on its face. And the one clip that he had of against me going around was just him saying, silence, Orthodox, the Anglican is speaking. There's no substance to that at all. And people can tell the difference between those clips. So like, if you win, if you lose, like JP is right. If you win, if you lose, there are going to be clips either way. But as long as you don't say anything dumb, then the clips that are purportedly against you are not going to matter. So,
eternity. Let's go on the record. Ruslan shouldn't do it. I told Ruslan.
I don't remember. Ruslan doesn't debate. He'll have a conversation.
Well, there was a topic I told Ruslan. I know for a fact he would win if he did debate. And that topic is my favorite topic.
Oh, let me guess. Intercession of the saints.
Absolutely. I said, if you're going to debate a EO, debate him on that.
Alex, you should debate GP on intercession of the saints. Why not? I mean, I feel like I mean, you can see all of the same lines of argumentation that he uses in like every stream.
Yeah.
On this subject. So I don't know.
Will you host?
Yeah, sure. Why not? You can come on and have a conversation with them about intercession of the saints. But
I have a debate on April 30th, and I probably have that debate on the Crucible in May, like May 28th, I think.
Yeah, you should get big channels to host your debates because they help you grow, like Modern Day Debate, Crucible, and all that. They would probably host a JP versus Alex, especially if it's breadcrumbed with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we already have some beef. That's right.
There you go.
Beef.
Because EOs suck on that topic. They're garbage. And it's because the topic doesn't exist. I mean, brothers, these guys are playing checkers. I'm playing chess. I mean, the whole dead thing, Moeller. I told you before I did that it was going to work and get everybody manifesting. For the record, everybody, I called Moeller on the phone and I said, I have an idea to get everybody manifesting. I'm going to say the intercession of the saints is intercession of the dead. And sure enough, everybody was manifesting.
They did a video where they're like, these guys think that people like Christians like actually like die and go to sleep. And it was crazy, bro.
Wait, hold on.
Said. The dead.
Do they believe in soul sleep?
No. He's saying he doesn't.
Oh, okay.
He's saying that's what people were accusing them of.
All right, my bad.
We'll rise first.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. After you did that, the computer said they were pissed.
The computer said they were pissed. Now I like Alex, and I like the other dude as well.
It's real.
What do you?
They're cool dude. My issue is with the EO bros. That's my issue. I wouldn't consider Alex an EO bro, ortho bro. I wouldn't.
No. My life is over. All I want to be is an ortho bro.
It's over. Now you're a piety signaler, Alex. It's over for you.
That's right. This is funny.
Consider him.
Well, thanks for the compliments,
guys.
No, he's not.
Yeah, there you go.
They're not. They're good guys.
Yeah.
But to the EO community, you guys are cultish rodents. I'm on the record. Will you guys do something about it?
Yeah, you know what? Here, hold up. Let me play.
Lost your ortho bro card.
No, I have to be more mean. Look, there's more than just one species of ortho bro. You have like the eclectic ortho bro, like Joshua Nadeau. You have like the news ortho bro, like Cleve. You have the debate ortho bro, like Jay. You don't all have. It's not like to be an ortho bro, you have to be a copy paste of Jay Dyer. That's not true. There is many types of ortho bros. Is Alex affirming evolution? No.
Funny.
The evolution of the ortho bro.
Christian King. Yeah, that guy.
I was on this guy's show for an hour about 2 months ago. This Christian King, and they all stopped talking and they pelted me for an hour with questions. Did you guys know that?
No, I didn't see that.
I was aware that you were on, but I didn't see the whole thing.
that's when I was sort of first started doing stuff like this. So, but I have not since gone back, and I won't go back.
Well, I mean, their entire stream is not really talking about orthodoxy. It's more like them debating with other evangelicals on very basic theological concepts. That's all it is. It's them arguing in a circle about nothing. It's crazy, dude. It's just nonsense. They'll put like my face on a thumbnail and then they'll talk about predestination for like 3 hours. It's just a stream slop channel. Not JP's, Christian King. That's all he does. MKG, I was kind of surprised to hear Father Stephen Young say Samson is not a saint. I thought Hebrews 11:32 made that case. I think
my thought. Sorry, Father Ron, were you going to go ahead?
Nope. Go ahead, please.
Let's look at Hebrews 11:32. I don't think it says anything in there and in the following verses. I think Father Stephen is right that I don't think you can get that from Hebrews 11:32. Now, I'm hesitant to go against anything that Father Stephen says because obviously he's clergy and he's smarter than me and he's more trained than me and he knows more about this. If there's something in the liturgy that I don't know about, maybe there's something there. But from Hebrews, I don't think you can get that from Hebrews 11. There's just not enough there.
Alex says JP's got to be the most arrogant guy on earth. I don't know if I'd give him that title. Alex,
it's too lofty.
What do you think, Alex?
I wouldn't say well, you have to keep in mind he's also, it's like edutainment, right? All these streams are edutainment, so he's going to exaggerate certain things and exaggerate other claims. You know him better personally, Cleve. So
he's a New Yorker. This is how they talk.
Yeah, it's just how they talk, man. I wouldn't take it personally.
He's got an ego the size of the sun.
Well, he really believes what he's saying. That's
you gotta do that debate with him on Intercession of the Saints now, and get that set up on the Crucible or something.
I'd be down. Yeah, I'd be down for sure. JP, let's do it on the Crucible, man. If we can get Andrew. Andrew said that it's a public service that he's doing to host those debates on the Crucible, so maybe we can get on there. I think that would be fun.
There you go. Yeah, debate JP on the Crucible or Modern Day Debate or any one of these other.
Yeah, or Modern Day Debates. Yeah,
what's
James is a really
debate
cool
platform.
What's that?
What's another big debate platform? I think those are the two biggest.
Oh, Gospel Truth, Marlon.
Is he big? I thought he was like 20K. I thought he was my size.
Oh, I don't know. That's just another one that I know of who hosts.
Final Witness member for 6 months. Wow, thank you. I'm seeing accusations of people being neo-Palamite on X. Can someone smarter than me explain? David Bentley Fart apparently hates neo-Palamites. I think this is just like Discord cultists making up terms. Like they'll say like, or they'll use a term to slander whoever they want. If it's a David Bentley Hart, he's probably talking about anybody who's not a universalist.
I think that a lot of people that use that title have not read Barlam versus Palamas, and they probably should, because I think a lot of their problems is they don't like us saying that there's a real distinction between the essence and the energies, whether you want to use scholastic language and call it a real formal distinction or just the plain language of St. Palamas, where he just says they're really distinct. I think they want to impose some weird scholastic framework on St. Palamas and what he's saying, and I don't think it works, and it peeves them because I don't think they've read it.
Legend of the East. I'm sincerely wondering what Gavin's excuse would be for discussing with Josh. Is Josh planning to enter seminary? LOL, Josh did well, by the way.
He got a master's in theological studies from a Baptist seminary years ago, but I asked him about that on my show, and he said, because I brought him up, I brought that exact same point up, and I was like, look, I have a tweet here of Gavin saying that he will only debate people that have theological credentials. Mm-hmm. And I said, Josh fits that category, and I didn't even ask him. I said it. I said, Josh seems to fit that category, and Josh disagreed with me. He said, yes, but I got that from a Baptist seminary. I don't think that gives me a credential in any way when it comes to orthodoxy. Like, this is still something that I'm learning. So, right. Yeah, Josh actually had a stricter standard than I did when it came to theological credentials. So I think there is something there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be similar to, like, you know, me. I was a Protestant pastor. So, like, why can't I go and do debates right now? Well, it's also because I'm new to Orthodoxy, right? So that would be a similar situation with Josh, except for he's, got multiple degrees, or he's like a academic type. MKG, late SC, what in the world, in what world is a prot doing the Kingdom of Heaven meme, other Paul hand raise, when they didn't even exist at that time?
It's an excellent point. So a little curious.
Alexander Kane with a $10 super chat. Alex nailed it. These prots aren't debaters, and most of them could care less if their beliefs are correct. They want the big audience sending them super chats, and that's all they are. To be fair, I'm just saying, if I was like the size of Wes Huff's channel or something, like almost 1 million subscribers, I wouldn't risk my career debating somebody with 10K subs either. I would never do it. Maybe I would risk my career debating like Alex O'Connor with like 3 million subs. You always got to be climbing upwards. That's kind of like the thing. This is like, I get like people like, even when I was a Protestant, I get people spamming me debate requests that have like 1K subs, and I'm like, I'm not debating you, dude. You're like, you have no following. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
why would I do that? Like,
you can call in. You can do the call in. Like,
yeah.
that's what that's for. You know.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Thanks for the super chat, Alexander Kane. I agree with me. I do think I nailed it. Yes.
Ultra Void says, "What low? Wow, that's low key slander."
All right, which one?
I don't know, but that's slanderous. Whatever.
I agree. That is slanderous.
I'm offended. I'm offended at this slander. Thank you, Ultra
I'm
Void.
incensed. Yeah.
The Tech Diva, $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Thoughts on Archdiocese of Australia moving towards curbing the clergy on social media? A lot of Western Eastern Orthodox growth is due to this. It's how I learned about the true church. Who better than the priest to teach digitally about EO? I don't know. I never heard about it.
I wonder why they would be doing that. Maybe there's something we don't know about there. Maybe something happened. I don't know. Because I agree with you. It seems counterintuitive on every metric.
I don't know
do you have any?
True. Show me where that's happening.
Yeah.
Well, I saw that, and I don't know what that's about. Not yet. I mean, I guess it's a double-edged sword. It can be, you know. I mean, if I came on here as a priest saying completely insane things, that might, cause some concern, and so maybe that's happened. That might cause that to cause them to be to clamp down on things, but but I haven't seen it here, and that's my only comment.
I could see it happening. If we like fight bishops or something online, it would probably happen. They'd probably clamp down on everybody. Or if because I mean, we're different than the Catholic Church. The Catholic, they don't really care. They don't care what scandal goes. They got scandal every week. We don't have scandal like that in the Orthodox Church. So it's all eyes on you. If some clips channel makes a clip of me and they put a title on there that says all women are required to wear head coverings or you're in like super sin or something. Everybody's seeing that with my face on there, right? Even though that might not necessarily be like what I said in the actual video, but they make that title or whatever. I'm going to get a priest or somebody reaching out to me, correcting me, which that actually happened. That's a real story, by the way. We don't have scandal like that in the Orthodox Church. So when these things happen, everybody sees it. So I could see it happening. I think that's a good word of caution for the people, that are operating in this space. That could very well happen.
One of the reasons I'm on here, full disclosure, should I have said that earlier, is, because this is an area of interest for me, but also it is to sort of bring to the table with, and I've said this, so it's not a secret, Ben, that you have helped me. Early on I said that, I reap where you sowed. You have this massive channel. I'm barely, not even 1,000 followers. So, but I do believe that some of the shows that you and I have done with regard to things like, the real presence and baptism have been very impactful to people. And so I I took you invited me. I took that and ran with it. And I think it's been very beneficial to you, to me, and to the audience, because what it appears to me that how I read Scripture and how I present Scripture and parse Scripture is something of great interest to people. And believe me, there's much more coming, i.e. next Thursday. I've been working actually all day on that today, and I'm going to tell you right now that, public service announcement, now that I've got everybody's attention. I've done this lecture before. I mean, not openly, but privately. And I found like almost double what I had found before. So Marco is going to get blasted out of his chair with stuff that he's not expecting, and frankly, neither is anybody else, I believe.
I'm looking forward to that.
We're going to challenge Marco to a boxing match this stream. He's
okay. Well, there you go. That's probably better.
I'm looking forward to it. I think that'll be good. I'll come with the patristics. You come with the Bible knowledge. We'll be the
well, it's the Bible knowledge is something else. And by the way, on that topic, I've also been working very hard. I have now contacted Elijah Yassi. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about him, but he did agree to do a talk with me, and I have contacted him again. He has not responded, but I've been looking very, very carefully at Matthew 16, and I've just discovered a bunch of stuff like the last 2 days. It seems that the longer I take to talk to these people, the more I find. So it's actually not a bad thing that there's these kind of delays, because if I would have done this with Elijah Yassi a month ago, which is when we had it scheduled, I would have not been able to present what I just found like since that time, which is it's a very solid position, I believe. I have consulted another priest who's a Gospel Matthew specialist. I'm going to call him that. Who in my discussions with him, he basically said, "You made my day," when I told him about some of the things I was looking at. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that too.
Nice. I think this will be a good discussion. I think Elijah Yassi's got no motion anymore. He's just like kind of done. He's done for. I haven't seen him anywhere else. He did his little tour or whatever. He's gone now. Where's he been? I haven't seen him anywhere. I think he's done. But Legend of the East, Neo-Palamite is like William Lane Craig Apollinarian. Maybe I haven't really seen anybody use the term in any serious manner. So I'll have to look that up and see what the Universalist gentleman is talking about. Altar Void, slander was Alex not being an ortho bro. Just take my money to explain. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll give you a scream for that. And I'll give you this too.
You promised my son that you're going to give him free Robux.
Now, this is the biggest cult artist here. We got CK.
Oh, CK just pulled up. All right, so check this out. Hold on. This jack up.
CK looks like the bad guy from Command and Conquer. You know what I'm talking about? He looks like the evil emperor.
Yeah. You know what cracks me up about this guy is his microphone covers his mouth. Like not right now where you paused it, but normally he's got his microphone's always like this, right? And so he's
wear it around his neck. That's what it looks like. It looks like
I don't know, but it looks so funny when he's like kind of looking around, but the microphone, all you see is like the tons. Anyway.
That's what I'm saying. He looks like Kane from Mortal Kombat. You know what I'm talking about? Except for he doesn't have the cyborg eye.
Dude, this is restream, y'all. Hey, okay, so check this out.
Bane. Yeah,
I have the clip, bro, the one that I sent you. Look at these dudes.
You sharing screen?
No, I'm gonna share it. So I just want to make sure.
That's good. Yes. He looks like one of the guys from Dune. That's so true.
That's funny, dude.
Yes, he looks like the Dune guy. Hold on, I gotta pull that up now. What was that guy's name? I'm just gonna type in Dune fat guy. Dune fat guy. Where is this dude? Yeah, this guy. This guy right here.
Oh my goodness, dude. Honestly, I enjoyed the movies.
Yeah, the Dune movies are good. I read all the books too.
Oh, nice.
They're crazy, dude. I mean, people turning into worms.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah, while you do that, I have to find something myself. Brother,
Yeah,
we got a
Harkonnen,
lot
yeah.
of tea here for this live stream. We got a lot of tea. Now, obviously, Ruslan's my boy. I'm not going to put the full conversation, but I could dabble and touch around it. But I like Ruslan. I'm not going to put his business out there. But it is my opinion that he should not debate Jay Dyer. I advise them not to debate Jay Dyer because God knows we're going to see 800 Brother, I see new clips of my discussion with Jay Dyer till this day.
These guys are definitely diabolical. You know, and I mean it like as in a business tactic. I gotta respect these guys. This guy's got a clip farm ready to go. He's like, "All right, everybody, clip that and get it ready." And then
It's crazy, bro. It's weird. It's cultish. It's cultish strap. But again, I'm not talking about the EO grandmother.
Check this out. Let me share the screen. Look at this. Look at this, fellas.
While you do that, let me go on the record. I'm not talking about the EO grandmother, the family. That's not who I'm.
This is like streamception, dude. Like
stream within a stream within a stream.
It's us streaming their stream of them streaming their stream.
Dude, look, clips are part of the game, man. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, true that.
Talking about, or the EO people that focus on talking about Islam. I'm talking about the EOs that think that they are put on this earth to make evangelicals doubt their faith because they're superior than we are. Well, guess what, fellas? You're going to be humbled by JP Uncut, the Grim Reaper. All right, fellas? Because I was looking for blood on Twitter the other day. I was looking for...
Can we get a Babushka orthotuber? I think that'd actually be based.
And Babushka would put JP in his place with a flip-flop. It would be over.
Get one of these. Get one of these.
Forget debates, dude.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Blood, and nobody wanted to have a conversation with JP.
All right, so check it out. Look, this is how crazy they are. Somebody sent me this clip. Watch. Look at how crazy. So we were live yesterday.
What the computer said, brother.
Yeah, Alex was live yesterday when we were live. Look what these dudes did. And EOs, pay attention. Look what these dudes did.
By the way,
probably a few minutes. I got to help put the kids down in a little bit.
Can you do like 20 more minutes?
Yeah, I can do 20.
Okay. We're gonna do Arrow and then Harold. Arrow. Actually, hold on. Let me real quick do these super chats. Mahler is on.
Look, Mahler is on stream right now. Look.
Are they gonna stream you streaming their stream? Is that what's about to happen?
I did not stream their stream. No, I just kind of answered this and moved on. But dude, that would be crazy. That would be too much.
That would be insane. Us streaming them stream of you streaming them.
Yeah.
Look at these ortho bros trying to start crap. Mahler is on stream right now, reviewing your recent stream and saying we are going against the Holy Spirit. Apparently, when did I ever say that on the live that they're going against the Holy Spirit, bro?
Are we going with
it? I'm joking that they call this satanic, but regardless of however we took it, this is what they do. They were watching.
Did you have something?
I said, well, if we're not going against it, does that mean we're going with it?
Well, there you go.
I mean, you're either with God or against God, right? There's no neutral ground. So he has to say we are going against the Holy Spirit if he thinks we are wrong, right?
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Just own it, man.
Watching this live, they went over there, dropped a super chat, but I'm not gonna. I was laughing at the way Alex took this. Look,
stream right now. Mahler, what makes you think I care about what Mahler is doing? Mahler,
that's facts, bro. You shouldn't care at all. Like the EOs can't even gaslight their own EO side, bro. It's not working.
Yeah, and then I go on the record and I say Alex is not an ortho bro. He's a nice dude, and he's right to challenge the Protestant.
He's defending you. He's nice, Maxim.
I know, but still, it's like a double-edged sword.
You are not an ortho, bro. You are cast out. You are not one of us.
Oh no,
that's funny.
To cowards.
Yeah, for sure.
He has every right to call out Gavin Norland, who I believe is running in this circumstance, because Gavin was told to have a conversation, and Gavin chose to decline for whatever reason. Okay, let's go on the record. It happened. It's there. Ruslan is willing to debate Jay Dyer, but I told them I don't think that the conversation should happen or the debate should happen. I advised them that. because what the EOs do is they take 1 million clips, and we will all be screwed on YouTube if we see 8 million clips of Jay Dyer talking to Ruslan. All right. So I don't think it should happen, but if it did, there was a particular topic I told Ruslan he should do, because if he does it, he would embarrass Jay Dyer. But the audience wouldn't do anything about that anyways. Like, the audience will pretend they won. I mean, fellas, how many times? I mean, Smaller, you saw all the tweets.
Yo, can we hear CK? He's pulled up, and I still haven't heard him.
Yeah, CK, I'm looking for some information. Go ahead.
CK doesn't say anything anyway. He doesn't have anything to say. He's just kind of like sits there and stares into the. I should do my streams like that from now on.
Hello, guys. Welcome to Cleave to Antiquity.
Hold on, I'll do my best CK impression. Pull my hairline back.
Dude, I can't decide if I'm an ortho bro or not. Other Paul says that I'm a diorite and an ortho bro, and that I do everything in my power to copy Jay. And JP says that I'm not even an ortho bro to begin with. I don't know, man. I'm confused. Maybe JP and the other Paul should debate this. Is Alex Soren an ortho bro?
Grits Carlton, $5. Are these the Evanjo Bros? I don't know. The name doesn't ring quite as well as Ortho Bro.
Banjo Bros.
Evangellyfish. That's what I've heard. Evangellyfish. The Dune author made Paul to be a villain, but he made him too base and everyone loved him. Turned Paul into a worm because he was so mad. That's probably what happened. That is probably what happened. He turned him into a worm, and it was a weird twist. He just was like a fat worm, like Gooner Emperor guy for like $2. Is it very strange? The last book was hard. I could hardly read. I just started skimming. I was like, I gotta finish this. I'm skimming it. I get the point. I'm skimming. Octavian, $2. Ecclesial anxiety maxing. Very true. Very true. My ecclesial is very anxiety right now.
Brother.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The computer said it's working, brother.
Okay, my bad. My bad. I was having technical difficulties this stream because like I'm alive too, but they couldn't hear the audio, and yeah, I have trouble all the time. But yeah, there's also some other clips too that I came across earlier too. If you guys need some more stuff to go over, because
Jesus is the Bible. You hear it here first. He says, in my debate with Mahler, he said the Bible is the eternal word of God in John 1. So Jesus is the Bible.
Who is Counterdox? Who is Counterdox?
Counterdox. He's a Orthodox, like, smaller channel YouTuber. He called into Mahler and he did a call-in debate with him. He called into Sam Shimon, and Sam Shimon called him like a demon or something. Sam Shimon called everybody demon.
I was gonna say Cleve is on that list.
Like I said last time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was surprised he didn't call me out in the stream that he did today, because that post I did on X where I was like, why do you have an issue with Vatican? Why do you have an issue with Pope Leo saying Muslims have the same God as Catholics? You believe in Vatican II, don't you? And then he went on that stream and he said, oh, I'm only Catholic because they are like, you can take their sacraments if you're a Syrian.
It's a really bad reason, but practical, I guess. Whatever.
That's what he said. He said that a couple of times. Michael Lofton said he's not even Catholic. He said he just goes to a Catholic church. He's a Syrian. He's never been like actually received Catholic. I don't know how true that is.
Interesting.
So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what Lofton says.
Seems like y'all are on their radar now. And it's gonna come to a point where they can't they're not gonna be able to avoid them.
So there's some more new clips. Well, we're actually going to review a couple of clips.
Avoid who? Who's avoiding debates with Protestants? No one. We're begging you. Like, Alex has been begging people to debate. What are you talking about?
For real, dude.
I'm gonna do my best CK impression. I'm gonna put my so we're talking about like
I think you need to turn your gain like all the way up.
Yeah. We're talking about like these Protestants don't want to be debating us, dude. These Protestants, they like that. I mean, yeah.
That's funny, dude.
If you have share screen, CK, you can share whatever you wish. But I want to show you this real quick. Take a look at this. Look at what the computer said on Twitter.
Hey, real quick, too. Real quick. Thank you, Skips. You know my position. I don't feel like people don't have the Holy Spirit over there. So I don't know what these guys are doing, but you can tell they're trying to antagonize.
Yeah, look, I'm not gonna.
Alex was caught paying a homeless man to debate him.
I was desperate, man. It was hard times call for desperate measures. It was a season of famine in the land. There were no debaters anywhere. That's the only place
got
I
any
could
of
go.
them debates? You got any of them debates?
You got any of them debates?
Say that you're not saved just because you're an EO, but it is problematic that there are doctrines that have issues, and people in the EO community have to gaslight themselves to believe that they don't have problems. But let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at what the computer said.
The computer said
that Jay Dyer is pressing Ruslan. Take a look at this. Now look at the narrative. I know Ruslan personally. Okay? Ruslan did not invite this dude because he wanted to make EOs look bad. That is not true. Okay? And this catechumen dude didn't even make EOs look bad. But the EO community, I'm on the record, is upset that they didn't invite Jay Dyer. Now, why do we have to invite Jay Dyer for every little thing? I don't know, but perhaps they're saying invite a Father Josiah or something like that. But the discussion wasn't that deep. Okay, fellas, I was there. It wasn't that deep. It was.
Alex, put the glasses on so you get a dialogue.
Now we don't have to destroy anybody's worldview here. We're all in it together. We're all trying to come to terms with our Lord. It's just one big ecumenist, happy family.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe
three
that'll do
dudes
it.
sharing why they're particular.
Wait a minute, you're talking about the one with the Gavin Ortland.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, Gavin Ortland softy panel. They weren't debating.
They weren't debating. So for the EO community.
Well, to be fair, the title of it originally was debate, wasn't it?
Yeah, he changed it. I mean, that's how he framed it. And like whether it's clickbait or not, I mean, that's still everybody's gonna think it is. I think the point of this post here is that Jay is saying, look, Gavin and Trent have double standards, and Ruslan, you're kind of catering to them. That's not fair, which it seems like a valid complaint.
People are saying, I bet the catechumens still dog on them all. Well, to be fair, like even Orthodox catechumens they're probably better versed on a lot of the different lines of argumentation than your typical evangelical. I don't know about Gavin Ortland though, or Trent Horn. That might be a difficult debate. I mean, I feel like I would do very well in a debate with either one of them too, but I don't think most have. I mean, I also have a background in apologetics though, so that's a little different.
To manifest like the dogs that some of them are. Oh my gosh, you got a catechumen, when it wasn't that deep. And it comes to show you how paranoid these guys are. CK, I reached out to over 20 Eastern Orthodox guys, not on my burner, on my actual page. And I told them, I said, pull up to the show, let's have a discussion. They all said no, CK.
Now, yeah, this is what I see a lot with the Orthodox community.
CK, I'm gonna let you cook. Then they say I'm a catechumen. I'm not authorized to debate, but they're not catechumens and running their mouths in the comment section. Make it make sense, CK. They're catechumens.
Well, this is probably a good reason why I shouldn't debate. To be honest, it's like I'm not like your normal catechumen. I'm not like other girls. I mean. The thing isn't that I would look stupid. That's not the reason I don't debate. It's one, it's out of obedience, and two, it's very easy, I think, for somebody to get puffed up with pride. So it's good that I have limitations set on me, especially very early on. These things are very helpful, I think, in formation of spiritual life. But yeah, I'm obedient to my priest and bishop. I submit to their authority.
Yeah, and I think it's not like there's a comment in the chat or something that said like it wasn't that Jay needed to be there, right? I think we are. I mean, everybody wants to see Jay and Gavin go at it, right? Everybody wants to see that. The point is, you have like, as far as YouTube goes, the top Protestant guy, probably the top Roman Catholic guy, relatively unknown catechumen. Like, come on, man! Like, everybody knows the top Orthodox guy is Jay, and there are other comparable guys that are up there too. So I think the critique was just the disparity to begin with. That's all. Everybody wants their views to be presented fairly, right?
Yeah. Well, I think originally when I was a Protestant and a lot of this was being discussed because he had invited Jay. Ruslan actually invited Jay to go to the Bless God conference. I don't know if you know that.
This one?
This one. This was like a year ago that he was planning all this stuff, but he invited him live on stream whenever he did the interview on Ruslan's show. He invited him to go there and debate me. So originally that was going to be, but Jay said he didn't want to do that for whatever reason. And then later Ruslan was like, I'm going to take the conference in a different direction. We're going to do like just like a blanket Christianity thing. But it seems like multiple changes have been made to the conference. Granted, that was like a year ago. So I think Jay was actually originally invited to this conference, but it was to debate me, Evil Cleve. This was right after the call-in debate. So Jay was like, I already debated that guy. Why do I have to do that again? He was like, he said, I want to debate Alex O'Connor. He said, make that happen, and I'll come.
I remember
on.
that.
To debate, but not catechumens to run their mouths.
I like what you did there. You
So
said
they have a
orthodox.
blessing to debate in the chat then, but just not on the panel.
Whoa.
CK, we got to make you big screen for that. I want you to repeat that, man.
Yo, CK,
repeat that for the world, CK.
Go ahead,
I said, so they got a blessing to debate in the chat, but not on the panel.
Wow.
Yeah. So you're a catechumen for what it's convenient to be a catechumen.
Exactly.
Very convenient. I asked everybody was talking.
I liked that zoom in there. I thought that was good.
Yeah.
He's like they got a blessing to debate in the chat. They got a blessing.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Talking tough to Ruslan. I reached out to the people who were talking tough to Ruslan individually. Hey, sorry, JP, I enjoy your show, but I'm a catechumen. But you were just running your mouth. See, I can run my mouth because I'm not afraid. If Jay Dyer wants to pull up on this platform, because I pulled up on his, I would have a field day. Because I spoke to Jay Dyer and his father. Nothing but respect to Jay Dyer's father. Not his actual bloodline father, his father, the father, right? But my issue is,
I think he's saying Father Deacon Ananias is a spiritual father. That's not the case, though.
That's not true.
Yeah, Father Deacon isn't his. So you're confused there, buddy.
is that these individuals are so paranoid. Oh my gosh, we didn't have a top 5 Eastern Orthodox there to talk to Trent Horn. Nothing happened. They were chilling. Nothing happened. I was there. Nothing happened. Nobody said EO's refuted. Nobody said the EO dude did bad. Nothing happened.
Yeah, I didn't understand. I didn't understand the I saw him on Alex the Sorn, like they were just talking after they sent me that clip, and I'm like, I don't get what the controversy is. Did he put his foot in his mouth or something?
Rebound leader, I want to congratulate you, my brother. After
what these fake gangsters never understand is the salvation of millions of souls are at stake, not their brand.
Good point. Yeah.
$20 a month, I'll make you a true ortho bro.
As a sign up for the ortho bro development plan.
Yeah, you gotta wear the glasses every stream until you get your ortho card back.
Oh no. No, I have to be a geek.
Many years, we have fixed our lack of friendship because all you really did was join the panels and not talk. But I want to remove you from a standard moderator And now you are a managing moderator. All right, my brother? Now you can pick out the moderators if they're acting up. All right, rebound leader, congratulations. Congratulations. All right.
Oh, hey, look at this. Let me send you this over. Hold up. Wait a minute. Look what they're saying about me.
Share your screen, brother. Don't even send it to me. Just share your screen.
Sure. All right.
Yeah. If y'all have anything, CK, Moeller, if y'all have anything, just share y'all screens, okay?
Hold on, but let me see if I
Buy my certified ortho bro peptides.
I can do it because it's Discord. Window. Oh yeah, here I go. There.
Okay.
Look. They're saying that I'm one of the worst Protestant apologists. It's way
there
above
it is.
par. He literally mutes and strawmans.
No, you don't mute. That's a lie.
Yeah, they get mad because I don't mute, because then if anything, we're getting into a shouting match.
And that's a satanic lie. So this is where I attack the EO community. The EO community, they don't hold each other on check, right? So
what?
Here,
Ridge says they're banning people from their stream. I don't know if that's true or
They
not.
say
I'm not
we,
there.
we don't hold our people in check. Is that what he said?
Maybe in the chats he's talking about.
Oh, what can we do about that?
Yeah, well, that's like that one guy crashing out in my comment section or the live stream about a random anonymous troll, like one guy. Dude, this is how you ortho treat me. He called me Jewish. You are Jewish though. What are you talking about, dude? Like, I don't know. There's just one troll. I ended up banning the troll because he was being nasty towards the end, but that was annoying.
Ben, you might have to get Father Ron to mod your chat.
Yeah, there you go. Now I have 2 mods, Alex and Father On. Oh, and Father Stephen DeYoung. I made all 3 of you mods. Those are the only mods I'll ever have. I don't. Well, here's the thing, though. I don't want I never want my chat to be super heavily moderated. I like people in there kind of saying what they feel, even if they oppose our position. The only thing is like when people are in there, like, I don't know, if they're like dropping the you know,
the hard
bomb or something, you know, that might be a little different. Or TOS stuff, terms of service stuff. But yeah, I was kind of half tempted to go through and like unban everybody who's ever been banned. Should be chaos. I don't have that many people banned though. Kermit says the gamer word. There's an Orthodox Anglican church near me. I think that just means Anglicans that don't ordain women. Like that's like their conception of like, oh, we're like based. I saw somebody sent me a video and it was like, can you refute this guy? And it was like an Instagram video of like a Slavic Orthodox guy that moved from like Russia or something to the United States. And he left Orthodoxy in Russia, became an atheist, and then became an Anglican in the United States. And he was, can you refute this guy? And I go and I play the video. And it's zero theology. It was just my priest was mean to me, and he was a hypocrite because he drank beer. So I became an atheist. Great reason to leave Orthodoxy. I mean, what are you talking about?
No, your priest had a beer.
Oh
no.
He said he was a hypocrite, and then he met his like wife or something that was like also a rabid atheist. And they like bonded over like hating Christians, and then they got married, and they were like, wait a minute, we kind of want to be Christian. So they became Anglican because they can just kind of do what they want. It's like
confused people.
And the title of the video was why I left Orthodoxy for Anglicanism. It's like, you became an atheist. What are you talking about? You didn't leave Orthodoxy for Anglicanism. You left Christ, and then you came back to a false church. So I don't know. And it was all like emotional. But that's like your typical like X. Who's that? Michael Orthodox guy on X has got a funny page. He's always posting the X Orthodox Reddit threads. They're always like unhinged and insane. It's always they want to either do drugs or it's like Skittle stuff. It's like on Reddit for the X Orthodox Reddit threads.
Right.
This guy's making a slanderous lie. When Moeller doesn't mute anybody. In fact, Moeller kicks me out of my own stream, says JP, take a seat back so I can handle business. because he doesn't want there to be any interference when there's a one-on-one conversation.
No, every time we do that, they start to complain. What is this 2-on-1? Who am I talking to? And they start to make an excuse, right? Which I don't really mind. We could do the 2v1 or whatever, but
yeah, CK, what you got to say about these people lying, saying Mueller just mute? This is the EO community. This is why I say we got to go hard at these EOs. I challenged over 20 EOs. None of them wanted a debate or come on this show.
There you go, Alex. Here's your end.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Intercession of the Saints on modern day debates or on the Crucible.
There you go. Hey guys, I'm probably only gonna go
stop running, JP. Stop running.
Yeah, there you go.
Stop running.
I'm probably only gonna stream for about another 30 minutes, so we'll wrap it up after that point because I do have to wake up super early to drive. So, but this has been fun. Thanks guys for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for the invite, man.
Oh, not a one of them. Not a one of them. They were all scared, but they could run their mouths, but they don't want to come up here and debate JP uncut on intercession of the saints, by the way. I don't give a damn about anything else about EO. All I care about is intercession of the saints. The doctrine doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Mahler do that.
Yeah, and that's why I go to.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Because he doesn't mute me. I mean, if anything, the audience has muted me, but that's why I go to his platform because you don't get muted. You know what I mean? So, anyway, I'm not really worried.
Let's continue on, brother, because we have a lot. We have some material to cover here. So check this out real quick. We're gonna keep going. Look at this. Look at these guys. Bring Jay Dyer to the stage. It would have been interesting seeing Trent Horn and him talking in person. Here's the deal.
I'm gonna let this play for a second. I'm gonna grab a cough drop real quick.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, by the way, that's a really respectful comment. Like, that's a very polite way to submit a request. Just wanted to point that out.
There you go. I'll be right back. Give me just a second.
People to share what they believed. Jay Dyer would have probably turned it into a debate, and it wasn't that. And Trent Horn probably felt uncomfortable. But why does Trent Horn have to be Jay Dyer have to be there? Why does he have to be there? Who cares? This wasn't a debate. And look, he says it's a practical reason. It's not because I'm afraid to have Jay on. It's because it's not because anyone is afraid of him either. It's not super complicated. Now, I do believe there are some people in the Protestant and Catholic world that are scared of Jay Dyer. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a liar. A lot of people in the Protestant communities are afraid of other Protestants. They hold on to doctrines like Calvinism, and then they push Protestantism, but secretly they're backloading Calvinism. That's what the guy Cannon and Creed does, which is why he made the list of top 5 afraid apologists in the EO list that they did. So I'm not going to lie and deny that there are guys that are afraid of the EO community. There's a lot of guys. But with that said, let's continue on. I challenge all 3 of you to a public formal debate. Now, how would that happen? Gavin Ortland and Trent Horn and Ruslan in the debate? In a 3-on-1, does that make any sense? Like, what do you want to do? Be the center of attention? Hey, I just debated somebody 3-on-1. Now, Ortho Bros, make 800 clips. Clip number 1, Jay Dyer destroys opponents on a 3-on-1.
That would be a good show, though.
He would destroy them 3-on-1 too. That's the thing. It's like I feel like, everybody's gonna accuse me of glazing, but fine, I don't care. Jay is still growing and he's still becoming a better and better debater, and he's still learning more and more. And I think this would be great. This is like Jay is in his strongest form ever.
They should put him on Jubilee.
Yes, absolutely. 20 atheists.
Yeah.
Or 20 philosophy bros versus the most notorious philosophy bro.
Even like 20 Protestants, 20 Catholics. You just wreck them.
Oh, yeah.
Who just did this? Voice of Reason just did this too. He should be gone, but he just did this on that Fence Sitters channel. You know what I'm talking about? Who's that bald fence sitter guy?
Yeah, I forgot the name of the channel, but he's like kind of found a workaround through his ban by trying to make guest appearances on all these other channels, and it's everybody sees right through it. Like it's ridiculous, and quite frankly, slithery snake-like behavior.
Yeah, well, I mean, his bishop literally said, don't do videos on your channel. And he said, that doesn't mean I can't do them on other people's channels. So he gave Roots of Grifting his channels like access or whatever. So Roots of Grifting now owns the Voice of Reason channel, and now Voice of Reason goes on Roots of Grifting. By the way, Roots of Grifting is the guy that's pushing all of this Coptic is Orthodox nonsense. By the way, he's the spearhead of this. You know how I know this? Because he was crashing out in the comments of that stupid Agan video where they were saying that I said no Coptic guy ever called himself Orthodox before 65. These people have like, I mean, I don't want to be rude, but maybe I shouldn't say that. I'll be mean if I keep talking about that. But Roots of Orthodoxy, he's a big grifter. He's a snake in the grass. No one should be going on his channel. He's orchestrating things in the background to get Orthodox people in trouble. So he's not a good guy. He's very evil.
They're Monophysites. They're not Orthodox. It's very simple.
That's nicer than what I was going to say, but that's good.
Clip number 2. Jay Dyer destroys Ruslan and partner Gavin Nortland with this argument. Catholic and Protestants team up. Yeah, bro, what?
Bro, Ruslan doesn't debate.
Counterdog says they just kicked me. Did you call in?
Checks out.
Did you just call in? I'll fast forward and watch that.
Debate?
No, he does not.
Oh, okay.
But there is a topic.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't. Well, hold on. He does a debate on occasion, things like that. But he's not a debater. That is true. But he'll dabble in debates here and there, right? Like he's a here and there kind of dude, right? That's not his passion.
Well, I mean, of course, I would say, but if he's not debating, that's why you're telling. Okay, so then go ahead and give us the.
He said he's. Well, did he call in? Oh, he was on there. All right, let's fast forward and see. Let's go watch that.
Is still BEO.
Yes.
No, you cannot deny intercession is still BEO,
Okay,
but you do not have to invoke the saints yourself.
Okay.
Privately.
That's the nuanced answer there, because like
Okay,
you wouldn't get in trouble for not kissing the icons. But you can't like go against the church.
Hold on. We gotta get to this. So then when you
Who's this guy?
Burning Bushes channel. I don't know.
Is he Orthodox? He's got like an icon in the background. Somebody in the chat, let me know who's this guy.
do the liturgy, are you invoking?
Say again. I'm sorry. Just so y'all know, I'm driving through like the middle of nowhere of Indiana right now. So
in the liturgy, are you invoking them?
In the liturgy, are we invoking them? As we saw with the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom.
Oriental Orthodox? He's an Oriental Orthodox white guy? They exist? That's crazy. Is he really Oriental Orthodox? I've never
Then
heard
it is already assumed that they're praying for us. But no, we're not praying. We don't stop praying to Jesus and pray to them to invoke them outside of Christ. No.
As an EO, you don't have to invoke the saints.
Yes, you yourself did not. There's no anathema on not invoking the saints, but you have to venerate saints. You have to do that.
Okay, so you don't have to invoke them,
because there's
you have to kiss.
You said you had something you want to say, Alex?
The liturgy invokes the saints. Yes, we invoke the saints. If you attend the liturgy and you're an Orthodox Christian, you participate in all those prayers. Of course, you're invoking the saints. Yes.
The icons.
I mean, you don't have to kiss them by venerating. You can venerate in many ways. You don't have to like kiss them. You could bow to them, touch them.
This guy has turned a new leaf. This guy has turned a new leaf. You have to believe it to be in full communion.
All right.
No. I mean, I've always stood on that. Like, for me personally,
what is this random dude saying? Is he just like saying nothing?
He's just yapping.
You don't gotta believe nothing. You don't gotta do nothing. You don't gotta exist. You gotta like dissociate.
Yeah, no, you have to venerate the icons. I mean, we're not going to make you if you're an inquirer, and there will be some discernment from your spiritual father, the priest there, of course. But yeah, you're going to be Orthodox. You have to believe Orthodox things.
These are the people they want you to debate. No. Jay the guy. Jay the fish. He said wrong, Jay.
Don't let Ruslan find out about these people.
Yeah, Jay the fish is going to be the next big thing. No.
I wish there was an anathema on people who don't invoke the saints. That's me personally. But the truth is, there isn't one. That's the truth.
Okay, I'm not, bro. I'm not asking you. I'm asking you if you have to believe it in order to be healed.
Intercession of the saints, generally, yes, you have to believe in that.
All right, then that's it. I don't want to have.
No, but I'm saying no, because listen,
brother, your connection's manifesting, brother.
Yeah, but
Jay, your connection's manifesting, Jay.
no, hold on.
Yeah, your connection is manifesting,
bro. All right.
Yeah, Jay, get to your location where you have some Wi-Fi, and
yeah, real quick, counterdox. Do you have a blessing from your priest to have this conversation?
I mean, it's not a debate. I don't need a blessing.
What do you mean it's not a debate? So you're not going to
this illegal debating here from counterdox.
It's illegal.
To Ortho jail. Illegal debating.
Talk about your beliefs?
Muller, 1 second, Muller, if you may. Daniel, please
truthfully, I'm not debating either. I'm just here for a
Yeah,
conversation.
Daniel, send me your email.
Yeah,
so we
are
can
you
have
guys conversating about EO doctrine?
I mean, sure.
Okay, bro. Do you guys have permission from your priest to do this? We've already been warned by your guys' group.
My priest knows that I have a YouTube channel.
He knows
that I do this.
Daniel,
Campo says you don't have to kiss the icons immediately upon entering. There also isn't going to be anybody forcing you to do this. Well, it depends on the parish. My parish, I grab you as soon as you enter and I force you to kiss each icon and I stare at you until you get it done. And I don't let you enter until you're done either.
It's like instead of like giving him a swirly, you know, you just put their face in the icon.
Yeah. I'm like, come here, boy. You're going to venerate these icons now.
And yeah, I would assume.
I'm just inquiring. I've never been here.
Assume you do counterdox.
Yes,
do you, bro? Or no? You can just be
No, my
honest.
priest knows very well that I have a YouTube channel.
Okay, so that you're allowed to
At my parish, the icons kiss you.
do debate, so you're not a
I can't talk about theology, but I can have.
You got a permission slip then.
Yeah, that's what we're asking, bro, because we've been told by your group to do that.
Lecco Joe 77. Y'all really shouldn't be encouraging inquirers, catechumens, even new converts to debate online. Real bad look. You know what? Catechumens, inquirers, new converts, don't debate online. There you go. I mean, we said it like a million times earlier, so I don't know why we got to repeat that over and over again.
You're told that that's. I mean, if I'm here, that means I believe that, and I'm confident that I have the ability to do this.
I'm not saying you have the ability. Do you have the blessing, bro? Just say yes or no, bro. It sounds
I
like
have to call my priest. Why do you like being a sophist, dude? So I got to call my priest every time I have a conversation with somebody.
What do you like trying to sound like Gray Dyer, bro? Do you have a yes or no? It sounds like it's a no, bro.
It sounds like you're fucking.
Doesn't he's outside the
Sounds like
church?
a what?
He shouldn't demand that.
Yeah.
He can't demand that.
Counterdox, you're using foul language in this debate. Hold on, where's my?
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior.
Sounds like
counterdox, try to keep it clean because it is a case.
You can't control yourself in manifest.
Yeah, call him.
Me and JP on the mind meld right now.
Call him. Put him on. Let's hear. Call him because you're lying. You don't have a blessing.
I don't debate. I'm not here to debate. I'm here to
If
talk
you're not here to debate, then what are you here to talk about? Theology?
I'm here to
Turn
talk
down
about
the heat a little bit here, Mahler.
No, bro. What are you talking about? Turn down the heat. I'm asking this guy to be honest. He's lying.
You want a conversation, so let him talk.
Okay, so if it's a conversation, can we have a conversation?
I can have a conversation. Where else? Why would I be here? Are you stupid?
Okay. What do you mean? So now you're
I'm
cussing
here to have a
and
conversation.
you're calling me stupid.
have a
I'm asking you if you have a blessing. I've been told by your camp, don't be talking to people like catechumens like you.
Yeah, catechumens don't talk to strangers. Counterdox.
This is great entertainment, honestly.
It's just good. I would say, honestly, in my opinion, if you're a catechumen, probably best not to be doing call-in debates like this, though. What are your thoughts, Alex?
I agree.
What do you think, Father Ron?
Is that? I don't know what he's going to do here. Maybe he has a question. I mean, or
Good point.
again,
that's true.
My issue is a step back, and that is ultimately these things apply within the church, right? And so a person outside the church can't make those demands to the church. People inside the church can make those demands to each other. But this outsider, I don't think, can make a demand that somebody has a blessing from their priest. I mean, I think that to
Well,
me,
I think he's trying to
unless
draw
I'm
the
missing
parallel.
something.
I think he's trying to draw the parallel to Ruslan inviting a catechumen on to debate the top apologist guys. I mean, I think you can make a distinction between a call-in conversation, but yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Father Ron?
Well, again, I don't know. I guess I missed that part about the parallel with Ruslan, you know. So I'm just looking at what's on the screen right now, and I just think it's an invalid request of him. What do you know what I'm saying? It's a valid request between us inside the church, but an outsider demanding a blessing, that this person has a blessing from the priest to speak to them, I don't think is valid. That's just my opinion.
I think that's a good point, Father Ron.
Ray
just saying
sorry,
counterdox isn't a catechumen, so I guess he's just saying he doesn't have a blessing.
I think you're right, Cleve, though, that there is a big distinction between like the two top apologists from two other camps on stage live somewhere versus a call-in show.
That's true.
I mean, it could be, you know, I could back up even further and say, well, just a second here. Well, do you have a blessing from the Lord to talk to me? You know what I mean?
God, give me that paperwork.
And how would you show that?
Who sent your bishops?
Well, you see my point, right? I mean, it goes both ways, right? Did the Lord bless you to speak to me? I mean, maybe that's a little extreme, but I mean, if we're going to take it to the limit, well, then why not? You know, the thing is that we do have recourse, right? Is that we do get a blessing from the priest. How is he going to demonstrate he's been blessed by the Lord? This goes back to all kinds of stuff. I mean, the whole the ministry of anybody outside the church, the validity of ministry. You know, I mean, again, I'm really, I think it says Father on with the header clap back. Well, it wasn't meant to be, but sorry if I'm pouring stuff on this very fun thing, but maybe I'm misunderstanding.
No, I think you're right, Father.
I think that's a good counterpoint here. Let's see what else they have to say. I want to see how this plays out.
So, and okay, so you're here not to discuss theology. You want to talk about the weather?
Talk to JP. I'm not here to engage you.
Okay, no. What are you talking? You're going to engage. Everybody, get off the street. It's going to be me and you now. Everybody, get off. Now you're going to talk to me, bro. And I'm going to get you on. I'm going to put you on, and then now we're going to do. Yeah, of course we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it, brother. This is what you want to do. All right. So, do you have a blessing from your priest to talk about theology? Do you have a blessing from your priest? Do you have a blessing from your priest to talk about this? Do you or no? So yes or no?
Why do I?
Do you have a blessing, bro? Yes or no? All right, we got one more opportunity. We're gonna throw you off. Yes or no, counterdox? Do you have a blessing? I'm not playing this game with you guys anymore. Do you have a blessing? Yes or no?
Blessing from my priest to talk to JP.
Well, no, you're talking to me now. So are you here to talk theology? So you're not here to talk theology?
I'm not here to talk to you.
Okay, then this isn't the stream for you.
Well,
you're gone, right?
This stream is not.
You're gone, right?
Where does this?
We're gonna have to boot you. See you later, bro. Listen, bro, we're not playing games with you guys. The first thing you guys do is you start crying and complaining. Go to CK's and debate over there. I'm not doing this where I get emails and DMs from people saying stop.
That soundboard is obnoxious.
Just pretty horrible. It's way too much.
Well, that's Christian King's thing. Now I'm doing the thing. I'm leaning into my mic to talk like Christian King. Oh, it's infectious. No, that's his whole channel's thing. He's got like a million horrible soundboards, dude.
Stop picking on kids. Nobody's picking on anybody, bro.
Counterdox. I'll be on CK's channel in about 20 to 30 minutes. We can have a dialogue there about intercession of the saints. But it is true. To be fair, look, it is true. Moeller's getting reached. People are reaching out of Moeller.
Left and right, telling me don't be beating up on kids.
Catechumens and things like that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not playing this, Newman. So we're not joking. I need to see permission slips. If you guys are going to try to pull up here and engage, we're not doing this double talk.
But isn't that what you guys were asking for? Is for Orthodox to pull up? You know?
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing. Why can't you let us talk?
Newman, did you watch the show?
I watched a lot of it.
Okay, and a lot of it, what was JP saying for like a whole hour?
Well, you
catechumen shouldn't be talking. Skips, A guy who's not a catechumen came up here and said they shouldn't be debating this stuff.
Is he a catechumen? I don't know that.
Who?
The, the last person you just kicked out of the stream.
No, Skips is not.
Anyway, good grief. I was stoked to venerate icons the moment I stepped into an Orthodox church. It reminded me of how we bow before getting on the mats in jiu-jitsu.
Word.
That's where I got this, by the way. It's a little trophy.
I was
right
gonna
here.
ask.
Yeah, that's what happened. I got a little shiner from jiu-jitsu yesterday. That
Now, what's
hurt,
the
by
other-
the way.
What's
That
the other
freaking
guy
hurt.
look like?
Oh, he actually might have gotten hurt by accident. I didn't like react negatively towards like I don't usually roll with like strength or whatever. But he didn't tap to an arm bar and his elbow popped. So I popped his elbow. Well, it was like this. So I do this thing. You can't really see it, but you can see it like right here. So like they'll take my back or something. I bazooka their arm. So it's right here. And then I go over to this side and they think they're going to submit me, but then I roll over to this side and I crank the arm bar over my own arm. So he did not tap and I was going slow and he wasn't tapping. And then I made his arm touch the mat and his elbow popped. So he said he was fine, but I don't know.
That's
I
pretty
hope he's
smart,
fine.
dude.
Well,
I
I
think
did
people
that.
really think about that.
Well,
'Cause
I did
usually
that.
it's like, especially if you're new, somebody takes your back, like you're done.
Yeah. Well,
That's a
I'm like
pretty good
almost a
defense.
purple belt, so I do that when I roll with newbies. I'll like let them put me in bad positions so I can just mess around and figure out interesting ways to get out. I'm a cheap jujitsu practitioner though. I'll wrist lock you. Like I'll let you mess around.
Ankle locks.
Yeah, well, I won't do heel hooks or anything on new guys at all. It's not really my game anyway, but if somebody is new, I let them work what they learned and then in the last like minute or 30 seconds on the clock, then I'll wrist lock them and I'll submit them as many times as I can within that time period. So I nerf myself as I go and then I'll wrist lock him or whatever and but he should have known better. He should have tapped for that arm bar.
Oh yeah.
I don't like that at all. I don't like hurting people whatsoever. I roll very safe usually. And I was even going slow. He's just being stubborn. He wanted to get out of it. He was like, "Oh, I think what was going through his head was, there's no way you're going to tap me while I have your back, dude."
Probably.
Yeah, I let you take my back, dude. Like I let you get that position so I could see if you can, work whatever you got, but like I'm going to submit you from there. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's like sometimes you can like have people get into mount and then you do like a teepee like rib breaker, spit on the west. So so the hood people coming out to defend Jordan's and Ruslan's son. How about holiness for the W holiness. Like Father, what do you use to learn biblical Greek?
Can I just step to my bookshelf and I'll show something? Just give me
Yeah,
one
go for
sec,
it.
please.
Austin says, God bless y'all. God bless you, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate y'all.
God bless you. Yeah, I don't think we're saying that like you can't talk about orthodoxy at all. Like, of course, if you're an inquirer or a catechumen amongst your friends, yeah, of course you can talk about orthodoxy. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's like you get really cautious when it comes to somebody purporting to represent orthodoxy online, and that's where like I think Father Ron is right. Internally, we have a duty to there's sort of spiritual paternity there, so that we don't have like rogue lay apologists just roaming about.
So this is what I use. It's Basics of Biblical Greek Grammar by William D. Mounts. And this is the 4th edition. When I did it, it was the 1st or 2nd edition, and that was like 20 years ago, over 20 years ago. The reason I like this book is because it's very well written, very easy to understand. And he offers sort of 2 streams of how to do things. Like he can basically, he sets it up so whatever's easier for you. Like he'll do, so he has sort of 2 sides, the noun side and the verb side, et cetera, et cetera. And he sort of works using, you can do all nouns, all verbs, or you can split it up, whatever works well for you. But he also has a website, and you can sign up, you can get free stuff, or you can pay and have tutorials, et cetera, et cetera. And so highly recommended. He's Protestant, but you're learning grammar. He's not trying to teach you theology. You're just learning grammar. So that would be my recommendation. And this is an unpaid advertisement for Dr. Mounts, but I really use it's very good stuff.
Alter Void commented, "How did we get here? Take my back, mounting, rolling him slow." It all sounds kind of gay. So true.
You are gay.
I mean, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's kind of a meme.
It is a little bit of a sus sport. That's true. Well, I like it as a combat sport because I've got a bad back. I can't do like striking stuff because it's repetitive. It involves like a lot of like rotational
Twisting,
stuff,
yeah.
and it just jacks me up, dude. I've got like degenerative discs in between my shoulder blades, so this is like super low impact, but it also works. It's like a practical martial art. Like you do like karate and stuff, you're not learning nothing. You're just like you're dancing basically. If you're doing karate, you're dancing. You're not really doing martial arts. We want to react to more of this. I know I got to wrap up soon, but let's see if they got anything else interesting, and then we'll close out.
No, Orthodox, counterdox. The guy that you just kicked out.
I don't care about them yapping about why did you kick this guy. Let's see. Oh, they're still they talk about it for like 30 minutes, dude. Hold on. Oh, they got Zons on here. By the way, Zons is gonna have Shooping on his show. Did you see that?
Zons, I would like to do a collab if you're available.
You should. Oh, bro, you should. You should do. See if he'll do call-ins.
Zons, are you doing call-ins on that day, my man?
What day is that? Let me see. Zons is doing.
It's coming up. It's like the 20. I can look it up. I think it's the 24th or something like that. Let's see what he's got here.
Yeah, the 24th.
24th. Yeah, and I don't know. Well, he usually has. It's a live stream, so he'll have a live chat. I don't know if he'll have a call in though.
Dude, pressure Zons. Everybody at Zons, make call-ins. Do call-ins for this. Do call-ins. That would be so good. I mean, Shooping never does any debates ever. So
I think that'd be very interesting. I think most probably he won't do call-ins because Shooping will make that a requirement. He won't touch the thing. So for him to go, but it's too bad because he could anyway, he'd be destroyed.
Oh yeah. Shooping had the I'm not going to do another Shooping stream, I don't think, unless I get very bored. His stuff is just so low tier. It's all lies. It's not even, he doesn't even make intellectual points. He just says like the normal critique people have about evangelicalism. He just swaps out the word evangelical for Orthodox. It's really stupid.
Yeah, it's true.
He makes me behave meaner than I normally do just because it's so deceptive. So, and I'm on that phronema grind. I don't know if you saw that Val Orthodox.
Dude, Val,
that was so good.
I will never be able to do Instagram as well as Val does. That was the funniest thing. I was dying laughing. Dude.
Yeah,
that was so funny.
That's true.
I showed my wife. She's like, "That's so you." That was a good skit.
It was really good, dude. I was dying.
While I've got Alex,
yes.
If you ever go on this guy's show, which one is it? JP Uncut? Is that who's the one that you want to debate on the intercession of the saints? Is that correct?
Yeah, but I would want a neutral platform. I'm not giving him all that ad revenue.
Okay, but before you do that, if it ends up happening, and before you do that, can you and I talk? Because I'll show you some stuff in the Bible. I'm sure you may or may not have, but I'll look myself.
I would love to do that, Father Ron. Absolutely.
Yeah, because then if I can see if I can find some things that most probably he has not anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely. I just made a note of it.
Counterdocs, you want to come up and chat for a second? I'm going to wrap up here in just a bit, but if you want to yap for 15 minutes, we can do that and then close out. Here, I'll drop this in there just in case you want to. Let's see. Don't be dropping any gamer words on my channel now. I'll put you in the Mickey Mouse
Especially
Club.
for the boomer here.
Yeah, no gamer
Unless you want to
words.
explain it to me.
There you go. I dropped a link in there if you want to request up. You can tell us about your riveting debate experience, your very high tier debate with Mahler just now, where he booted you. Counterdox seems like a cool guy. Counterdox blessings. There you go. All right, we have a celebrity. We have a celebrity in the back room. The Counterdox, welcome to the show. The man, the myth, the legend.
How's it going,
What's
guys?
going on, dude?
Do you have a blessing from your spiritual father to be here?
Do you have a blessing to be on Cleave to Antiquities channel right now?
Can you show me the permission slip?
How's it going, guys?
What's up,
dude? So we'll interview you on your high profile Mahler debate just now. How do you think it went?
Which one?
The one just now where you were kicked before you could say
no,
anything.
I just wanted to talk to. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I have my YouTube. My bad. Sorry. I just wanted to talk to JP about the clipping thing because I think that's hypocritical because they do clips too. I'm not there to talk about theology. The stream doesn't say it's theology. I mean, like my priest knows I have a channel. I don't ever talk about theology on my channel. I just talk my opinions, like me chanting, me doing this. It's like I'm not an Orthodox apologist. I'm not qualified to do it. And I've acknowledged in my channel many times that I'm not a qualified apologist. And I wanted to respond to you, Cleve. So the first time they had me on is because of the sand thing. And I went out there. I never said anything.
I saw Sam calling you a demon.
Yeah, but I never said, even when I went out there, I said, I didn't really know anything too much about JP. I glanced over his channel. I said, okay, well, I'll just give my side of it. I'm not going to make any bad remarks on Sam because I owe Sam a lot because he brought me to Orthodoxy. So I owe the man. I still like the man. I pray for the man. I want him to, change his ways. But that's another story.
I'll make all the bad remarks about Sam for you.
Yeah, but I have no hate for Sam or anything. And then the email says, and we like to discuss about Orthodoxy. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, I got to go to service. I can't. I'm not going to do that much, but I'll answer whatever I can. Then I asked, is this a debate? Because I said I'm not there to debate. And then they said no. I can show you the email. They said no in the thing. And then I said, okay, well, it's not a debate. It's okay because I don't really like doing debates anymore. It's not very. I don't think it's very healthy for me doing debates.
So they lured you in with it's going to be a charitable conversation thing.
Yeah, well, immediately with Mahler, I looked at his channel because before I went on there, and I knew it was just all like very sophist and low tier stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, there's a possibility he's probably going to spurg out. And he just started interrogating me right after the Sam thing. I was like, all right, well, we'll take this slow because I needed to warm up. And then once I just started to question him on epistemology, and he just started screaming over me for the rest of the stream, which was just point. And I just said, okay, I have no more interest.
I could only watch the beginning of that call, and it was obnoxious. It was just screaming.
It was the same thing over and over again. I was like, okay, well, I've been trying to explain the difference between a worldview being circular versus having a vicious regress, which is a circular fallacy. Every time I explain it, he said, why, or what did you say? And then what's funny is that after the stream, after I was gone, he still made my argument. So that's really bad faith. He straw man my argument the entire conversation, and then he steals my argument after I left.
Yeah, it shows that he actually understood it, and he was trying to nerf your argument on purpose.
Exactly. So,
yeah, I mean, well, it's like, well, let me ask you a question. Are you a catechumen, or you received into the church?
No, I can show you a video of my baptism right now.
I don't need it. I don't take your word for it. I'm not asking for your credentials or anything.
Yeah, my priest knows I have a channel. He says just don't go around and like teach theology. I said, okay.
There you go. Yeah, I try not to do the debates until I have a blessing from my priest to do so. So, but it, if they're luring you in with like a we're gonna have a charitable discussion. I mean, this is why I typically don't do call-in streams on my show right now, because it's just gonna turn into a debate. This is also why I'm hesitant. There's supposed to be some kind of dialogue with the guy at Lore Lodge, who's like a Freemason Anglican guy, and he wants to come on the show and have a chat with me about Anglicanism and Freemasonry, because I said, basically, like, Enlightenment philosophy is not Christian morals or something. And he's like, oh, let's chat about that. So I'm like, I'll grab a priest if we're gonna have a chat, because if it's just me and you, I'm gonna debate you and I'm gonna say, but anyway.
Well,
Cat
you know,
we got the cat cameo.
That's right.
We got Val Orthodox in the chat too, by the way.
Cleve, that crowd is just not they're not charitable people. It's just, already know. And they reached out to me again, actually. Again, I'm fine with JP. He hasn't said anything horrible about me, and he's been very civil with me. I was like, if you ever want to discuss things, like we could discuss some things. He reached out to me. He asked me to engage with Christian King, and I rejected. I said, I'm not going to I don't feel the need to entertain someone. I mean, although you disagree, like, I don't think we necessarily worship the same God, but I understand that you are doing your best to worship the triune God. We're trying to reference the triune God. So I'm not going to make any thumbnails of, demons flying in your strip mall church. But you think there's a need for you to make, demonic mockeries of people who dedicates their life to God, like especially nuns and priests. Yeah. So I just said I'm not going to entertain that.
Actually, can I interject there? I got a whole. So I went. It was on. I did something with Ben, and they took and clipped a massive section from that, and made a whole response video against me specifically. And I showed Ben and all that stuff, and of course I'm not really worried about it. But I mean, let me tell you, what the things they were saying about me. And the fact that they clipped it and said it about me, and some of the things said about me, I actually contacted that person and said, could you not have said this to me offline? Like, why? I found out about it because I just saw basically an AI version of what you're looking at right now with different icons on my shelf. Was really neat. But anyway, they went after me, and I thought, well, could you not have brought this to me offline, and then maybe I could have clarified some things? Because what they did is they would have me say something, stop the video, and then make all these comments. Now, if they would have just played it a little longer, I would have answered the question, right? But do you know what I'm saying? So, oh no, they clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I went there. It's like, well, you saying we're clipping. Well, you guys clip just as much as we do. And you actually we are Eastern Orthodox, last time I checked, is like 0.6% of the US population. So majority of the US population is you guys.
Yeah, what are they so worried about?
No kidding. Wow. 0.6 of the percent of the population, and then they've got all this going on, boy.
I think we're
over the target.
Now.
No, 1% is including Orientals.
Oh, is it? Oh,
I checked.
The Orientals are 0.4 in the U.S. Really?
Something like, I think we're both like,
no way. There's no way.
That's like there's Jesus, and there's these massive crowds following him, right? So the Orthodox Church and the massive. Anyway.
There you go. That's a good.
I love it.
That's a good one. All right, I do want to talk about this Val Orthodoxy comment though. Where was it at? Talking about other Paul being obsessed with the Orthodox. I do want to talk about that because other Paul is acting like a pick-me lately, isn't he?
He's unraveling in real time in public. It's pretty distasteful, I'll say.
Dude, it's wild. I mean, what's funny? Well, first off, Val, that clip thing that you did, that reel, is freaking hilarious. I was laughing about that with the wife yesterday. I was doing the impression. It's like, I'm on that Fronima grind, you know. such a good.
I read Losky in the original French.
Oh, you didn't know he spoke French, huh?
Didn't know he spoke French.
That's such a good one, dude. But Dude, the other Paul, man, I almost want to do a reaction video to his debate with Jimmy Akin because it was so bad. So I think that would be really funny to bring back up into like the modern discourse, because that was probably the worst debate I've ever seen in my life. He got
period.
He got spanked like a baby, dude. It was horrible. Wow. So I mean, I don't know why he's trying to like come back and did you see he just did a video? It was like 3 reasons or 5 reasons I'm not Orthodox, and he teamed up with a Reformed pastor guy. You know what I'm talking about? The guy that has a channel named Reformed Pastor?
Yeah, and Reformed Pastor clips.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him.
One of the reasons was exclusivity claims.
I guess everybody's in then. Fine, whatever. You have no exclusivity claims. Like, sorry, we're not ecumenist, man. We actually believe in objective truths. Like, what? That's not an objection, man.
You know
They
what?
think they're right and that you can't join them unless you agree with them. Yeah.
If
Duh.
there was no exclusivity, life would be terrifying. It already is terrifying. Thank God there's something that people can look to still. Sorry.
No, it's a good point. It is a pillar and ground of the truth. It's not a freaking pool noodle that's just like blowing in the wind. Like it's
Well,
it's
you know what's
nothing.
funny? What's funny is he in his response to my it was in the response to the I think the conversion announcement thing. He made a video and it was like Cleve says the Anglicans don't actually believe in anathemas or something. Like we don't hold to the anathemas of the ecumenical councils. He's like, here's our declaration saying that we affirm the councils and their anathemas. Oh, really? Okay. Well, you're just saying there's no exclusivity claims. What are you talking about? You don't. So you hold to the anathemas, but also there's no exclusivity claims. So your church is just open. Anybody can come in. It's just like, I don't know. Your church is open. You have open communion. You know, I don't know if his specific one. I know the ACNA has open communion. This is just like uniting the body of Christ to a harlot, right? This would be like opening your like home to everybody, or like your bed to everybody.
Yeah.
Right. This is a ridiculous, untenable position. This is what I mean by you don't hold to the anathemas in practice. Because you don't believe in one visible church institution, except for, you got branch theory. So they'll say disparate groups that are not in formal communion are actually one church. That's cope, though.
They also don't actually believe in the Eucharist, because if they did, then you're right, Cleve. You can't have open communion and then have anybody come in and anybody can be joined to the body and blood of Christ. Now that's ridiculous. St. Paul makes that argument to the Corinthians in 1 Corinthians in the first few chapters. I forgot which one exactly. He says that, like, look, how can you go and participate in sexual degeneracy and sin and join the body of Christ to a harlot, right? It's exactly like you said. So it really undermines any claim that they have to the church of the first 1,000 years. And like, look, if we're going to take their word for it and say that Augustine of Canterbury is where their church started, I mean, you can go read about Augustine of Canterbury. The first time he showed up there, it was in a procession with icons.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see the other Paul doing that.
There's something that they're doing. Like, I think it's by the way, it's low tier. It's low tier because they're like, okay, well, the church fathers don't unilaterally agree at all times. So councils are contradicting. That's not even an argument. That's what, they try to argue to me. Is like, well, you have all these church fathers that give different canons, then that equates to them contradicting the councils. Therefore, orthodoxy is false. This is such a bad argument.
Yeah, that's like saying there's a district court that came up with a decision in Texas, and there's a district court that came up with a seemingly contradicting decision in Michigan. Look, the Constitution is contradicting. You can't trust the court system at all. It's just so dumb and low tier. Like, obviously, there's room there. It's not a contradiction because there are different jurisdictions. In the same way that, look, you have a church father over here in North Africa saying one thing. Maybe you have a church father somewhere in Italy or in Cappadocia saying a different thing. That's so what? It's not a defeater in the same way that it doesn't make the Constitution invalid just because you have two judges that interpret it in different ways. At the end of the day, there is like a court of final appeals, Supreme Court, that ruling is binding on everybody. And like, do they rule on everything? No, they rule when there is a problem. Thank you, Ali. I'd like to think I would make a good lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is the last thing I want to say, and then I got to wrap up. So I gotta run and get some sleep before I wake up in 6 hours. So, at the beginning of Other Paul's video, I don't know if you remember this. His first argument was Anglicans aren't schismatic. He said,
all they do is schism, dude.
Yeah,
what
are
on
you
earth?
talking about? It's ridiculous. I mean, if you were to look at their exact documents, this is exactly what the king did. He split off from the Roman Catholic Church, right? And then they're a schism of a schism, by the way. So
yeah,
he split off of the Roman Catholic Church, and then he went
so that he could continue in his sin of adultery.
Yes, and he wrote. There was a declaration that basically wrote like all the things that he was going to be the new head of the church. That he was going to annex all of the monasteries and sell them off and support the crown. He was going to do ABC 1, 2, 3. I mean, he literally documented his schism. This is like the most documented ancient schism possible. And
evidence abounds.
Yeah. Well, we're not schismatic. I'd like to see the argument.
What a cope, dude.
Hey, Cleve, are you familiar with Father Andrew Hara?
Mm-mm.
He's this guy who's apparently left Eastern Orthodoxy for Anglicanism.
Oh, I heard about that guy.
Yeah. And he's now an Anglican priest.
No, I'll have to look at that. But anyway, you guys want to plug some stuff before we wrap up?
No, that's it.
Go ahead.
So channel is Remote Orthodoxy. I'm on X. We've got Ben and I and Marco next Thursday on the 23rd discussing infant baptism. At some point, and maybe I'll throw this at you, Alex, or Ben, or both. Maybe we can all do it together. Is if Elijah Yassi it goes dark, then maybe I could present my findings on Matthew 16 on a live stream with you guys.
I'd like that.
I think it'd be great because and you can just talk about it. I don't know if that's something you'd be interested in or not, but I wanted to go on Elijah Yassi because I thought, well, he would be the one that would probably be the most to defend his position. Basically, he would be the most robust because we're not going to defend his position, right? But what I can show is a different reading. I can do that, and I can show why. And what it would be an equipping of your audiences in terms of if they talk to Roman Catholics. It's not difficult, by the way. It's eisegesis all the way. That's all it is Rome is all eisegesis when it comes to Matthew 16. But there is a story to be told, though, in Matthew 16 that is very interesting and would be very good for people to hear. So that's something I'm going to throw to you guys. That's all I need to plug right now.
Tomorrow I'll probably be having Father Peter Hears on my channel. As you guys know, I was supposed to have him on yesterday, but he was sick. So I think tomorrow evening will probably work out better. I think he'll be on my channel then. We're going to be talking about ecumenism and church authority and these ridiculous statements of the Pope lately. I have a debate on April 30th against Metaphysics Mike, classic Trinitarian versus Unitarian debate. So I think that will be exciting. That will be on Modern Day Debates. And I have a debate slated to be on the Crucible with Lucas Curcio from Method Ministries on Sola Fide at some time in May. So there's no date certain for that yet, but keep an eye out for that. And I think it'll be exciting. So you guys know my YouTube channel, Alex Soren, Alex Orthodoxy on X and on Instagram.
Very nice. Anything you want to plug, Counterdocs?
No, I'm a big fan of all three of you. So God bless you guys.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm going to go get some rest. Thanks again, Alex, for coming on. Thanks, Father Ron. Thanks, Counterdocs, for coming on. This has been fun. What do I got coming up? I should probably plug something, huh?
Plug your
Tomorrow
stuff.
I'm going to go hang out with Ubi, so that'll be cool. We'll be shooting a show, and I'll post that whenever. If you guys haven't watched it yet, go watch my interview with Jonathan Pageau. That was pretty good. I know he's probably going to swing on your show soon, Alex, right?
Yes, but we don't have a date certain yet. I'm thinking probably beginning in beginning of May, end of April, sometime. But yeah,
have him
We do-
react to other Paul getting destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good. I mean, he's the symbolic world guy, right? Who better to ask?
The symbolism of the destruction of other Paul.
What does it mean to unravel metaphysically? Like,
give him the symbolism of like Twitter crash outs or something. Go find a good one. All right, y'all. What do I got? What do I got up next? I got Father Z next Tuesday. So Father Zechariah is going to come on talking about the convert surge. So that'll be cool. Then we've got infant baptism with Father Ron Thursday, 23rd. And then the 28th will be Craig Truglia. Will be on my show talking about how the Orientals are schismatic, how the Catholics are schismatic. And then the 30th, we've got a fan favorite coming back on the show, Dr. Father Patrick O'Grady, PhD, coming back on the show. He is the professor of the Antiochian Seminary. And we're going to be debunking Roman Catholicism and calling it cringe. You guys let me know. Would you like to see this? After that, I might invite him back on. Maybe we'll do a little review of Ibarra's book. Maybe we'll dive through that and we'll pick that apart and debunk Ibarra's book. Would you guys like to see that? Let me know in the chat and in the comments. But anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Until next time.